designed by Major Charles Munt, who also designed the Lakshmi Vilas Palace in Baroda, and it's a combination of Indo-Sasanic style of architecture, and this was and the in front what we see is the sculpture of Lord Mayo. So Lord Mayo it was his idea to actually have an Eton in Asia, and that's how Mayo College came to be known as the Eton of Asia, and just on the lines of the British Eton, which is there in Britain. And perhaps he even had visualized that, why the princes of Indian erstwhile states be deprived of the British standards and mannerisms and way of learning. So with all those perspectives in mind, he wanted to create a school for the princes of Indian rulers. And when the school was created, it was none of the British officials' children were allowed to study here. So this is the Jhalawar house where the museum is housed currently. And Mayo College has 12 boarding houses, and the main building, the slide which we saw earlier, was constructed in 1878, 1877 and 1878. And the other houses, the construction had already started in 1875. So when the princes had started coming to Mayo for their study, a house was constructed for them. So similarly, this Jhalawar house was made by for Maharaja Zalim Singh Ji II of Jhalawar, and the construction at that time costed around 45,488. That was in 1878. And so when he had come down to stay at Mayo College for his study, he lodged in this building. And eventually, when he had left, other princes from his state also came to stay in this building when they were studying at Mayo College. So now all the buildings are heritage buildings. So because of that, we have certain rules that we have to follow if we want to make any changes in our infrastructure. So this is the entrance to the Dhanmal Mathu Museum. Now the museum, it is, as I just mentioned, is housed in the Jhalawar House, Mayo College campus, and which was built in 1878-88. Then it was conceived by Sri Dhanmal Mathur. Dhanmal Mathur ji was teaching faculty at Mayo College, and for around 4 decades he served here. And it was his idea that he wanted to have a museum in the college, that he just wanted to have a museum which can be utilized as a learning aid for the students here. So it was in the year 1949 when Mr. T.N. Vyas from the Doon School had joined in Mayo College as a principal, and he thought that why not to have a museum. So this Jhalawar house, which was actually lying vacant at the time, and it was decided that they'll make a museum here in this building. And prior to the making of this museum, and some of the objects were there which were there in the main assembly hall of Mayo College. Now eventually everything was brought in by the efforts of Dhanmal Mathur ji, and along with the students between 1948 and 49, he developed this museum. And as a normal practice goes, that he utilized the existing tables which were there in the classes and converted them into showcases. The museum has diverse collection, which is spread across 18 rooms, across 2 floors in this building. And there are 2 very peculiar aspects about a museum. One, it has the collection which is either gifted or donated by the old boys. Old boys happen to be the alumni of the school, and it is an active school museum, something which is very rare, that none of the schools like I have come across own a museum. And especially even if they do have, then they would not be utilizing it for learning. So our museum is very active as a school museum, wherein we hold curriculum based learning sessions, and I'll be talking more about them in the subsequent slides. So we move on to the galleries. So we have 18 galleries, as I just mentioned. We have 2 galleries on the ground floor. One, this is the main hall. where in fact I am right now sitting. And so this is the Mayo History Gallery. So we have all the archival material and portraits and some batches, uniform medals and some photographs which were so these which talk about Mayo's history. And from these 18 rooms, we have three rooms which talk about Mayo's history. So one is this one. This is the main gallery, and we have two more rooms on the second floor. This is a National History Gallery. We have two National History Galleries and a vast collection of natural history. So as you can see, there are a lot of taxidermied natural history specimens, birds and all. Then we also have some eggs, nests, and snake skins and butterflies cases, and all well preserved with the dry preservation techniques. And everything is being utilized for learning sessions for our children from different classes. This is the National History Gallery number 2. As you can see, there are all these animal trophies. Then we have a vast collection of natural history wet preserved specimens as well. Like we have the real human fetus, which are which is very popular with our children, and other natural history specimens are also there. Then we have some butterfly cases, if you can see. So all these cases were sent to us by the British Museum in 1930, and along with that, when the museum was in fact being set up at that time, 270 boxes of geological specimens were also collected from the British Museum. And during this span, Dhanmal Mathurji even made a lot of trips abroad, and more objects were collected. Like he collected some objects from Sri Lanka also, and other objects that once the old boys or the alumni of the school came to know that the museum is being created, everybody came forward and has generously donated in the formation of the museum. So we have a diverse collection here on display. Now, these are the eggs which I was talking about, and some of the exhibits are kind of project works of students when they were studying here. So whenever, like this egg collection which you can see, so these were preserved, and now we are holding sessions on them. So when the students are engaged with it, so every session will have various characteristics which we'll see later. Okay, so these are the sculptures. We have two galleries on sculptures. On the left, that you see are these figures coming from Jain temples. Then there is also a musical instrument section, and on the left and right in the showcases, what you see is these are blue pottery from Jaipur, and then we have some lamps, and on the right we have these kerosene lamps. So there are a lot of things which were collected from the houses as well. Like all these kerosene lamps were at time being used because in 1920 we got electricity in Mayo College. Prior to that, only these lamps, kerosene lamps, was used. So eventually, when electricity came, after that, all the collection was brought down to the museum, and not just the lamps, even vessels which were used in the houses has also come down to us. This is a small little village reconstruction. I'm sorry. Then there is a section on currencies and clocks. So we have currencies from different countries. We have then we also have coins from different eras. This is a collection of Ganjifa cards. We have around 18 to 20 sets of Ganjifa cards, and all documenting Indian mythology. So we have these Indian gods and goddesses portrayed on these cards, and they are in leather, and of course, they're in a very good state, well preserved. We also have an arms and armory section. On the left, what you see, we have this is the German helmet, which was perhaps used by the Germans during the First World War. Then on the right is a Rajputana helmet. With this, we also have some swords and daggers and all. Then there is a chainmail also. So various forms of armory are there. Okay, so as I just mentioned that we actively use our museum for school learning session, for curriculum based learning session. The main concept or the underlying motive of is it object based learning, or what we call as OBL. So under this pedagogy, museum collection is used as a teaching aid. So wherein we believe that the inherent qualities of the objects can be utilized, they to assist the students in learning various subjects. And so a structured learning is done through toolkits. Toolkits are nothing but teacher resource packs, and we got a whole set of toolkits designed for different classes. Like class 4 to 8, they have classes or learning programs in the museum, curriculum based learning program. For 9, 10, 11, 12, we have project based learning. So wherein if they have any project, they can come and pursue it in the museum. Recently, class 11 students had come down there. They were doing a project called Sabotage at the Museum. So wherein they knitted a story and they created a video here in the museum. So wherein we have a small little sculpture of Queen Victoria, and the story said that it was stolen and it was replaced by an replica of it. So they became forensic scientists, and they look for clues, and that's how the whole video was made. And eventually now their presentation all would be made in Spain, so when they would go and they would present. So all these project based learning is also one of the thing that we support through our museum. Then these toolkits or the teacher resource pack activities, they're designed around the objects that we have in the collection. So we have around 7,000 to 8,000 objects on display, and everything is linked to the classroom syllabus. So whatever we do has some or the other way linked to the classroom, as we believe in the fact that campus is a classroom. So museum is also considered as a classroom for learning. But yes, I mean, we do not practice the chalk and talk method of learning. So we instead just facilitate the learning process of children. So we focus on inquiry based learning techniques. So, what are the benefits of these toolkits? Now, all these toolkits, as I said, are based on the museum objects and collections. So, it has like development. It leads to the development of observational skills in children, analytical skills through comparison, then critical thinking. There is memory enhancement. It creates a lifelong learning and curiosity. As we know that museums support lifelong learning, wherein we believe that learning happens from cradle to grave. So a child, as a young child would come to the museum, he would also have something to learn from his or her visit. And then eventually when he or she is old enough, then also they would have something to learn. So this is a concept which we aim to promote through our strategies and various programs. And it definitely leads to curiosity. Our students are really very curious. I mean, whatever they ask, I mean, we allow questioning and try as much as possible to settle their curiosity. And why do we teach which objects is teaching basically using the objects. It offers a direct and tactile experience for students. When they learn through the objects, they have a real experience. They have a direct exposure to what we call the first hand sources of learning, like which is the main strength of learning. Then they as we have seen that some children, they respond more readily to objects, instead of abstract teaching materials. And so they objects really have the strength of engaging students who really don't want to respond to written materials. So we have some activities which are drama based. And like in class 6 also, we had one session recently. And so all these would so each activity will have a multidisciplinary scope. So and so like how that's how they we carry on the session. One second. Now, the types of toolkits, now all these teacher resource packs that we are using in the museum, they were designed by Flow India. And so these are kind of booklets that we use. Now, every booklet will have, so these are subject based also and theme based also. For the junior classes, classes 4, 5, and 6, we have theme based toolkits. And so they contain more of explorative and hands-on activities which children generally enjoy doing, and it helps in acquainting students with the museum also. I mean, that's one main motive of holding such programs, that they get familiarized with what is there. And and I've had students coming down and asking me that, where is that object given by his or her great his in fact great grandfather. So that is a kind of emotional connect the students have with the museum, and they really come down to see that, what is there which has come down from as a legacy. So we really hold these objects in their interest, and I mean, as well as using them as a learning resource. The second category of toolkits is subject-based toolkits, which is which is basically for the older students, like for classes 7th and 8th. Like we have toolkits for different subjects. Like we'll have toolkits for Hindi, English, math, science. So every subject will have a different set of booklet. And in each booklet, there are around 5 to 6 activities which are there. And for older, so as I said, these are for older students. It aims at developing more in observations activities, or strengthening their observation skills, and it helps students gain deeper understanding and knowledge of the specific objects and the collection. So let us move on to the activities. So this is, I've just taken few examples from our toolkit. So this is just the front page of the Mayo College Museum toolkit, and this is one of the activity of science called Our Feathered Friends. Now, every activity that we hold will have 3 parts or 3 stages, you can say. One is the pre-visit, then the visit, and the post-visit. Now, in the pre-visit part, we aim at introducing the concept to the museum. Concept to the students. So pre-visit is usually done either in the campus or in the class. In fact, we begin with the classroom, wherein we explain it to them that, what are they going to do in that particular activity. And I'm happy to share that all our students, they are very eager to come to the museum, right? I mean, they say that, it's a breath, it's a fresh air. I mean, they're really delighted. And so this is the pre-visit activity, wherein after the basic orientation, we took the group of students to the around the campus. Now, Mayo College has 187 acre of that's the area, that's the size of the campus. So it's vast, and we have around more than 200 varieties of birds, even currently. In fact, a lot of new buildings have come up, but because of that, some of the species are no more, can be spotted. But then still, we do have a vast variety. So the students go around the campus with the teachers, and wherein they are made to make their observations and record them in the worksheet. So they, based on the bird calls they hear, and of course the spotting of bird, and even the teachers also tell them that, what a particular bird call would actually signify. So all these things are aimed at developing their observational skills as well. And plus, of course, I mean, it's a respite for them as well, I mean, from the classroom. Then the second part of the activity, okay, so this is another slide when they were making their observations, and the science teacher was there, and they were helping them out, making their recording the observations in the worksheets. So each booklet will have, say, around 5 to 6 worksheets, and each activity will have, as I said, multidisciplinary scope. So what do we do is, when we have to conduct an activity or structure a program, the relevant subject teachers are invited, and we take feedback, or we actually take in their inputs of what can be done to enhance the program. And we, of course, we discuss the idea aloud, and based on their suggestions and their understanding, we make our program. And then, even when the program is decided, an interdisciplinary scope is made out. Like, one activity like say now this is on the naturalistic collection we have in the museum. So birds, this is on the birds and eggs and the nest. So it will have link to maths, then English also, then history also, then science definitely is there, and even art. Now, this is in the gallery when students had come down at the second stage of the activity. On the left, what you see is a teacher explaining them in the naturalistic gallery of what they have to do. And so they were like, what is the activity about? And they had some worksheets to solve. So, the teacher was explaining them what is to be done. In the second part of the activity, as you can see, I was just helping them see the collection that we have, based on which they had to do the worksheet. Now, as a post visit activity which aims at strengthening and reinforcing the concept. So the previously they were using a bird, they were making a feeder. So none of the students, because this is Mayo College is a boarding house, so they have these shoe boxes. So they are asked to preserve those boxes, and they use these boxes to make bird feeders. And so these bird feeders they can hang in the campus, and they do it in the even in their houses they hang these bird feeders. And so in another activity which we did was eggshell painting activity. Now in this they were painting the eggs. So you can see in front, these are the bird feeder boxes which were ready. So that was the second activity, was the egg painting. Now, another activity which we did for class 6 was man and nature. So this is again, it aimed at basically the main concept was on taxidermy. And so this teacher is explaining them, that the number of these zoos and use of these, because we have zoos and all, and whether is it right to have a zoo or not. So there was a debate which was held in the class among the students only. And so wherein they could really understand that what is the whole point. So taxidermy as a practice is there for preserving. So why do we need to preserve, or is it really right to preserve them? Like, it's no more support by the government, but then do we really need to allow the practice or not? Now, in the second part, the students are in the galleries again solving some worksheet. Now, this is a Hindi teacher, so every activity, as I said, will have different subjects scope. Now, the Hindi teacher usually has some storytelling or some writing a poem using the collection. So they pick up an object, they select the particulars, the object from the museum, and based on that, they had to write the story. So this is all the worksheet was about. This is the same thing in an artistic gallery. The teacher is explaining them what is to be done in the gallery. Now this is back in the class, which is again a post-visit activity. And so they again had some worksheet, but then they had to go around the campus and solve the worksheet. And one part of the activity which was based on, as I said, upon the taxidermy. So there was a small little drama which was done in the gallery. So this is teacher, our performing arts teacher. She is explaining to the students that what is taxidermy, and whether they had to divide themselves into groups based upon for the motion and against the motion. So some of them were against the practice of taxidermy, and the others were in favor of. So that's how a debate was held, a courtroom drama, what we call it, that was held in the naturalistic gallery of the museum. And so this is the man and nature class 6 again. So this is the post visit activity, wherein they were usually art based activities are there in the post visit stage. And so this is so they were taught how to make animals out of numbers. So that's the art teacher actually conducted this. So besides that, as I said, we have sessions for different classes. Now, like we have sessions for class, like in seventh we did the geo rockers activity, wherein the students came to the geology section of the museum, and they identified the rocks that we had, and based on that they had the worksheet which had to be solved. So this is one of the balcony areas in our building, which we are planning to convert into a classroom, basically to utilize that space for learning purposes. So as of now, we have this temporary furniture, so wherein students settle, they can do their worksheets there, and I mean, so now we're in the process of developing this as well. And apart from that, we also have like other programs wherein students come down, so they are given exposure of how would they give a tour to the visitors, like that is like at our annual function every year, which is called PG. We have the campus is open to parents, and we have lot of events happening in the campus, exhibitions, and a lot of shows and all. So that's when museum is also open, and the students, few of the students who are keen to learn, who are keen to get involved with the museum at a more deeper level, so they are given training that how would they come and explain the museum and show around the museum to the visitors. And I'm happy to share that they're very happily they do it. And so it's beautifully they talk about the objects that we have. Now this is the main object, as in the Mayo History Gallery. This is a trowel which was used to lay down the foundation stone of the building, the Mayo College building, and the Mayo Girls, and as well as the Oman House and the Oman Guest House. So the student is explaining what is there. As I come to an end to my presentation, I'd like to thank Dr. Kedar Eshwari, who is President of Bharatiya Dharohar Evam Sanskriti, former Director, Archaeology and Museums, Government of Andhra Pradesh, for giving me this opportunity to be with all of you and make my presentation, share my ideas. And Professor Mishra, who is a convener of the webinar series, sir, thanks to you as well for including me. And Lieutenant General S.H. Kulkarni and Mr. Naveen Kumar Dikshit and Mr. M.M. Mathur from Mayo College. General Kulkarni is our director, and Naveen Kumar Dikshit ji is our headmaster, and Dr. M.M. Mathur is the head of the History and Museum department. So museum basically falls under the history department. And Professor Sanjay Jain, who is the ex-Dean Faculty of Fine Arts and ex-HOD Department of Physiology from MSU. He is my mentor, and so for his guidance and inspiration all through and through. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanika. You are well in time. First, I must congratulate you. You have finished your deliverance in time.
Thank you.
Again, I would like to thank you for a wonderful presentation, And it's really, I should say that museum is, if talk about museums are about objects, and more importantly about the heritage, culture, and knowledge represented by the objects, Artifact, however important they may be, are only so because of their meaning and use. And I think how nicely your museum is doing perceived and conceived and implementing all the activities what you are doing for the young generations. As we always mention that museums are the custodians, for the future generations. So you are working in that directions.
Thank you
My
so much.
one query is that
Yes, yes.
you are calling only your students, I mean your college students, are you inviting any other institutions located in Ajmer itself,
Actually, the
My
museum.
question,
Yes.
question is, it's my inquiry,
Yeah,
just my
yeah,
query,
of course, ma'am, of course. So the museum is open for the public, but due to COVID restrictions during the pandemic,
Okay.
there are certain restrictions of, so they have to take
Oh,
special permission if they want to come. That is one thing. And so we have had, like, I have just recently joined Mayo. I mean, it's been 5, 6 months almost. So what I'm trying to open the gates even more. So, like when I was in IGNCA prior to joining here, and I was with the government of Gujarat, and before that, I was with the IGNCA, Vadodara regional center. So, I was doing these programs, storytelling sessions, and museum-based learning
Very good.
session for
Yes.
underprivileged children, also in collaboration with NGOs. So, here also we have had a few NGO visiting us, and of course they came with the permission. Now we are planning that we can bring more NGOs children also come down to the
Yes.
museum.
Very.
And apart from that, ma'am, like Mayo College has three institutions under it. Like Mayo, this is a Mayo College, which is the Mayo Boys School, which is boarding school. Then right across the road, we also
Hmm.
have the Mayo Girls College. So girls students
Very
also come
reputed,
down.
very reputed college,
Yes,
very old
ma'am.
and very reputed college.
And so we are blessed in a way that the museum is unique, that only the boys college has the museum. But
Okay.
yes, we are open, so we also have the Mayur school, which is a day school. So Mayur school students also come in. And like 2 days back, I had principals of all the Mayur schools from India, from different branches of India. So they had come back, even from one of the principal from Abu Dhabi, Mayur school Abu Dhabi had also come. So now we are extending our our activities to even to them.
Outreach
And
programs you are also doing.
so yeah, ma'am, so we these curriculum based programs that we do, so we are planning to hold them for their students also. Otherwise, when they come, whenever we receive any information like that, we try to hold in some activities for their interest. Like in August, I had a group of students from Mayur school Abu Dhabi. So I was told to do some program. In fact, I could not bring in that slide, I'm sorry about it.
It's
So
okay, no
I
problem.
yeah, so I
It's
gave
not possible to present each and everything, it's time constraint.
yeah, ma'am.
But but anyhow, you have presented very well,
Thank
and
you.
I think it is also a great opportunity for me to know about such a wonderful museum, because we always says the museum is in the crossroad, in these days. So I think, in fact, time is right now for the museum professionals in India to reintrospect. I think the work, the way you are working, and
Thank
on
you.
the three basic thoughts, I mean, that emerged in the 20s and 40s of the last centuries and are pretend in the contemporary scenario. Now, number one is the purely official line of development will be unable to sustain the museums in the new world of tomorrow, as you are working in that direction. So I am again congratulate you.
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
now paper is open for discussion. If anyone had any question, query,
I don't have any question. I was just saying that Mr. Bhujang Bobade also is documenting various museums. So
Yes.
I would like to you to contact him and get your museum documented by him. So that way it will go to more people. He is trying to document various museums all over the India. He
Yes,
had
sir.
presented a
I'm
paper a couple of days back in the previous seminar. Right now he's busy, that's why he's not here. But I'm just in case you need, Mr. Sir has the contact of him also, so you can just contact him. Thank you,
I
Kanika. It's
thank you so much, sir. Yes,
very
sir.
nice to study, learn in school.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. And I know Bhujang sir because I even made a presentation recently for one of, even he is very active with the conducting these webinars and conferences as well. So I had the pleasure of kind of giving one lecture for his students as well. So he was doing some course. So and definitely I'll definitely get in touch with this. I'm aware that he's documenting the museums and heritage sites of India. So I'll see how can we get our museum added to the list.
Kanika, good morning.
hello.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, I had there is a question in the chat box about how were the Ganjifa cards used. So
Okay.
you would perhaps like to answer that?
Yes, ma'am.
From Deborah Stain, there's a question in the chat box.
Okay. So, actually, I mean, currently, of course, we are not using, but these were kind of playing cards introduced in India by the Mughals. And that was somewhere around the 15th, 16th century. But when the Mughals had come down, of course, they were using their themes for portraying on the cards. So it's a vast set of card, and one card game would actually start off in the morning and end late evening, wherein the players would take turn and play these cards. And when like as a trend change even in the Mughal miniature, through the Mughal miniatures also, we can say a change even in the Ganjifa cards representation also, that eventually Indian mythological figures were portrayed on the cards and not the Persian subjects. So, that's how. So these are basically plain cards, and right now also they are being manufactured in Savanpadi in Madhya Pradesh, I guess, yeah. So I think Maharashtra. I'm sorry. So yes, even they also make these set of Ganjifa cards, which are, but they are more of commercial now, and I'm not so sure whether the practice is still there, because I tried to look for some videos that how do we play these cards, and because we was planning that we can do some activity with the students, because even students are very curious when they come down and see what are these and want to understand how to do it, like that.
In Mysore, we have a very good Ganjifa museum. And Bharat Club one also has a very good collection of Ganjifa.
Yes, ma'am. The entire world. They have private
Yes,
collections,
yes.
public museums. All of them have Ganjifa
Yeah,
cards.
or
The Indian Museum
mythological
has an
scenes
excellent
and Hindu
collection.
goddesses were on depicted on that
Yes,
Ganjifa
yes.
cards. It's a
Orissa
very
also was
good.
famous for Ganjifa
Yeah,
cards.
yeah, 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 yeah.
The cards we have one of the sets on Dashavatara series of Vishnu. So 10
Hmm.
incarnations of Lord Vishnu. They are there in those cards. So I mean, like that.
They have a very good source of informations regarding our epics, Ramayana, Mahabharata.
Yes.
So through these cards, we can tell the stories about our mythological characters, about Ram and Krishna. About so these Ganjiva cards are very, very interesting. In
See, they must
any
have
other
been
question,
used to
please?
teach the students in previous time also using the Ganjifa card after the introduction.
Yes.
Because right now, the Mr. Ruparel is working on various
Hmm.
game.
Hmm.
So it could have been possibly that they to teach the student, like if they cannot go to the temple and visit everything, the cards must be used. Have been maybe you have been used as a game. Since Mughals were like it's not it was one time some Mughals were very orthodox, some were very so it could be, and a research is needed on that too.
These
Basically,
cards were also
you are
popularly used
interested
in Iran. Their origin is in
what
Iran.
exactly was the use of the cards. It's a nice point it came up, and anybody who is working on that can have a good study on it. I think they manufacture in Orissa too, Sanjeev cards.
Professor Steen, I think, wrote down in the chat box. She wants to know whether the cards are being used only for storytelling or gaming. But yes, as of now, ma'am, we are using them only for the storytelling purpose. And I mean, no more for the gaming thing, of course. I mean, because we have children coming down, so we just explain what was the purpose of making of these cards and how do we have them. Any other question?
Any other?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I think it was really very interesting and very informative about to know about your about your museum. And professionally speaking, what India needs today, the line you are working. So I think I must congratulate you again for a wonderful presentation. I
Thank you, ma'am.
think we have finished this session in time. It's
Hmm.
credit goes to you, especially that you have done your job well in time. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining this session. Thank you for organizer for inviting me. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Should I leave now?
Hello, hello, uh,
Hello.
मैडम
Yes. Thank you so much.
कंप्लीट हो गया.
Yes.
हाँ हाँ.
क्रेडिट गोज टू कनिका.
जी.
उन्होंने समय से फिनिश किया, टाइमली फिनिश किया.
हाँ.
Was really wonderful presentation. और I think should I leave now because I have an another engagement.
Yes, yes.
Thank you
So
so much.
thank you,
Thank you so
thank
much,
you,
Professor, for inviting me.
madam, for given an time for this international webinar. And thank you, Dr. Kanika Mondal from Ajmer.
Yes,
Given a nice talk in this webinar
really.
on Mayo College Museum.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, all of you, both of you. Thank you,
Thank you.
madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It was
Thank
a
you,
pleasure
Namaskar.
for me as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar.
Thank you,
Namaskar.
Kedareshwari, ma'am.
Again, I will meet on 13.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
Next, you have invited me also to deliver a
Sure.
lecture on social relevance of museum. Okay.
जी, एक दो दिन के लिए और भी हम समय चाहेंगे उस समय पे
प्लीज
बिल्कुल।
अभी प्लीज अभी आप देख लीजिएगा क्योंकि अभी एडमिशन कमिटीज मेरी चल
अच्छा
रही है
अच्छा।
तो एक बार बात कर लेंगे इफ
हाँ, बात
पॉसिबल
कर
तो
लेंगे।
इफ
हाँ
देर इज कोई थोड़ी भी गुंजाइश होगी तो मैं
हाँ,
जरूर
अभी अभी जस्ट सिंधे साहब की टॉक होने वाली है 2 बजे और ज्ञानेश्वर चौबे जी रहेंगे चेयरपर्सन।
ओके 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 इट इट इज
अभी
वेरी
पहले सिंधे साहब का 13 को था पर वो थोड़ा पहले चाह रहे हैं तो
अच्छा
हम 2 बजे उनका यहाँ मैनेज कर रहे हैं
ठीक है
तो हाँ 1:30 पौने 2 बजे से शुरू करेंगे। और
ठीक है
आज एक और इम्पोर्टेंट टॉक है मैडम उज़्मा रिजवी की मोहनजोदारो पर
ओके
प्राक
अच्छा आज एक्चुअली इंटैक की एक मीटिंग भी है डॉक्टर साहब और चूंकि कल हमारा बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज
उनका
है
जी
तो
उनका
थोड़ा सा
4
मुझे
बजे
उसकी एक्सरसाइजेस वगैरह करनी है तो लेट अस सी
हाँ
अगर
मैं
थोड़ी भी
बता रहा हूँ
गुंजाइश होगी तो आई विल अटेंड
चार
ठीक है
बीस पर उज़्मा रिजवी मैडम की है और ये सिंधे साहब की जो है करीब 2 बजे होगी 2 से 3 जो है सिंधे साहब की है।
सिंधी साहब को तो
और
सुनना बहुत अच्छा
हाँ
लगता है
और
नो
4 राखी गढ़ी पे है।
राखी घड़ी पे
और
होगा
हाँ,
हाँ
yes,
मैंने सुना जी
और
जी
4:20 से उज़्मा रिजवी की मोहनजोदारो पर।
ठीक है देखिए देखती हूँ मैं देखती हूँ ठीक है ओके थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू सो मच नमस्कार
नमस्ते।
Good morning, Dr. Mishra.
वेलकम सर वेलकम सर।
Yeah.
वो नेक्स्ट टॉक चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर एजी पांडुरंगन सर डायरेक्टर former director JNTBGRI Kerala and coordinator Biosphere Reserve Program, Government of India. Our co-chair Dr. Ravi Upadhyay, Professor of Botany, Government PG College, Hoshangabad, Madhya Pradesh, and our eminent speaker Dr. Shiv Bhatt, Conservation Program Director, WWF Nepal. But sir,
Yeah.
welcome. Upadhyay
Yes.
sir, welcome. Dr. Pandurangan sir, welcome. And
Yes.
I am
Thank
requesting
you.
Dr. A.G. Pandurangan sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Shiv Bhatt.
Yeah. Uh, Very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Pandurangan, a former director TBGRI, and I am very happy to chair this session. And I, in fact, congratulate Dr. Mishra and his team for the excellent coordination to bring the field officers, scientists, administrators, policymakers in one platform to discuss about our past heritage and thereby spread awareness on socio-economic and cultural values of our elders and also the vision of their management in environment by protecting wild plant and genetic resources. I am quite very happy and I had invited Dr. Raj Bhatia, today's speaker, and also my co-chair Ravi Ubadhyaya. And before requesting his presentation, I just introduce his the speaker for the audience for the benefit. And Dr. Shivaraj Bhatt is having a very illustrious career in Nepal, particularly in the protected area management. And he had completed his master's in science in natural resource management and sustainable agriculture from Agri University of Norway. And he started his career in 1989 as an assistant warden for Royal Chintan National Park, then rose to chief warden. He was working in Rewa, Langtong, Bardia, and again came back to Chintan National Park and served nearly 2 decades in the government of Nepal in various roles for managing the protected area. And he joined in Worldwide Fund for Nepal regional office in 2010, and serving as overall planning, administration, and monitoring and reporting to the country head in Nepal. He was awarded with Abraham Conservation Award in 1996 and 2004, and honored with National Honor of Gurkha Dakshin Babu by late King Birendra Bir Bikaram Shah Dev in 2000. And the most illustrious in his career is he is recognized by Chief of Army Staff. That is very nice, and very illustrious character service. And also, we are very happy to have such a eminent personality to talk on today's, that is paradigm shift in protected area management of Nepal, a case study of Chintan National Park of Nepal. So I welcome Dr. Shivraj Bhatt, and please present your experience so that we are happy to learn from your mouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Over
so
to
much.
Dr. Bhatia.
Thank you so much, sir. So, respected Chair, Professor Dr. Pandurajan, and Co-Chair Ravi sir, and actually, I'm thankful to Dr. Mishra for coordinating this this whole webinar session. And let me share my screen. Where it's getting difficult. Let me see. It's some problem getting to share my screen.
Dr. Bhatt, first to open your presentation.
Yes, it's open. It's there.
And minimize.
Yeah, it's minimized.
Then go to that bottom of the screen. There will be arrow mark will be there. Present now.
Yes, the present now.
Yeah, open it.
Yes.
And you may be having 3 windows. You can see that.
Yes, entire screen, a window.
Yeah, central one, you open it.
Which one? A window?
There will be 3 windows will be there when you open the present now, that arrow mark. You see your screen, the down there will be a arrow mark, upward. Upward arrow mark is there.
1, 2, 3, 4. It will be the 4th arrow.
I'm just getting 3. Your entire screen, then a window and a tab.
Okay, so say entire screen.
Entire screen, yes.
You can go that way also and share your presentation.
And then open your presentation when the screen is up there.
There. Oops. There's some problem sharing the screen. Okay.
Now open the presentation.
Yeah, again it goes.
It's
wait a minute. If your file is enlarged, then you have to wait a few seconds.
Let me check. It's already there, but
you have to share it. Then only it will. Everybody can see.
And then slide presentation start.
Yeah, please say it.
No, not there, not there. Not at stop sharing, sir. Keep your presentation open, sir. Don't
Yes,
minimize.
it's open there. Okay,
There.
without minimizing, I'll keep it there and then
Yeah, please. That would be easier job.
share.
Yep.
Mhm. Sorry for the delay. I will try to call my IT.
Dr. Shubhat?
Yes, please. I am trying.
Yeah.
I
No,
cannot share. I'm still trying.
You did all the steps correct, doctor. Only thing is when you click on stop sharing. Don't
yeah,
click.
you don't click stop sharing. Yeah, that's right.
Sharing should be always on.
Yeah, you wait for a few seconds. Wait.
Okay.
Okay. Now go to your presentation.
Yes, it has
Yes.
come.
Is it
Okay.
there?
Yeah,
Yes.
it
Yes,
is
yes.
there. You can enlarge it also. Yeah. Yeah, now
Yeah,
it is
please.
okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry for the delay. So
Doesn't matter.
this
It's
is
very nice.
actually not any research based presentation. So just I will go through how the protected area system evolved in Nepal over the time, and I will give a few specific example related to Chitor National Park. So uh, this is a map of Nepal. We are very much familiar, I think. So it's we have a trans-border cooperation with India also, and also our northern part is linked with China, and the protected area system in Nepal actually evolved in early 70s.
Baki
So
sir.
so it
Hello.
started from species
गौतम
conservation.
मिश्रा फ्रॉम इंडिया. हाँ नमस्ते. भट्ट साहब का लेक्चर शुरू हो रहा है.
Oh, excuse me, Dr.
You
Mishra, please mute your.
हाँ
Mute
सर.
your. Yeah.
Google link is same as
But sir, we can't hear you. You have to be louder.
No, 1 minute. Dr. Mishra, you mute your phone. Mute your.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Shubhat, please go ahead.
Okay, so started from species conservation work actually to conserve tiger, rhino, and elephant. And the first project in Nepal was again for the species Smithsonian Tiger Ecology Project, which provided an opportunity to explore about tiger, its habitat, its behavior for diverse, natural and global scientists to come in Chiton and study tiger. And then in early 80s, then we believe that we should have communities in conservation also. So integrated conservation and development project were identified, and then conservation area were created, starting from Annapurna conservation area up in the mountains, and gradually to get benefit of the conservation, buffer zone management was created, and the act was amended to include the provision of buffer zone. Sorry, why my slides are moving? And then currently we are actually in the landscape level of conservation approach. And in buffer zone, we have a specific provision in Nepal that 30 to 50% of the protected area revenue will be channeled back for the buffer zone management. That's one thing, revenue sharing mechanism. And another is the buffer forest of the buffer zone has been handed over to the communities as a buffer zone community forest, so they can use, manage, and get economic benefit from the forest themselves. So 100% of the revenue of the community forest of the buffer zone will be managed by local communities themselves. And if we look at the protected area category of Nepal, we have management wise, we have three different categories of management. One is the government managed protected areas, another NGO managed protected areas. These are, of course, government ownership of all protected areas, but for management, they have been handed over to the to the NGOs. Again, there is one conservation area which is managed by the community, so it's already handed over to the communities for its management. And in government managed protected area also, we have few protected area, most of the protected areas with Nepal Army for protection, and there are few without armies. And in buffer zone or outside buffer zone, in critical corridors, these corridors that are linking to protected areas of India or east towards protected areas of Nepal, several community-based institutions have been formed, and these are very legal institutions. They are formed either in buffer zone management modality or community forest modalities. So they are registered, formed, strengthened, and they are mobilized. There's a community-based anti-poaching unit who look after the wildlife crime, at least awareness and information sharing. Then eco clubs in the schools, community forest users groups, community forest coordination committees, and buffer zone communities. So these several community-based organizations, they contribute for the conservation. And youth engagement is another key area that the youths are contributing in the one of this example. One of the retired army general killed a deer, so the whole community were able to caught him and hand over to the national park authorities. And the guns also, they were they mobilized community to hand over all the guns to the government. So the youth engagement is also is very meaningful in terms of conservation. And gradually from strict protected area system, the government have reached to have collaboration with several agencies: Nepal Army, Nepal Police, all the government agencies, local NGOs, community-based organizations, and the conservation partners like WWF, judicial bodies. All they should be uh, act in a collaborated way so that conservation targets can be achieved. And we have a very good trans-border cooperation with India and China also. With China, MOU has been signed. With India, resolution was signed, and recently both the governments, parliament, and the foreign ministries have approved the MOU, and hopefully MOU between Nepal and India will also be signed in the next few months. And at the local level also, there is very good coordination and cooperation with India, national parks of India and Nepal, so that in one of the incident, tiger was colored in India. The colored tiger came to Nepal. Then joint team from India and Nepal were able to color that tiger. You can see in the map. And same where joint patrolling also is going on the ground, and the communities of either side also are getting learning from each other. So this cooperation, transborder cooperation, is at different level, at the government level, at the community level, and at NGO level also. And this is one of the example of transborder cooperation. 11 rhinos were washed, during the flood. 11 rhinos were washed to Balmiki Tiger Reserve of India from Chitor National Park, Nepal. So joint team of Nepal and India, they were able to capture all the 11 rhinos and bring back to Nepal. And Chitor National Park, as I mentioned, is a World Heritage Site, and this has been now source for different animals. Breeding center of Gharial crocodile. So now Chiton is able to provide gharials to different river system of Nepal, and it's also contributing to some of the rivers in India, because they are, they usually, cross the border, and even during the flood they are washed away. So that has also increased some of the population in India also, and also different river system of Nepal. Similarly, Chiton have a elephant breeding center also. So the elephant actually being used for domestic purpose by the park authorities. The breeding center is providing new elephants. And for rhino also, Chiton was only the rhino site in Nepal. So rhinos were translocated from Chiton to uh, Western Park in Bardia National Park, and then Suklafata Wildlife National Park, and also long back 4 rhinos were provided to Dudhwa National Park of India also. So this way, Chiton is providing different species to different national parks of Nepal. And if we look at, as a result of, as I mentioned, the participatory conservation, collaborative efforts, the Chitor National Park was established when rhino population was around 100. So now, because of all these collaborative efforts and people-centered approach, the rhino population has increased to 694 in 2021. Same with the tiger also. Tiger population in Chitor is also increasing. And because of all these rhinos, tigers, the tourist number visiting protected areas of Nepal, almost 27% of tourists visit in Chiton. Same as the revenue of the total, out of the total revenue of the national park in Nepal, almost 40% is earned by Chiton National Park. So Chiton National Park is contributing revenue, and also because to serve for the tourists, there are thousands of hotel lodges, homestays. So that's providing employment opportunities and also income generation opportunities to local residents. And also, out of the 50% revenue, as I mentioned, 50% revenue goes for the buffer zone management. So the buffer zone communities use these resources for diverse income generation activities. So they can use forest resources of the buffer zone in a sustainable manner, and also promote tourism in their villages, and homestay tourism is getting quite popular in these areas. And also the 50% revenue is also providing awareness program to local students, local residents. So the conservation awareness education is also quite good around buffer zone and in corridors. Same for community developments also, the national park is contributing lot from out of its revenue generated by primarily by the tourism for different development activities of the local people, and also some of the conservation activities or human wildlife conflict mitigation activities. These are some of the trenches, some fences, and watchtowers. These are also being constructed in these areas, and wetland, grassland improvement in buffer zone, particularly habitat improvement in buffer zone, also is being done out of the 50% revenue generated from the national parks. And tourism promotion in different community forest areas, local communities are promoting tourism. And Chiton also destroyed all the wildlife parts of Nepal back in 2014 to give global message that the wildlife is valuable when it's live, but the wildlife parts are useless. So that's all the stockpile were burned to give a global message that they are useless. And during the course, it Chief Warden used to be work as a judge. So Chief Warden has the authority to for 15 years imprisonment for crime, serious crimes for rhino poaching, tiger poaching. But after 2014, this provision has been changed. So now Chief Warden can only be act as a judge for any crime that under 1 year imprisonment. For rest of the cases, the case has to be filed in district court. So this unique provision of Nepal has been changed now. And finally, thank you very much. And Nepal is trying to balance, species or conservation and local communities in all of its work. So with this, I conclude my presentation, and now for your inputs or queries, the floor is open. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Raj Bhatt. Very nice and very, what do you call it? Very summarized your presentation. So you have very well explained about the wildlife resource of Chintan National Park, and also your experience in translocating the larger carnivores, particularly tigers and gharials and other rhinoceros and elephants. And particularly the rhinoceros are from 100 to 600 now. That is, population has increased. That shows your people and your government's commitment to conserve the wild animals, and particularly why that. And also very interesting is you are promoting the ecotourism in these national parks, and almost 27% of the tourists when compared to entire PAs are visiting to Chintan, and also the 39% of the total earnings comes from this one national park. That's very good, and very most important is I could see that 50% of the earning goes to awareness campaign. That's very nice, because people has to realize the survival of our own species depending upon the survival of plants and animals. That's very important, and quite happy. And I request my co-chair, Mr. Ravi Ubadhyaya, to offer his remarks and conclude. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
To Ravi Ubadhyaya. Still you are in.
Can I ask something? Can I ask something?
Yeah, please. Please talk.
See, there was a forest clearance on UP border near Bayrach district. Was there any adverse effect on wildlife of Nepal during that period? That was for settlement of people of Nepal.
Near Bayrach, we have Sukla Phata National Park. And
No, I think that was on Bayrach border, UP of India.
Okay, barrage. Then we have in bordering area of barrage, we don't have any national park. Rather, a distance away we have a Baki National Park, recently established in 2010, new national park.
Yeah, any other questions from the audience?
One query is from my side is
Yeah,
that
please.
you have very well explained the conservation measures. I want to just know how the community is managing the conservation area in your Chitwan National Park. What are the communities doing there? Or
Well, in Chittor National Park, the buffer zone community have formed the buffer zone institutions at the three tier. They have buffer zone users group, then buffer zone management users committees, and at the apex there is one buffer zone management committee which actually decides the revenue received from the park. The 50% revenue they allocate to each buffer zone management committees.
Yes.
And the buffer zone management committees, they manage forest of the buffer zone themselves, and they also mobilize the 50% of the revenue received for the buffer zone development.
so there is a benefit sharing between the community?
Yes, there is benefit sharing.
Benefit sharing is there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So first of all, I want to thank Dr. Skand Mishra for coordinating such a beautiful series of lectures, and he is coordinating since I think 1 year. Different series of lectures he has coordinated, and bringing international scientists, policymakers at one platform. It is a very, I must say, it is a new procedure, and it is benefiting our students as well as the community in India also.
Yes.
And secondly, I must thank Mr. Shiv Bhatt, who has very well explained his lecture, and we were able to know how about the Chitwan National Park. It's good to hear that they are conserving, they are having breeding grounds for crocodiles, gharials, elephants, rhinos, and tigers. I remember when I was young, 40 years back, I used to see some stamps from Nepal on which Chitwan National Park was there, and they used to show the tigers on that. So we came to know about the Chitwan National Park 40 years back, but now I am very much happy that it is such a large park, and they are conserving about 600 of rhinos. These rhinos are, I must say, they are very few in India. So if you are conserving so many rhinos, it is a very great deal, I must say. And being a WWF coordinator and director,
Yes.
so it is a great part from Shiv Bhatt that he is doing a very well work and coordinating with the ministry, army, policemen, and even the community to manage such a big national park. And they are doing joint programs with India and China also for conserving this national park. So I must thank for a very beautiful lecture and very informative and comprehensive. You have explained all the things in a concise manner. So very great thing to hear. And Dr. and Chairperson also, I must say namaskaram and my regards to all the participants. Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Shiv Bhatt, how many biospheres are there right now in Nepal?
Actually, we do not have biosphere reserve in Nepal.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I think we don't have legal provision for biosphere reserve. Maybe in future.
Okay. Because NPs and protected areas are there right now.
Yeah, national
Very
park,
nice.
wildlife
This is a
reserve.
World Heritage Site, I think so. This is a World Heritage Site, no? Chitwan National Park?
Yes, Chitwan is World Heritage Site.
National Park.
It's national park. Yeah.
See, normally biosphere reserve will actually extend 2-3 national parks and together and manage for a better and with the more objective is to develop a rational relationship between human and the environment. That's the most concept of the biosphere reserve. But still, you are following some of the principles of the buffer zone management. with the local people harvesting the resources, particularly NWFPs and other their livelihood requirements, and 50% goes to them for managing. That is one of the best policy that can in fact encourage the local people to save their own resources. That's one thing is good. So please continue with your effort in with support of the WWF Nepal, and we look forward a great future for conserving our genetic resources. With this, I think Ravi Ubadaya, can you propose the thanks to him, or already you have completed?
I propose a thanks to all, Mr. First, Mr. Bhatt and all, and you also, sir, for sparing your time, and
Yes.
Dr. Skand Mishra and all the participants to hear this.
Yeah, this is we should all
Nice
thank
talking to you.
for the Dr. Mishra. You are sitting in Madhya Pradesh, I am in Trivandrum, and the speaker is from Nepal. So yesterday also, all these 3 days, the people speakers from entire Southeast Asian countries we are bring together. That is one of the nice, and thank you, Dr. Rewa, for your effort. And
Thank you, sir.
our speaker is concluded his speech, and now over to Mr. Mishra. Dr. Mishra, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Over to Mishra for
Ah,
taking up the next session. Thank you.
ah,
Have
Thank
a
you,
great
sir.
day, Dr. Bhatt.
hi. Welcome. Thank you, Dr. Shiv Bhatt, and given a nice talk in this webinar series. Dr. Pandurangan sir, given time for chair the session, and Dr. Ravi Upadhyay as a co-chair. Thank you, all of you, sir. Actually, session some earlier, so I am requested to Ravi Upadhyay, sir.
Yes,
Please
sir.
give talk some Pachmadi Bioreserve as a lecture. As a lecture.
Sure.
It's quite from Pachmadi area. So,
Thank you, sir.
yes, sir.
Thank you very, very much, sir, and giving me some small opportunity to speak about my area. I belong to
Yes.
Pachmani, and I am a professor in a Government Narmada PG College now in Hoshangabad. Now it is Narmadapuram. So recently, Pachmani has been declared as Pachmani Biosphere Reserve, and we have a very beautiful landscape in Pachmani. It is also known as Botanical Paradise
Yes.
because we have all type of plants. Many of them are endemic, and rare plants also are found in Pachmani. And specifically speaking, I must say, we have in Pachmani Biosphere, we have Psilotum and many tree ferns which are mostly found in Northeast or Western Ghats. So in Central India, we have tree ferns in Pachmani. So and we have many species which are common to Western Ghat as well as Northeast India. So people call it as a bridge between the two hotspots of India, that is Western Ghats and Northeast India. So Pachmani is a good place, I must say, paradise for every botanist who must visit Pachmani. But apart from the botanist paradise, we have different types of animals and birds, and it is a biodiversity rich area also. In this area, we have it is a Satpura Tiger Reserve. In this Satpura Tiger Reserve, we are conserving tigers, as well as now in Bori, we are conserving Barasingas also, which have been brought from, I must say, Kanha. And from Kanha, several Barasingas have been released from the captive areas to the Biosphere Reserve. So now we have the old habitat of Barasinga, not only in Kanha, but also in Pachmari Satpura Reserve. So we can visit, we can see the Barasingas as well as Sambas. We have a good herbivorous fauna. Herbivores like we have Sambar, deer, cheetal, black bucks, chausinga, and even barking deer. And in carnivores also we have a rich diversity, and mostly I must say in ungulates we have different types of squirrels. We have 3 types or 4 types of squirrels here. Two are larger one. One is giant squirrel, Tartufa indica centralis, and one is you must say flying squirrel. So flying squirrel as well as giant squirrel are found in Pachmadi area. Apart from this, we have 2 common squirrels also, and we have tree shrews, which look like a squirrel, but it lives on the trees. So some endemic species are found in our area, and 3 endemic plants, I must say. One is Ficus capulata. It is endemic to Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve, or now we have few saplings are seen in Chandwada also. Second one is Jasminum brevipetulatum, and third one is Alsophila balkrishnai. These 3 plants are endemic to Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve. So if you want to see Pachmadi Bar, now we are going to establish a tiger safari in Pachmadi. So tourists coming here, the revenue collected from the tourists is very, very high, and yearly about 4 lakh tourist visits this Pachmadi area, or ecotourism is promoted in this area also. And now we have the tourist influx is so high that we have to open several gates in Satpura Tiger Reserve, and we have to open several. Previously, there was only 2 gates for tourists in Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve. One was in Madhai, and second was one in Churna. But now we have opened 2 more gates. Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve is also having a great vast wetland also in this area. So there is there we find several migratory birds coming in this area. Among these migratory birds, we find several duck species and several species of those birds which are rare, or I must say there are 150 migratory species which visit every year from the month of November to February. So these months are very productive for ecotourism and those who are from the bird watching. And we have about 100 species of butterflies and moths. And interestingly, we have some 8 to 9 species of insectivorous plants. So seeing this Pachmadi area is very productive, and we call it as botanist paradise. I must call it as a biodiversity paradise also, because we have large population of leopards and bears also in Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve. So most of the animals and plants you can see at one place, and that is Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve. So I must welcome you if you all want to visit this Pachmadi Biosphere Reserve. Thank you very much for giving me some few minutes to speak about Pachmadi. We also have about 35 species of orchids. Orchids are previously reported from Western Ghats or Northeast India. Now in Central India, in Pachmadi, we have different species of orchids. There are two places in Madhya Pradesh. One is Amarkantak, and second one is Pachmadi. So in these 2 places, we find a good diversity of orchids. But Pachmadi, we have documented about 35 to 40 species of orchids, and most of them are terrestrial. And out of these terrestrial orchids, several orchids are for use in traditional medicines also. So, and in pteridophytes, we have about 105 species of pteridophytes. And NBRI has done very good. Dr. Upreti has collected about 105 species of lichens and reported lichens. And Dr. Viren Nath has reported about 150 species of bryophytes from this area. So this is a good area to have all the forms of life forms you can see in this area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Upadhyay, about the Pachmadi. And now, next session.
Dr. Chairperson is saying something. I couldn't hear, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Dr. Pandurangan, sir, please.
I couldn't hear, sir.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute your mic, sir. Your mic is mute.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me a very, comprehensive about the flora and fauna of the Pachmari. I have visited thrice your Pachmari Biosphere Reserve.
Thank
Via
you, sir.
Pipriya. Probably you may be there at the Pipriya, via
Yes,
Pipriya.
I was in Pipriya.
Yeah, along with ministry officials and one Mr. Singh from YEPCO.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is
yeah.
Environmental
RP Singh, Dr.
Protection
RP Singh.
Organization, yeah,
Dr.
BHOPAL.
RP Singh.
He
Yes,
stayed
sir.
there.
RP Singh, sir.
Dr.
Yeah,
RP Singh, sir.
Singh, yeah.
Yes.
And this your flora of is because in central India upland is connecting with Amarkantak also. That is also declared a part of now
Yes, sir.
Biosphere Reserve, and it is very unique. And
Both are.
yeah, it's, once at least a botanist should visit that area and see the what you call the botanical richness. Yeah, that is really good. I went to your sunset area also. That sunset point is there.
Thank you, sir.
It was very nice, and we could able to RP Singh and other. We spent for nearly, we were together in the ministry working for Biosphere program. So I had the opportunity to stay there for at least 3 to 4 days for every visit, and we could see the what do you call the distinctiveness of the flora,
Yes,
and also, as you pointed out, there is a certain floral elements both the eastern and western Ghats. This also
Yes.
can be seen. Very nice, and thank you. And if you come down to South or Trivandrum, you are most welcome to have a
Yes, sir.
botanical discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pandurangan.
Yes.
So Amarkantak is our area, sir.
Yes.
Near to Rewa, Amarkantak.
Rewa.
Yes, sir.
Amarkantak.
Yes, sir. And 3 national park, Bandhavgarh National Park, Sanjay Tiger, and Panna Tiger.
Yes.
Near to Rewa, sir. This place. So thank you, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, sir, for given time and chair the session, and Dr. Ravi Upadhyay, sir, co-chair the session, and given a brief comment on Pachmari Biosphere Reserve, and Dr. Shiv Bhatt, sir, for Chitwan National Park, Nepal. Thank you, all of you, sir. Thank you. Okay. So, next session, speaker, Dr. Abdul Hamid, sir. Dr. Abdul Hamid, sir. Welcome, Hamid Saab. Chairperson, Dr. Suraj Pandit, sir, Department of Ancient Culture and Buddhist Studies, Saithe College, Mumbai. Co-chairperson, Dr. Rashid Ali, Visiting Lecturer, Department of Archaeology, Shah Abdul.
I am having problem in sharing my presentation. I've also shared the same in PDF with you. If you can let me try first. If I'm not able, then you may share the presentation from there.
Okay. No? मेल कर दिया है आपने सर?
व्हाट्सएप पे आपको शेयर किया आपके साथ.
Okay.
व्हाट्सएप. यस.
टुडे व्हेन सर? कब किया आपने?
अभी किया, जस्ट नाउ.
ओके. हेलो, उपाध्याय सर,
जी सर बोलिए।
थोड़ा इनको गाइड करें, अब्दुल जी को
ओके
प्रेजेंटेशन शेयर करने के लिए।
ओके
आ गया सर, आ गया उनका। उनको उन्होंने कई सारी फाइल खोल रखी है, आपने बहुत सारे वो
हाँ।
तो कम कर खोल रखा है।
लेट ओके ओके
स्क्रीन इन स्क्रीन बंद
मैं
करिए,
दोबारा
एक स्क्रीन पे आइएगा, किसी एक को क्लिक करिएगा।
देखा हमारे मार्ग।
if you can just guide me how to share my presentation.
मिश्रा सर, आप वहां से अपनी तरफ से शेयर कर दीजिए सर।
अभी मंगाया है सर हमने, जस्ट ले रहे हैं, हम पेन ड्राइव में ले रहे हैं।
जी सर, वहां से शेयर कर देंगे तो
अच्छा
इजी।
हाँ,
अच्छा
तब तक देखिए, शायद कर लेंगे। थोड़ा सा बताएं कैसे करें।
हाँ हाँ ये जो ऑप्शन है नीचे प्रेजेंट नाउ, सो इस पे क्लिक करना है या दूसरे जो 3 डॉट हैं इस पे जाके कोई ऑप्शन
प्रेजेंट पे जाइए, स्क्रीन शेयर पे जाइए सर।
प्रेजेंट नाउ, यहाँ पे 3-4 ऑप्शंस आते हैं सर। योर एंटायर स्क्रीन, ए विंडो, ए टैब।
योर एंटायर स्क्रीन,
योर एंटायर स्क्रीन पे क्लिक करते हैं तो ये जो स्क्रीन मेरे सामने है यही नजर आ रहा है इसमें।
अब उसमें अपना पीपीटी खोलिएगा।
जी जी सर,
अपना पीपीटी खोलिएगा।
पीपीटी खोलिए।
अच्छा वो खुल गया सर।
उस पर क्लिक करिएगा, उसको इनलार्ज कर दीजिएगा।
वो कर दिया, लेकिन अब ये मेरे ख्याल से आपको
हाँ, हमें
नजर आ रहा है कि नहीं?
विजिबल नहीं हुआ अभी।
इज इट विजिबल?
नहीं सर, अभी नहीं हुआ।
अच्छा, तो ये मसला है।
फिर से बंद करके करिएगा, एक बार फिर से ऑफ करके ऑन करिए।
दोबारा से
दोबारा से करके देखिए।
ठीक है। प्रेजेंटेशन या मुकम्मल ऑफ करके दोबारा लिंक पे क्लिक करूं?
जी सर, जी सर।
अच्छा
यहां से प्रेजेंट करवा रहा हूं अब्दुल साहब। अनम्यूट योर सेल्फ। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही अब्दुल सर। अनम्यूट योर
ओके,
सेल्फ।
थैंक यू सर। ओके
हम
ओके,
यहाँ से करा रहे हैं प्रेजेंट।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। सो स्टिल आई एम हैविंग प्रॉब्लम। Oh,
ड्राइंग पहले वीडियो ऑन करेंगे या फिर लिखा हुआ कि प्रेजेंट नाउ पे आप क्लिक करें।
आपका वो नहीं आ पा रहा है अब्दुल साहब। हाँ, अब इसको हम प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं यहीं से।
option.
अभी चेयरपर्सन है नहीं, तो अभी शुरू कर देते हैं, फिर आ जाएंगे तो वो सीवी प्रेजेंट करेंगे। दिखाई दे रहा आपको अब्दुल साहब?
दिख रहा है सर, दिख रहा है, स्क्रीन बहुत बढ़िया दिख रही है।
जी,
ये भी ले जाओ, ये भी ले जाओ।
Yes, it is clear now.
यस सर, अब्दुल सर शुरू करें।
Okay, so thank you so very much. Especially, I congratulate Professor Kumar Mishra for holding such a wonderful webinar and giving us opportunities to share our latest research with other scholars and learn so many things from our colleagues from India and across the world. So thank you very much once again. So today I'll be talking more about Texla, specifically as a Buddhist site where I have been conducting excavation for many years. So the title of my talk is an overview of archaeological discoveries from Bamala, Texla, Pakistan, with special reference to the origin and dissemination of monumental parinirvana. So before starting my presentation, I would like to thank all the individuals and institutions who supported me in one way or the other to accomplish this important task. So you can see the names of those institutions and individuals on the screen. If you can just go next to the next slide, please, sir. So Texla or ancient Takshashila, we know that located at the junction of the three major trade routes from Western Asia, from mainland India, and from Central Asia, Texla has enjoyed a unique strategic position since ancient time. So it was also connected with Persian Gulf, Red Sea, and Arabian Sea via this Indus River. And because of its unique strategic position, the region was conquered and incorporated into empires of successive foreign invaders. And in the process, it was destroyed and rebuilt again and again. So as far as this Texla region is concerned, so the nomenclature of this region is, it varies. So there are different names or ancient names that have been used by different scholars for this Texla region. So in Vayu Puran, it is mentioned as Takshashila. It is mentioned as a beautiful and well-known city for consecration of, Taksha, the serpent, the prince of the serpent tribe. It is also mentioned by the Chinese pilgrims as Polo Sha Polo, while the Muslim historian Al-Biruni, he has mentioned this region as Marikala. Means the Marikala is a Persian word. Mar in Persian it is used for snake, and Kala means fort. So there are other different names which have been used by different historians and different travelers for the same region, which is now we say Texla. So we see this particular map, it shows the importance of Texla, especially this is the map of the 3rd century CE, that how Texla, it was connected with the rest of the region, especially with Central Asia, Western Asia, China, and India, as well as via these sea routes, it was connected with, Red Sea and Persian Gulf and other regions. Next slide, please, sir. Please go to the next slide, sir.
आपके स्क्रीन में नहीं आ पा रही क्या अब्दुल सर? हेलो,
स्क्रीन को पिन कर लेंगे तो आ जाएगी सर।
अब्दुल साहब आपके स्क्रीन में नहीं आ पा रही क्या सेकंड स्लाइड?
You should unmute. You should unmute.
Yes, I'm still waiting. It's not visible on screen.
तो आ रही सर, कौन से नंबर पहले? हाँ, जो अब्दुल साहब स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही है क्या? हेलो, हाँ, हेलो अब्दुल सर, आवाज आ रही है हमारी? हेलो,
Online presentation.
Abdul, mic is muted.
Okay, see, I'm still waiting for the next slide.
आप एक बार बंद करिए अपने को, यहाँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड है यहाँ पे सर। हेलो अब्दुल सर, हेलो, Hello, Abdul sir. हाँ अब्दुल सर, क्या बात है? स्क्रीन तो हम यहाँ से दे रहे हैं, एक बार बंद करके फिर चालू करिए अपना सिस्टम। हाँ, और नहीं, हाँ आप एक बार बंद करके फिर करिए। हम स्क्रीन शेयर किए हुए हैं, आपका अंगली स्क्रीन है वो तीसरे नंबर की। हाँ, तीसरे नंबर की स्लाइड हम लगाए हुए हैं जी, वो स्क्रीन पे है। नहीं,
Mr.
एक
His mic is mute.
हाँ, हाँ सर, वो एक बार सिस्टम को बंद करके फिर शुरू कर रहे हैं, अभी स्क्रीन नहीं नजर आ रही।
Okay, thank you so very much for your patience. So there was connectivity issue. I was not able to see the screen, so it's now very much visible. So thank you for your help, Mishra Saab. So this is the third slide, I think so. Spread of Buddhism in Gandhara under the Mauryans. As we know that Buddhism, it remained confined to Nepal and India till the arrival of the Mauryans into the scene. So it was Ashok who, after his conversion, started spreading this dharma outside the Indian region. So in Gandhara, it reached under the Mauryan, especially under the Ashok, as well as in Kashmir and in the Ceylon region of this present Sri Lanka. So Buddhism reached these regions during the reign of Ashok, as we see the evidences in the form of the Buddhist stupas and in the form of the rock edicts reported from different parts of this Gandhara region and Afghanistan and some other parts of the subcontinent. So these are the evidences of the Mauryans. The first one, it shows the Dharmarajika stupa, which is considered to be one of the earliest stupa which was erected by Ashok after redistributing the relics of Buddha into 84,000 parts, and there are three other stupas which in Gandhara region, which are assigned to the Ashokan era, which include Budkala 1 in Sawat. We have Jamalgadi stupa in Mardan district of the Kepi province, and we have the Mankiala stupa. According to some of the scholars, it may be placed to the same era as well. So then, apart from these Buddhist stupa, we have the rock edicts reported from Shahbazgari in district Mardan and Mansehra region, which is very near to our Hazara University, which is located on the Karakoram highway. So these are the evidences of the Mauryan era, that how Buddhism reached Gandhara during the reign of the Mauryan king Ashok. Next slide, please, sir. And these are some of the stupas that I've just mentioned, which are assigned to the Mauryan time. So these include Butkaravan, Jamalgadi, Dharmarajika, Mankiala, and in the middle you see Bhamala stupa, which was of later period, but we'll be focusing more on Bhamala side today. Next slide, please. Okay. Buddhism under the Indo-Greeks and Kushan. So we see that after the Mauryans, so it were the Indo-Greeks who came into power in this northern part of India, the present Pakistan, and who were then followed by the Scythians and Parthians and then the Kushans. So who patronized this Buddhist Dharma. And then development of Buddhist art and architecture, emergence of Mahayana Buddhism, and spread of Dharma outside the subcontinent. Specifically, when we talk about the Kushan period, it is considered to be the golden era here in Gandhara. Area is very, rich in terms of natural beauty as well as in terms of archaeological sites. So you can see that it is surrounded by this water from the three direction, and also it is surrounded by these lush green mountains all around. So it is presenting a panoramic view. So that is why it was most probably due to its rich resources and accessibility. So this spot was, selected by the Buddhists to establish this important Buddhist stupa and monastic establishment. So, and this important site is also surrounded by many other Buddhist sites, along this water reservoir or along the Haro River. We find so many monasteries and stupa sites, which have been reported and documented by many scholars. Next, please. So this is the map of this Bhamala site. So it is a bit away from the rest of the monuments, of the major monuments in Texla region. So it was most probably the first halting place for the travelers going from Texla to Kashmir region, using these two major passes, mountain passes. They could reach, Kashmir via Muzaffarabad or via Bagh, district, and then move on towards Baramulla and other parts of the Kashmir region. So next slide, please. So this is another closer view of Bhamala Buddhist site. You can see, so this is the Bhamala village, and then these are the Buddhist remains, the monastery area, and towards the west we have this stupa, and then the rest of the structures which we have recently explored and excavated at this particular site. Next slide, please. So due to its architectural, historical, and religious significance, so this particular site was inscribed on the World Heritage List of UNESCO in 1980, along with other Buddhist and other monuments of Texla region, based on criteria 2 and 3 of the UNESCO. So this is an aerial view of the site. You can see the monastic establishment on the eastern side of the this particular site, and then we have this cruciform of step cross stupa, and then this area was excavated under my direct supervision. I'll be sharing these discoveries with you today. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, so archaeological investigation at Bamala, as far as the previous investigations carried out at this site are concerned, so this particular site was for the first time discovered and excavated by Sir John Marshall in 1930 and 31. So then after almost 8 decades, so no further excavations or explorations were carried out at this particular site until 2012 and 13, when excavation at this particular site was resumed by the Department of Archaeology, Hazara University, Mansehra, in collaboration with the Department of Anthropology, University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA, and the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. And then later on, we also we continued these activities in 2014, 15, and 15, 16. And this time it was these activities were sponsored by the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of KP, and it was carried out by our team under my supervision from this Hazara University, Mansehra. Next slide, please.
हाँ सर, थोड़ा लाइट गोल हो गई थी, अब्दुल साहब आ रहा है। हाँ, अब्दुल जी, हेलो। जा रहा हूँ। यस सर। हेलो, हमारी आवाज आ रही है अब्दुल साहब?
तो वो से नहीं चल रही है।
उपाध्याय जी, हमारी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो।
हाँ
आपकी
सर, आ
आवाज
रही है,
आ
आपकी
रही है,
आवाज आ रही है,
अब्दुल has left.
आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
जी।
Now Abdul has
हाँ,
joined.
फोन कर दीजिए आप।
हाँ, लगाए हुए। हाँ अब्दुल साहब, हाँ हमने दे दिया है स्क्रीन। हाँ, वो लाइट गोल हो गई थी इस वजह से। आप जुड़िए। हाँ।
Okay, so once again, really sorry for the inconvenience. So we were talking about the previous archaeological investigations at the site of Bamala, and then the site, the excavations which were carried out by Sir John Marshall at Bamala site revealed the main stupa, which is step cross or cruciform provided with staircases from four sides, one at each cardinal direction, and the four sides of the main stupa are approximately aligned with cardinal directions. And this particular cruciform stupa, which is the best preserved of its type in the entire Gandhara region, it is surrounded by subsidiary stupas, which are 19 in numbers. And these were also exposed during the archaeological excavations carried out at the site by Sir John Marshall. And then the monastic establishment located to the eastern side of this Bamala, it was partially excavated by Sir John Marshall. And then the western part of the site I'll be talking about more, which was the focus of our field investigation. So a large room on the west and additional mounded ruins to the west were not excavated by Marshall. If you can go next, sir, to the next slide, please. So this particular stupa, we were talking about the cruciform stupa. It was provided with floor level paved with tiles which were decorated with swastika and some other floral and geometrical designs you can see on the screen. And this stupa is also adorned with stucco sculptures, mostly individual figures of seated Buddha. And one of the panels that was reported from this that was attached to this stupa, which was reported by Marshall, it also presents the death scene of Buddha, or the Mahaparinirvana scene. Next slide, please. So 2013, we carried out excavation at this particular site in collaboration with the University of Wisconsin, and there were some Indian colleagues from MS University Baroda who also joined us at this site during this particular excavation. So you can see our team members and the collaborators, they are busy in doing pre-exploration excavation work at the site back in 2013. Next slide, please. So this is the western part of the Bhamala site, which was not excavated by Sir John Marshall. Rather, in his report, he mentions that I cannot justify the expenses of the excavation by excavating this western part of Bamala site, but our excavation here proved to be the most interesting. Next slide, please. So this is another view of the western part of the site where we carried out excavation. This area was left intact by, Sir John Marshall, although it was not intact, rather it was partially disturbed by the illegal diggers at the site. So that might have been one of the reasons that why Sir John Marshall did not consider this part suitable for excavation at that time. Next slide, please. And then these are some of the photographs, initial clear in front of the Kanjur wall, and documentation of the fallen wall fragments. So this was a long chamber, and access to this chamber was provided from the eastern side. So inside this long chamber, we found a wall which was made of Kanjur stone. It's a type of porous stone which is soft to carve. So mostly we find such type of stone in the stupa architecture, specifically the pillars and pilasters were made of this stone due to its flexibility, as it was easy to carve. So these are the Kanjur fragments that we found during the process of our excavations at this particular site. Next slide, please. And then another photograph showing the fallen plaster wall fragments and Kanjur stone pieces under the fallen fragment from erosion and looting. And then fallen Kanjur blocks from the Kanjur wall and fragments of terracotta images which were also reported. So this is another view of the long chamber that was the focus of our investigation at the site. Next slide, please. Okay, so this Kanjur wall was, in fact, a 14-meter, long statue of Buddha representing Mahaparinirvana with terracotta images around the wall, and the whole structure was badly looted and destroyed. But we were able to, expose the lower foot and some parts of the upper leg of Buddha and some body parts which were very much clear. So these are this is the lower foot, and the upper foot is somehow partially missing. You can see the other fragments. So actually this 14-meter statue is placed on a stone platform. You can see it's a long platform which measures around about 15-meter in length, and then this statue itself, it measures around about 14-meter in length. But it was damaged due to illegal activities and looting at the site, and partially because of the fallen debris of the this chamber. So that also caused damage to this statue. Next, so this is another view that how slowly and gradually we revealed this platform on which the fragments of these statues you can see here. Next slide, please. So this is a Mahaparinirvana chamber. After excavation, you can see this is the chamber which we were talking about, and inside this chamber, so there is a long stone wall that accommodates the death scene of Buddha, which is in conjured stone. You can see these are the intact parts of this particular statue, and the head along with the body parts they were found missing, and we found the fragments just below this platform on the floor level. Next slide, please. Okay, so after clearing the upper rubble and western room, revealed a niche, uh, a rich deposit of fired terracotta images that had been, damaged when the complex was originally looted and destroyed. Heads lying on the floor were also recovered from this particular. So inside this particular chamber, not only the monumental statue of Buddha presenting Mahaparinirvan was reported, but along with this statue, we also found terracotta sculptures that you can see on the screen, including heads and torso and other parts of the terracotta sculptures. Next slide, please. So these are the terracotta sculptures still stuck to the wall of this chamber where they had originally been attached. So these photographs were taken in 2014-15 during the excavation. So as we see in the smaller panels that how this Mahaparinirvana is presented, we see the mourning figures, the monks like Subhadra and Ananda, along with the dead body and Mahakashyapa. So these are some of the important figures that we see whenever this Nirvana it is represented either in stone or any other material. So next slide, please. Next slide, sir. Okay. If you can go to the next slide, sir. It's not on the screen. Ignorant. If you can go to the next slide, sir.
सर नेक्स्ट हो गया है
Yes, it's not visible on the screen.
बट सर यहाँ से तो हो गया है 25th नंबर की स्लाइड है सर
हेलो
यस नेक्स्ट जाएं एक और आगे जाएं सर लेट्स सी दैट हाउ इट वर्क्स या बैक जाएं एक स्टेप जाएं या एक स्टेप आ जाएं ताकि पता चले कि हो रहा है कि नहीं
यस सर चेंज हो रहा है यहाँ से
ओके सो लेट मी मैं दोबारा से ज्वाइन करता हूँ आई थिंक देयर इज समथिंग रॉन्ग
यस सर 22 नंबर की स्लाइड सर है प्रेजेंट टाइम में
Still it is not visible.
हाँ अब्दुल साहब ये स्क्रीन में है आपका जो स्लाइड है आप फिर से बंद करके चालू करिए कहीं नेट का प्रॉब्लम है आपकी तरफ से 22 नंबर स्लाइड है स्क्रीन में
You're not visible, sir. You're not audible, sir. You're not audible.
Okay, okay, sorry. So these were the terracotta sculptures we found from this long chamber along with the Mahaparinirvana statue of Buddha. Next slide, please. So these are not terracotta, rather these are stucco sculptures that we found from Stupa B. I'll be talking about that later. If you can go to the next slide, please. So some of these terracotta sculptures were covered with white plaster or pigment and gold leaf. Traces of these were, found from on different, terracotta sculptures. As you see on the screen, one of the fingers, so it is covered with gold leaf. And there were so many other terracotta sculptures having this impression or sign. Next slide, please. And these were the numismatic evidence from Bhamala site. So along with these sculptures and other tools like iron door fitting and nails, as well as bronze plating. So we also found more than 84 coins of different era, starting from late Kushan, including those of Vasudev first, Kanishka second, and Vasudev second, and as well as one of these coins, the silver coin of these white Huns, which is assigned to the 5th century CE. So next slide, please. Next slide.
हाँ सर, चेंज हो गई, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड आ गई है सर। इम्पॉर्टेंट स्ट्रक्चरल रिमेन्स। अब्दुल साहब,
It's not visible here, sir.
इम्पॉर्टेंट स्ट्रक्चरल रिमेन्स एक्सपोज एट बामाला, ये नहीं दिख रहा आपको? स्लाइड नंबर 26।
वो तो स्लाइड वो चलाते रहना, अगर उनको विजिबल आप जैसे अपनी खोल लेना सर।
If you can go to the next slide. वहाँ पे मसला हो रहा था।
हाँ अब्दुल साहब, हाँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड हमने दे दी। हाँ, हमने नेक्स्ट स्लाइड स्क्रीन में दे दिया है। ये एक्सकवेशन कैरिड आउट इन, हाँ, मोनेस्ट्री एरिया, मोनेस्ट्री एरिया, यस सर। हाँ
I think Abdul's mic mute.
हाँ सर, बात हुई है एक्चुअली, यहाँ वाली स्लाइड उनको दिख नहीं रही, तो अपना अपने लिए वो अपना उधर खोल के प्रेजेंट करेंगे। मैं यहाँ से प्रेजेंट करूंगा स्क्रीन के लिए। नेट का इशू उधर है। Abdul Saab, hello, hello. हाँ, हेलो अब्दुल साहब, अभी आप बोल रहे थे क्या, या आपका माइक अनम्यूट है?
जो प्रेजेंटेशन खोलता हूँ वो खुद ब खुद म्यूट हो जाता है. सो दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम वी हैव. अभी आवाज तो आ रही सर, लेकिन वो प्रेजेंटेशन में अभी विजिबल नहीं है ना. यहाँ से उस पे मैं क्लिक करता हूँ तो आवाज म्यूट हो जाती है. विजिबल है, लेकिन नेक्स्ट जाएं तो मुझे पता चलेगा सर. नहीं, यहाँ पे मैं मोबाइल पे खोलता हूँ सर, वो कोई इशू नहीं है. अभी आप आ जाएं वो मोनेस्ट्री वाले उस पे आ जाएं. स्लाइड पे इम्पोर्टेंट स्ट्रक्चरल रिमेन्स एक्सपोज्ड एट बमाला, उस स्लाइड पे आ जाएं. हाँ हाँ, नाउ नाउ इट इज विजिबल. हाँ हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ये ठीक है सर, अभी विजिबल है. अभी नेक्स्ट भी हो रहा है. ओके ओके, थैंक यू, थैंक यू. Okay, once again, really sorry for the inconvenience. So, excavations carried out in the monastery area. So, as I mentioned earlier, that this monastic establishment, which is located to the east of the site, it was partially excavated by Marshall. And then we also carried out excavation at this particular site. So this monastic establishment bears some unique features which we do not find in the rest of the monasteries in Gandhara region. And these unique features include these watchtowers which are provided on the northern side to this monastery that we can see here. And another unique feature of this monastery is inside this depression or water tank, it is provided with a stone platform, which we do not see in any of the monastery in Gandhara region. So on this particular stone platform, we found some pestles, stone pestles, and I was of the view initially that this platform might have been used by Buddhist monks for grinding purpose. But later on, when some of the Korean monks they visited this site, and I was informed by them that this particular that such type of stone platforms are usually constructed inside these monasteries, in these Buddhist monasteries, for the high ranked monks who address the rest of the audience, or the Buddhist monks or students, and they use this such type of platform. If you can go next to the slide, please, sir.
और चिट नंबर है 179392. आप देखिए वहां पे कोई इमेज नहीं करना तो आप थोड़ा इंटरनेट काफी तो मैं पूरे रिप्लाई करूंगा
Okay, so the next slide is stupa. Hello. आवाज आ रही है सर मैं हाँ ठीक है वहां से नेक्स्ट हो रहा है स्लाइड ठीक ठीक है सर थैंक यू Okay, so then Stupa B overlooking south. So as I mentioned earlier that apart from this Stupa A, which was cruciform or step cross Stupa, we also found another main Stupa on the back side of this long chamber. And this Stupa, as I mentioned earlier, it was surrounded by these chapels. Uh, uh, from on the eastern, western, and northern side, and these chapels were decorated or adorned with stucco sculptures of Buddha and his devotees. And along with these chapels, we also found a votive stupa in very near to this main stupa B. If you can go to the next slide, please, sir. So general view of the eastern chapels adorned with stucco sculptures. You can see that some of these chapels, were decorated with stucco images of Buddha, and some of these sculptures were found intact, and others were found, in a very bad state of preservation. Next slide, please. So conservation of stupa B and the chapels. So along with these excavation activities, we also carried out conservation work at the site in order to preserve and conserve the Buddhist sculptures as well as the architectural elements which were found damaged or in a very, very bad state of preservation. You can see some of the statues before and after conservation carried out at this site. And the main purpose of these conservation activities was that in Texla region and also in other parts of Gandhara, whenever we go to the Buddhist sites, we usually see these structural remains without any artistic evidences or without these sculptures, because for security reasons most of these sculptures were taken to the museums, and these were displayed in different museums. But at Vamala, what we did different was we conserved and preserved the statues or the stucco sculptures at the site, so that the visitors can not only see the structural remains, but also they will have a chance to see these statues which are placed either on directly to the stupa, or which are placed inside these chapels. So these are some of the stucco sculptures that we were able to preserve at the site, and they are still there, and you can visit this site and you can have all these wonderful Buddhist sculptures still attached to the stupa as well as to the chapels. Conservation of the Buddha image placed on the western. Next slide, please. Conservation of the Buddha images placed on the western side of Stupa B. So these are some more sculptures which we were able to preserve and conserve during this during our investigations at the site. You can see the sculptures before conservation and their state after conservation. Next slide, please. I'm thankful to Mr. Iftikhar, the local sculptor, for conserving and restoring the important stucco images and structural remains. He was a part of our team, and he was assigned different tasks. Especially, he was responsible for conserving and restoring the structural remains as well as the statues and sculptures that were reported during our excavations. Next slide, please. So that is the archaeological significance of Bamhala in the light of recent research. So what important discoveries we made at the site during our excavations carried out from 2012 until 2016. So the discovery of the largest and earliest parinirvana statue, step cross stupa, and the Buddha image with double halos. So these were the three remarkable discoveries we made at this site. Actually, the first one is the discovery of the largest and earliest Mahaparinirvana. Actually, it was in a very bad state of preservation, but we do have enough evidences to declare it as a Mahaparinirvana statue, because we have the body fragments and the legs and a lower foot which is well preserved, and then we have the attendants which we usually see in presenting this Mahaparinirvana event, which include the statue of Mahakashyapa, Subhadra, and other Mala princes and Buddhist monks as well. So we'll be talking about all these in my next slides. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the Mahaparinirvana statue from Bamala is so the Mahaparinirvana being one of the most important events is elegantly carved in stone, molded in stucco by the Gandharan sculptor. Such images usually around stupas and the chapels. The Mahaparinirvana statue
Sir, we are unable to hear Dr. Abdul Samad.
थोड़ा लाइट का इशू था सर, अभी वो बात हो गई हो, बोल जैसे ही होगा शुरू करेंगे।
Okay, okay.
Okay, once again, really sorry there was a connectivity issue once again. I was talking about the Mahaparinirvana statue from Bamala, which is the largest, one ever reported from the entire Texla, Gandhara, and Udiana regions, and the earliest colossal image of Buddha that I'm going to, uh, prove with numismatic as well as radiocarbon dating that we did during the investigation that we carried out at the site. So this is the largest statue that you can see, and there are some smaller Mahaparinirvana in stucco that were attached to the stupa, stupa A as well as stupa B. If you can go to the next slide. Okay, so Mahaparinirvana statue surrounded by terracotta figures, probably the Mala princes and the Mahakashyapa. So this is the chamber that accommodates this statue of Buddha, which is the largest ever found from Gandhara region, which is also unique in terms of material because this is the only statue in conjured stone, which is made of conjured stone. As I mentioned, that it is easy to carve. It is a soft stone and a sort of porous stone. And then this statue was surrounded by other terracotta figures which are still attached to the walls. So these are the terracotta figures, and very near to the feet of Buddha, there are traces of the standing figure, which might have been a Mahakashyapa statue that we see in stone panels or smaller panels uh, standing near the feet of Buddha. And these were some other, so this is the closer view of the Mahakashyapa figures, the lower leg and feet of Mahakashyapa standing very near to the legs of Buddha. And these were some of the figures. You can see their impressions representing most probably the mourning scenes. They are mourning over the death of Buddha. And these are some of the images, most probably of the Mala princes that we see in Mahaparinirvana, panels, stone panels. So next slide, please. And we tried to reconstruct this Mahaparinirvana statue, and you can see this is the intact part of the this statue, which is still there, and this is how we have tried to reconstruct the entire statue of Buddha. Following the scale and following the measurements that we took during the excavation. And this is the chamber which accommodates the statue, and there are two niches provided on either one on either kind either corner of this platform. So most probably to accommodate the feet and the neck and the head of the Mahaparinirvana Buddha. So this is the intact part that you see right on top, and these are the feet of Buddha on the on the northern side, and this is the southern side. So this is the next slide. Uh, yes, apart from this particular monumental statue representing Mahaparinirvan, we also found smaller panels attached to the stupa A. So this is one of the panels representing Mahaparinirvana scene. This particular panel was excavated by Sir John Marshall back in 1930-31, and this is now on display in Texla Museum. And then we also found four other Mahaparinirvana panels attached to Stupa B that was reported during our excavation. And these are some of the panels. You can see this is before conservation and this is after conservation. And then okay, so this is the second panel representing the same scene, and this is the third one. So all these three panels were found attached to Stupa B. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so these are the major areas where we found panels representing Mahaparinirvan. So you can see Stupa B, first one, and then we have another one from Stupa B, and the third one from Stupa B, and then from Stupa A. So this was the area from where Marshall reported this panel representing Mahaparinirvana scene. Next slide, please. Okay, then Mahaparinirvana Buddha statues, when we talk about the monumental or colossal size statues of Buddha representing Mahaparinirvana scene, so we have the evidences from Afghanistan. Tapasardar is in one of the Buddhist sites where Mahaparinirvana statue of Buddha in clay was reported during the archaeological excavation, which has been assigned to the 7th, 8th century CE. So another statue, Buddha statue from Ajanta Cave 26 in Maharashtra, India, is assigned to the 5th century CE. And we have from Polonarva, Sri Lanka, a statue made of bricks. So it is assigned to the 11th century CE. So next slide, please. So this is the distribution of the monumental Mahaparinirvana statues of Buddha from South Asia, Central Asia, and China. So we see that we have a colossal statue reported from Chui Valley in Kyrgyzstan, which is assigned to the 9th century CE. We have from China, Donghong Caves, 11th century CE. We have Adzina Tepe, Bamiyan, and Tapasardar regions from Afghanistan, which are assigned to the 7th, 8th century CE, and the one from Ajanta I've just mentioned is 5th century CE. And then from Sri Lanka, The monumental statue is assigned to 11th century CE. Before this discovery from Bhamala, so the monumental statue of Buddha from Ajanta, it was considered to be the earliest one. It is dated back to the 5th century CE, based on the inscriptions written on the facade of this of cave 26 at Ajanta. And then this Bhamala Mahaparinirvana statue, the monumental one, based on radiocarbon dating, that we collected samples from inside the terracotta sculptures, which were flanked or attached to the same chamber that accommodates the Mahaparinirvana statue of Buddha. So we took samples, and these samples were analyzed, and the radiocarbon dates of these samples, it goes back to 3rd century CE. So thus we claim that the Mahaparinirvana statue, the monumental Mahaparinirvana statue from Bhamala, is the earliest one so far reported from South Asia, Central Asia, and China, predating all the other monumental Parinirvana statues from Afghanistan, from Central Asia, from China, from India, as well as from Palunarva in Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next important structure at this side is the step cross stupa. The cruciform stupa may have been an Afghani innovation, as they appeared at the 6th to 8th century CE at the site of Tapasardar and in paintings from Bamiyan. Even later cruciform are known from this site in Central Asia, such as Ajanta, Tapasardar, Adzina Tepe in Tajikistan, and from Kashmir as well. In Gandhara, these cruciform main stupas include the Shaji Ki Dairy stupa in Peshawar, and then which is dated back to 6th century CE. And then we have some other stupas. If you can go to the next slide, please. Other cruciform stupas reported from the surrounding regions in and outside Gandhara region. We have Sere Behlol in district Mardan, which is assigned to the 6th, 7th century CE. We have Tapasardar, again Afghanistan, which is assigned to the 7th to 9th century CE. We have Parihasapur, Kashmir, 7th, 8th century, and we have Rawak in China. Again, so this one is 3rd, 4th century. This is not 7th century. But the earliest one that we have is, if you can go to the next slide, this is not very much clear. We can have a clear image in the next slide. Okay. So these are the areas, these are the Buddhist sites that accommodates the cruciform or step-cross stupas. We have Sanchi, we have Paharpur stupa in Bangladesh, we have Rawak stupa in China, we have Bamiyan, Tapasardar, so in Afghanistan, we have Sere Behlol, and Takalwala in Peshawar, Shaji Ki Dairy in Peshawar. But the earliest one so far has been reported that is assigned to the 2nd century CE is this Zarderi stupa, which is located in Mansehra, district Mansehra of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This particular cruciform stupa is assigned to the Kushan era, early Kushan era, based on numismatic evidences. And then in the second stage, we find Bhamala, Rawak, Takalwala, stupa. So these were constructed in 3rd century CE, and then those from Afghanistan, they are assigned to the 8th century CE, and the one from Paharpur is also later in date, and then the cruciform structure reported by Sir John Marshall from Sanchi is assigned to 11th century CE. So this is how I have tried to establish a chronology of the cruciform stupas reported from South Asia, Central Asia, and China regions. Next slide, please. Another important discovery was the Buddha statues surrounded by double halos. As we see that halo is a ring that surrounds a person in art, and it has been used in different religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity. Among there are different other religions as well. So they usually surround persons who are very sacred figures like gods and rulers. So similar we have the Buddha statues usually in Gandhara and Mathura, which are also surrounded with single halo. But the statues from Bhamala uh, are surrounded by double halo. That was again one of the unique discovery from Bhamala site. Next slide, please. And then when we talk about the origin of double halo, we find these double halo or figures depicted are surrounded with double halos. We find them on the Birman casket, British Museum, which is assigned to the early Kushan period. And then we have the depictions on the Kanishka coins from Ahinposh as well as from Peshawar, and also the important relic casket of Kanishka, which is now housed in the Peshawar Museum. So on this relic casket, we also see a seated Buddha who is surrounded by double halos. So these are the earliest evidences which were later on, this tradition was later on adopted by the artists in Texla, especially in at Bamala, and they started, carving these double halos, or carving Buddha statues with double halos. Next slide, please. So here you can see this is one of the Buddha statue reported from Bhamala, one of the chapels in Bhamala, at Bhamala site. So it is surrounded by double halos, the lower one, and this is the upper halo. And then next, please. So these are the samples we took for radiocarbon dating, and you can see the dates assigned to these samples. Especially these are the samples which were collected from the monastery area, as well as from the long chamber that accommodates the the largest statue of Mahaparinirvana Buddha. So based on these radiocarbon dates, we have assigned this statue to the 3rd century CE, which we have declared to be the earliest Mahaparinirvana statue of Buddha. Next slide, please. These were the areas where from where we collected charcoal samples for radiocarbon dating. So we took samples from the monastery area, we took samples from the main stupa, we took samples from the long chamber that accommodates the Mahaparinirvana statue of Buddha. Next slide, please. So these are the numismatic evidences from the site. The coins of Vasudev first, Kanishka second, Vasudev second, and also the silver coin of Kevet. one of the White Huns kings, so which is assigned to the 5th century CE. So these were the White Huns may be held responsible again for the destruction of this particular site as well. So we have the evidences of thick layer of charcoals from the monastery area, as well as from this long chapel, a chamber. And that shows that it was destroyed due to fire. This might have been one of the causes for the destruction of this particular Buddhist establishment. Next slide, please. Okay, so conclusion excavation at Bamala have revealed some exceptional features in terms of art and architecture that enhance the archaeological and religious significance of the site. These exceptional discoveries include the colossal size image of Buddha ever found in Gandhara representing Mahaparinirvan. The Mahaparinirvan statue is the earliest monumental image of Buddha so far reported from any part of the world. And is the sole example in Kanjur stone. As I mentioned earlier, that in Kanjur stone we don't have any Buddhist sculpture so far reported till the present time. So this is the only example. And then this monumental, the tradition of making monumental sculpture might have emerged in Texla region in the 3rd century CE, predating all the earlier evidences reported from the surrounding regions, including modern India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, China, and other Asian or Central Asian countries. And then this particular site also accommodates the best preserved step cross or cruciform stupa so far reported from the Gandhara region. And then the earliest representation of Buddha in stucco with double halos have also been reported from this site. And the last feature, which is very important as well, is the monastic establishment with some exceptional architectural features which were reported in the form of the watchtowers added to the northern side of the monastery, as well as the stone platform inside this water depression or water tank that was exposed during our excavation at Bamala site. Next slide, please. Thank you so very much. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience due to connectivity issues. So you have to suffer a lot for that. I'm really sorry for this inconvenience. So thank you so very much.
So can I ask one question, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, you have presented a very good lecture on Hamala site and various types of Buddhist monuments there which are preserved. And we are able to understand about the double halo structure which is seen behind the Buddhas and cruciform structures. My question is that you have shown some coins of Huns. In those coins, I have seen in one of the coin of white Huns, which is of silver coin, we could see a figure of Ganesha or Ganapati, which is worshipped in Hindu by the Hindus. So whether Huns were Hindus, I want to know that.
Okay, we don't exactly know about their religion because in later phase in Gandhara we also see that even during the time of White Huns, there were Buddhist establishments who were also, new establishments we do have, and some of the Buddhist establishments also survived even during the White Huns era. But here in Gandhara, mostly we see the file altar depicted on their coins. So that is one of the major, features, that we find on the coins of White Huns in Gandhara region. So possibility is there. So in later period, maybe that some of them might have been converted to Buddhism or any other prevailing religion that was prevailing in this part of the subcontinent.
So actually, my curiosity was because the coin which was depicting the figure of Ganesha. Ganesha is worshipped in Maharashtra region mostly, and mostly by the Hindus.
Yes.
As a Hindu.
Yes.
So it is clearly seen there in that white wool coin. So that was my
Yes.
query. I must.
Yes, because as I mentioned earlier, that even after their invasion, they also patronized some of the, the Buddhism as well, and also they might have patronized Hinduism as well. So they destroyed mostly those monasteries and stupas where there was resistance shown by the monks or the community, and not every monastery has been destroyed in Gandhara by the White Huns. So it seems that wherever they had resistance, they tried to destroy, and wherever they did not have any resistance, they did not say anything to them, and those particular sites were they remained intact even after the arrival or invasion of the White Huns.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for nice presentation. And
Most welcome.
Any other questions, sir?
No question,
Yes,
but
please.
suggestion. I asked yesterday that
Yes, yes.
Taksasila was established by son of Bharat, younger brother of Ramchandra. That means
Yes, sir.
Sanatan Dharma was there. Taksasila was established by Taksak king.
If you
He
can
was son
repeat
of
your
Bharat,
question, sir, please.
younger brother of Ramchandra. So Sanatan Dharma was there earlier also. So this may be evidence of earlier period.
Okay, it's just a suggestion. Yes, you are right. Okay, any other question?
Actually, I think the Hindus followed no particular religion. They were a nomadic tribe. And this has to be re-examined, that coin. Dr. Abdul Sahab, if you can show it once again and say that it was
Okay.
discovered, maybe during trade.
Oh yes.
It must have
Actually,
come.
I'm not able to show. You may ask. Yes, sir. If you can just share the
No,
screen and
very
show
good
it
question has
again.
been raised by the
Yes.
scholars. And if that can be shown again, once again,
Yes.
Professor Mishra, can you show that slide again? Or can you put it on WhatsApp, Dr. Abdul?
Oh yeah, I can do
Then we
that.
can discuss
Yes.
without
Yes.
wasting time here because there are other speakers.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Can you
because
kindly
it's
put it on
already
WhatsApp? See, the Huns didn't have any religion. They were a nomadic tribe. So, they followed whatever they had to. And the last group,
Yes.
I think they settled in Hindu Kush. So, is that the influence of that?
Yes.
That has to be examined. The
Oh
last
yeah.
group, I
Yes, you're
forget
right.
the name. Yeah. So, this can be examined. If you put it on WhatsApp, all of us can discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do
I
that.
think
I'll do
Your,
that. Thank you.
nobody.
but your presentation was fantastic. Why? Because you made a comparative study and you had now tumbled down the notion that we had the oldest statue of Lord Buddha Mahaparinirvana. Okay, so yours is
Yes.
3rd century and ours is 5th. Now, again, that has to be debated, how that happened also.
Yes. And also this, as I talked about this Bamala site, so we don't find, these Mahaparinirvana panels or statues in from other side in such an extensive number. So most probably, so this was the area where this tradition emerged. As far as the monumental Mahaparinirvana statues are concerned.
So, almost 45 feet long, Mahaparinirvana.
Uh, Yes, 14 meter in length. Yes, round about that, more than
45,
45.
43, 45.
Yeah, yeah,
3 into
yeah,
14 also, you take it, it comes to
yeah,
that much. So
yeah, yeah.
I think now this really needs to be published. It's a fantastic piece.
I have published it already. I can share my article with you.
Sure, sure,
Yes.
sure.
Also, yes, it has been. The discoveries that I made at this particular site. I have published more than 10 research papers on these discoveries, and also my PhD dissertation is also on the same discoveries that were reported from Bamala Buddhist complex.
Fantastic. I'm leaving my email ID and phone number in the chat box. So perhaps, we
Okay,
can connect. All the scholars, I'll be very eager to connect with everybody. The papers presented,
sure.
some of them are so marvelous. So thank you.
Thank,
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say something. See, to say Hindus were nomadic, that is not correct. Dharma was spread all over Jambudvipa. And Jambudvipa is Afro-Eurasian countries. So, Hindus were not nomadic.
The Huns were nomadic. I was not saying Hindus were nomadic. The Huns were nomadic.
Yes, she was talking about Huns. Yes, not Hindus.
Hindus.
Yes, yes, yes.
ये सर हदिका मैडम क्या वहीं से शेयर करेंगी अपना
Yes.
प्रेजेंटेशन?
Yes, we can share her presentation with you if you can just manage to, because she will be having the same problem, because we are not able to,
याद है क्योंकि टाइम अभी कम है,
share
फिर
the
इसके
screen.
बाद सिर्फ आपकी टाक है. तो
Okay, I'm just sharing her presentation with you in PDF. Yes. Okay, ठीक है.
व्हाट्सएप में भेज रहे हैं या मेल में?
व्हाट्सएप पे मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ ठीक है, जल्दी भेजिए सर.
Okay.
मैडम जयसिंगा, प्लीज प्रेजेंट द.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. Dr. Abdul Hamid, your presentation is very familiar me because I am from Sri Lanka. Dr. Hamid, I informed you, Dr. Hamid was born in 1981, Kusum, a small village located in Tashi Musajid, Upper Kitra district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, province of Pakistan. He got his early education from Government High School, Kusum. Having completed his matriculation, he moved to Peshawar in 1997 for further studies. He completed his undergraduate studies in 2001 and then did his master in archaeology from the University of Peshawar in 2003. In 2012, he completed his MPhil in archaeology from Hastra University, Manstra. He got enrolled in PhD in the same department and completed his PhD in archaeology with specialization in Buddhist art and architecture in 2018. He started his professional career as a research associate in the Peshawar from 2003 and to 2006 and remained engaged in different exploration, excavation and documentation projects carried out by Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Government of NWFE. In October 2007, he was appointed as a lecturer in the Department of Cultural Heritage and Tourism Management, Astra University, Manes, Pakistan. Meanwhile, he also served UNESCO Pakistan as a project coordinator culture. He joined Department of Archaeology, Hazra University, Manestra as a lecturer in 2008. He retained his same position, his promotion as an assistant professor, archaeology in the same university. Mr. Abdul has in his credit of published more than 35 research papers in various reputed national and international journals, including Science. He also presented more than 15 research papers in national and international conference seminars. In 2011, he was selected for the IVLP program on cultural heritage preservation in 2011 by the US Department of State. This training workshop was held in different states of USA from March 28 to April 15, 2011. In 2016, he was selected for the IRSIP scholarship by HEC complete his PhD research for the University of Wisconsin, Madison, USA, under the supervision of Professor Jonathan Mark Kierkegaard. As a professional archaeologist, he has carried out many archaeological excavations at prehistoric and historic series site and length and breadth of KP province. Important among these are archaeological excavation Grand Context in 2018 in district Chitral. Bahamala excavation 2014 to 15 and 2015 to 16, Taxila and Bardo Derib excavation 2019 to 2006. Master. He also served as head department of tourism and his hospitality Hazra University, Manestra. Currently, he is serving Hazra University, Manestra as assistant professor in the Department of Archaeology, Hazra University, Manestra. He also earns credit as assistant editor, Pakistan Heritage, a double-blind peer-reviewed research journal of the Department of Archaeology, Hazra University, Manestra. Thank you once again, Abdul Hamid. Your presentation is very good. Don't worry about your technical problems. It is also same. Thank you once again of your presentation. It is very valuable importance sharing our webinar. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Jaisingha, for this Abdul Hamid CV presentation. And thank you, Dr. Abdul Hamid, sir, given a nice talk on Takshila in our webinar. So next session, क्योंकि समय कम है तो मैं थोड़ा सा जल्दी ले रहा हूँ. आगे सिंधे सर की टॉक है, अभी हदीका मैडम को देना है. तो नेक्स्ट सेशन चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर अब्दुल हमीद, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी, हजारा यूनिवर्सिटी मंसेरा. को चेयरपर्सन मैडम अनीता कोरदे, इंडोलॉजिस्ट, मुंबई, इंडिया. एंड इमिनेंट स्पीकर हदीका इम्तियाज, research scholar, archaeology department, Hazara University, Mansehra. Talk art and archaeology of Katas Raj complex, Chakwal, Punjab, Pakistan. Hamid sir, please introduce to Hadika in brief.
Yes, she's here.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, very good afternoon from Pakistan and all the colleagues. I'm Hadika Vyas, PhD scholar at the Department of Archaeology, Hazai University, Zera. Today I'm here in order to present my research on art and archaeology of Qatar's Taj complex, Bhopal, Punjab. Next slide. First of all, I will discuss about a brief introduction of the Japan. Basically, Japan the Punjab province, and it was very fertile lands, hilly areas, with rocky beaches, and it is surrounded by very ecological regions. All of the sites like Rawalpindi in east, Kushar in south, Atak in northwest, Miamali west, and Yemen east. The worldly meaning of Chapal is the living circle of fire, and it's the same way archaeology studies it covers all of the ages which comes in between. And it is an unexplored land. It had been subjected to archaeological researches by very few explorers in the past. It encompasses a large number of archaeological sites and monuments. Next slide, please. Now, I would just discuss about a review of archaeological research which had been already carried out in the same region. Basically, in the 7th century, Chinese pilgrim Heaven San came to this area. He was basically in search of a Buddhist monastery under the name of Rewa. In that context, he had mentioned about the name of Guitars because he was thinking that this city had been going near the structures of Guitars complex. After him, Alexander conducted a survey of district Chakal and he reported to the site of Raj and Malur. And then came to discuss that Alexander can reach this area by passing through Nandana. And panel about also discussed about Malur Fort, its nomenclature. He was also told that the actual name of Malur Fort was Shagar or Higar. After him, a French traveler, Mr. Ribasco, visited this region and mentioned numerous archaeological sites and monuments. I also acknowledged the contribution of a local historian, late and who carried out archaeological surveys in Jakwal and reported archaeological sites and monuments and newspapers. Then Sefer Khan, a well-known archaeologist in Pakistan, he carried out a survey of the sites and monuments in Jakwal. His report is unpublished. And after them, different series of archaeological researches had been presented by Textile Institute of Asian Civilizations, Plagiarism University, and that series of researches were started by Madhav and Sabir and Sadi Dal from the same department with 16 Hindu temples and 23 archaeological sites in the main. After I by herself visited Jakhal and reported a large number of archaeological sites and monuments comprising of museums, forts, temples,
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. 1 minute.
baolis.
Sir, ma'am, your voice is interrupted. I think all of them facing the same problem. Can you place your mic nearer to you? That is better, I think.
माइक पास में रखें, अभी का माइक अपने पास में रखें, आवाज थोड़ा धीमी आ रही है। ठीक है, बोलिए।
Okay, sir. Okay, now. And we put archaeological sites and monuments, rising of forts, temples, residential complexes, colonial period of bungalows, railway stations, Baulis, districts, etc. Next slide, please. Next. Now I the main topic of my present, that is the Katarsa complex. Basically, the name of Katarsa complex, not the Katarsa temple complex, because Katarsa was not only comprising of temples, but it also comprised of Haveli, Samadhis, pond, and many other structures. So, first of all, I would discuss the nomenclature of it. Originally, it is called Kataksha or Katakshal, which literally means the weeping eyes of, because it is related with the legend of Shiva. So, weeping eyes, and it is also believed that its original name was Tikash Raj, the king of snakes. All of these names are associated with the legend of Lord Shiva. It is generally named for the Pushkar Lake in India and Katas Lake in Pakistan. They are the two eyes of Shiva. And another Hindu tradition, it is also believed that they are the two eyes of earth. Katasraj is the left eye. And basically, Shiva, Katasraj is also mentioned in Mahabharata because in which a war is mentioned, which was fought between Pandus and Kauravas, and Pandu was the ruler of the Bharatavarta, a kingdom in Indian subcontinent, and its capital was Hastinapur. He had five sons, and they were brothers, so after the death of him, his rule was transferred to his brother. And Mahabharata, it has been written that Krishna was the chariot driver of Arjun when he was in war with his cousins, and he was motivating to for to fight because it is the caste into caste react and because they are warriors. And but Arjun was afraid of bloodshed and violence. Next slide. Yes, but the matter of Katasraj, because Pandus lived on exile for 12 years at Katas and they erected this worship place because when the elder brother of Arjun, the elder brother of Arjun lost his brothers in gambling, and when his uncle came in between them and settled the matter, then it was decided that they will live on exile for 12 years. So it is believed that they just constructed this complex and for their worship, and it is famous for that.
Yes.
Now, basically, Katar-sized temple comprised of various structures. I would start with the Shiv temple, Ramchandar, Hanuman temple, Satkara temple, Sacred Pond, Baradari, Buddhist stupa, and Haveli of Hari Singh, Nalwa. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the journal view of Katasraj temple complex. You can see Sorry, I can't indicate it in front of you. The structures which are present in extreme west of the complex, they are called the Satkara temples. Sat means seven and Gara means complex. So to coin this term, it is called the complex of seven temples. But currently, only four temples are standing there, and they are provided with a wall which is visible to you, and then you can see when we move towards east, you can see Buddhist stupa is found in southern side, and in the northern side you can see a rectangular structure which is the Haveli of Hari Singh Nalwa. Then in east of Hari Singh Nalwa Haveli, there is a temple of Ramchandra, and to the south of Ramchandra, a rectangular enclosure is present with different structures, and you can see a dome-like structure with with a portico in front of it. This is the temple of Hanuman. Next slide, please. Yes. First of all, I would discuss the Shiv temple. Shiv temple. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the general view of Shiv temple behind the Baradari. Shiv temple is rather is a smaller temple, and it is situated in east of Satkara complex, and but its entrance is facing towards north. This temple is provided with a round arch, which is leads to the interior of the temple. The interior of the temple is installed with the linga, Shiv linga, and image of Parvati, Shiva, Lord Shiva, and Ganesh. Next slide, please. This is Shiv temple, and you can say it has a bulbous dome surmounted by inverted lotus flower at the top. Next slide. Yes, this is the interior of the temple. You can see linga is installed in the center with Nandi, Trishul, image of Lord Shiva, Parvati, Ganesh, and the image of Shiva. Next slide, please. Yes, Ramchandra. Next slide, please. Yes, this is a journal view of Ramchandra temple. Ramchandra temple is a very huge structure, and it is facing towards the east of the whole complex, and its exterior is constructed with red sandstone, and which is locally available in the hills of district Chakwal, and it comprised of two stories. When you are accessing the temple, a wooden carved door serves as its main entrance, which is encased within multifold pointed arch and is flanked by two alcoves on both of its sides. And in ground story, there are 8 rooms, and to the extreme south of the entrance, a staircase is leading towards the first story. First story accommodates many rooms and in the center, and two corridors are running in eastern and western directions. On the same story, the walls are very beautifully executed with fresco paintings of anthropomorphic, zoomorphic figures, floral paintings, and geometric designs. Then the same story is, you can see it is provided with 3 arches, and which are beautifully adorned with fresco paintings, and 2 jarocas on both of its sides, which are supported by lotus floor. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the main entrance of Ramchandra temple, and basically fresco paintings were also executed on the uh, 2 stories. 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 2 sto But and next slide, please. This is then multi-foil pointed arch provided with the fresco paintings of brick and floral designs and paneled rectangular and square reliefs on its top. Next slide. Next, please. Yes, this is the inner view of Chiroka, which is beautifully adorned with floral fresco paintings. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the view of fresco paintings which are executed along the ceiling of Eastern Corridor. And they are very beautifully arranged in symmetrical patterns. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the dome of Ramchandra temple, and it is resting on octagonal drum, and a bulbous dome is beautifully embellished with a row of hooded cobras on all the sides. Next slide. Yes. Now I would discuss about the Hanuman temple. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the general view of Hanuman temple, and it is a rib dome at its top. Then, when we enter the this complex, it is provided with two doorways from eastern and from northern and southern directions. This is the view of northern southern direction, which is beautifully decorated with multi-foil pointed arch, and all of these structures are mostly constructed with Kanjur stone, which is locally available in the hills of district Chakwal, because it is believed that Chakwal remained under water for millions of years. That's why this stone got porosity, and now most of archaeological sites which are found there, they were constructed with the application of this stone. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the view of Hanuman temple, and it is provided with a wooden carved door on with alcoves on both sides and a niche, and I think it's visible to you for the placement of oil lamps or cult objects. A small round arch is also present on its left side, which was used as a meditation cell. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the view of its portico, which is present in front of it, and it is beautifully decorated with fresco paintings of Lord Hanuman, floral designs, geometric patterns. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the view of Garbhagriha, which is provided in the western wall of Hanuman temple, and rest of the walls are beautifully decorated with framed floral fresco paintings and niches, and for the placement of oil lamps and other cult objects. And its walls are also executed with demonic figures, anthropomorphic and zoomorphic figures. Next slide, please. Yes, this is another view of the same fresco paintings. Next slide, please. Yes, now I would come to the main, I would say, the masterpiece of Katasraj complex, the Satkara temples. They are considered to belong to Hindu Shahi dynasty in India, and this complex comprised of basically 7 temples, but now only 4 temples are visible. They are associated with Lord Vishnu, goddess Lakshmi, Ganesh, Shiva, Shivlinga, Parvati, and Kali. And all of these structures are constructed in Kashmir. They are combining the Kashmiri and Gandharan traditions in their architecture. The main temple, next slide, please. I would. Yes, this is the closer view of Satkara temples. The main temple, which is quite huge in its size, it is called Vishnu Temple, and it is beautifully constructed with blocks of kanjur, but they are plastered with lime. And from all of its sides, ribbed domes are provided for decoration emerging from the whirl of lotus petals. Then its entrance is beautifully decorated with rectangular and square panels on its facade. On entering the temple, there is a staircase which leads towards the upper story, and because it is a two-storied building, and at the top of the building, you can see a bulbous dome, ribbed dome, which is emerging from lotus petals and is followed by an inverted lotus and finial at its top. But it is also decorated with reduced amalika and kelasha. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, these are the two temples which are present on northern and southern side of main temple for that of Vishnu, and this is the view of northern temple. And northern temple is constructed with kanjur stone, and it is raised on a platform, rectangular platform, which is also constructed with kanjur, and its sanctum is square in shape, and but it is without dome. Same is the architecture of the southern temple, but the only difference between them is northern temple is devoid of the dome, and it is not provided with an arch, which is present in southern temple, and it acts for ventilation. And there is also a difference of an arch, main arch, like northern temple is comprising of pointed foiled arch with diagonal bricks on its boundary, and southern temple is provided with a foiled arch. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the view of Western Temple, which is beautifully constructed with and it is implying corbel technique of construction. Its main entrance is provided with an arcade. The central arch serves as the main entrance. It is in the form of a round arch, while rest of the two arches are blind arches with which are supported by thin pilasters with ribbed dome at its top. From all of the sides, beautiful brackets and plain domes, ribbed domes, geometric and floral paintings are executed. On top of the temple, its sanctum is capped by bulbous ribbed dome with reduced kelasha and amalika at the top. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the view of a pond, Katasraj Pond, which is of great significance. And throughout the year, many Hindus come to this place to purify their sins, and it's a wonderful place. And you can see the structures are found all around it, and it is, as I already mentioned, that it is associated with the weeping eyes of Shiva. And next slide, please. Yes. Next slide, please. Yes, this is a view of Baradari, which is present in east of the sacred pond. And Baradari basically means a building with 12 rooms, and it is a square structure with which is provided with three multi-foil pointed arches and alternated by blind arches of the same type. And in the center of the same Baradari, there is a square structure which is used for devotion of devotion of
Yes.
The eastern side of same Baradari is enclosed by a door and two windows on either sides of it, but they are also in the form of these multifold pointed arches, which are supported by a pair of thin pilasters. And its octagonal drum is surmounted by a dome with a series of hooded cobras all around it, with and inverted lotus with finial at its top. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the general view of stupa, which is rectangular in shape, and it was mentioned, as I already mentioned in my presentation, that Heaven San was in search of a Buddhist city under the name of Singapulo, but he referred it by mentioning Katasraj, and but Alexander Cunningham was of the view that this stupa was constructed by Ashoka, the Mauryan king, and Orelstein had some contradictions with this theory. And because the inner walls of the same structure are decorated with floral paintings, and when it was excavated by Federal Department of Archaeology and Museums in 2005, then they found a floor with a flight of stairs in the east. And it is wonderfully constructed with stone masonry rest in lime mortar. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this is a general view of Hari Singh Nalwa's Haveli, and it is a rectangular structure which is provided with bastions, 4 bastions on all of its 4 corners. And next slide, please. Yes, this is the view of its main entrance, which is provided with a wooden door and decorated with 2 whirl of lotus flowers. And it is also constructed in conjure stone, and it is beautifully. This door is beautifully encased within multifold pointed arch, and its spandrels are decorated with diagonal bricks with lime mortar. Next slide, please. On entering this Haveli, on left side of it there is a staircase, I think, which is visible to you, and these all the 4 bastions are provided with the stairs to access the roof, and there is a small veranda with the same kind of arches, which is visible to you right now. Next slide, please. This is the door which provides an access to the inner chamber of it. Next slide. Yes, this is the chamber which is with rooms all around it, and 2 such type of arches with which are present on its northern and southern sides. They were used as assembly halls or for discussions of different topics, and the western sides of this Haveli is provided with rooms. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a view from Hari Singh Nalwa's Haveli, and it is also showing the backside of Ramchandra temple. Next slide, please. Yeah, other structures are also found in the vicinity of Katasraj complex, and on the hilltop and on the northern side of the pond, there are some structures with bulbous domes and arches and all these things. And I want to discuss in my presentation about the samadhis, which are located outside of Katasraj complex, because this is the modern geography which has marked its boundaries, but the primary school, which is just behind Katasraj complex, there are 3 samadhis which are present in its courtyard, from inside and outside of it. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the samadhi which is present in the courtyard of a government school, and it is a beauty. It is square in plan with a square drum, followed by a bulbous dome and inverted lotus, and its dome is also emerging from lotus petals. And a multifoil pointed eye supported by thin pilasters is serving as its main entrance. Interiorly, it is wonderfully decorated with fresco paintings. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is another samadhi, and which is adorned with a row of hooded cobras on its top, and it has ribbed dome. Basically, ribbed dome was mostly implied in architecture by Sikh community, and the round domes for that plain domes were the correct as is the characteristic feature of British period structures. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now I would conclude all of the discussion which I had with you today. And Katasraj complex is spanning over a vast area, and it straddles a diversity of monumental remains. You can see temples, Baradari, ponds, stupa, haveli, and samadhi. All of these structures are found in one enclosure, and it shows that it remained under the influence of different governance. Like the temples of Satkara are dated back up to 5th 6th century CE. Then stupa, if I would start with the stupa, then it was constructed in 3rd century BCE during the reign of Ashoka. And then 5th 6th centuries witnessed the existence of Satkara temples. Then later structures for including Shiva temple. All these were constructed in a later period. But along Satkara temples, Ramchandra temple was also constructed at the same time. And there are two different architectural traditions which were used for the Gandhari and Kashmiri style. Kashmiri style architecture was employed by the kings of Hindu Shai in Kashmir during the time of Verma and during the time of Verma and Karakota dynasty, and before the period of Lalita Aditya in 8th century CE. And the Gandhari, and because pyramidal shikara is the characteristic feature of them, and Gandhari traditions include the cobbling method of construction, which was earlier employed at Buddhist monasteries of Gandhara. The ceiling of a square sanctum, like Temple of Kafrikot, Bilot, Malot, Color is not as much famous, but it is very important structure in district Chakwal, which belong to Hindu Shai dynasty, then Kitas and Nandana. All of these structures have many overlapping corbelled stones or bricks, and all of these features were utilized by Hindu Shai rulers in construction of temple. And one other thing which I would want to mention it here is that because Pandus as Krishna was the chariot driver of Arjun, and Krishna is an incarnation of Lord Vishnu. And if I observed in the complex, this is my own view that the temple of Vishnu is the highest temple, and Ram temple is also has a great height. So Ram and Krishna both are the incarnations of Lord Vishnu. So I think that there is some connection between their I mean to say there is some connection between the status and their construction at the complex of Katas Raj. And Katas Raj complex is versatile in exhibiting a diversified art and rich archaeology. It has both historically and religiously significant. Thank you very much.
So, given a nice talk on Katasraj Temple Complex. Because Professor Brant Sinde, sir, and Hadika, please, thank you, and your chairperson, Mr. Abdul Day, madam. Yes, Anita madam, कुछ कहना चाहेंगी अनीता मैडम? हाँ, फिर सिंधे साहब का लेक्चर होना है, लेट ना हो। हाँ
Yeah, I'll do this immediately. Hadika, listening to you. Katas Raj complex was not known to me, so today I was introduced to this. I'm quite fascinated by the presentation, and yes, I'm going to read more about it. And though there were technical challenges in your presentation, but the presentation went really well. And I'm so sorry I introduced you. I waited for the chairperson to do it, but it didn't happen. So, Mishra, can I just talk about her in a few lines? Hello.
Yes, you are audible now.
No, I was just saying. Okay. I said that we missed out on introducing Hadika ma'am. So, when I want to conclude, I'll just like to say that she is a PhD scholar at Department of Archaeology, Hazara University, Manshera, in Pakistan. She has completed a master's in archaeology and MPhil in Asian studies, and she's the gold medalist in both. And she has presented a variety of papers both nationally and internationally. And she has also participated in archaeological fields excavation headed by Qaeda-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Well, it was a pleasure talking to you, and hopefully we'll be able to read your paper on the same as well. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hadika ji, Hadika ji, I would like to say I missed your lecture, but it was really very informative lecture. And let me tell you that Professor Isan Ali is my good friend. And together we have formed a Society of South Asian Archaeology. You may be aware. I'm Professor Vasant Shinde.
Yes, sir.
And so nice to see some of our colleagues from Pakistan.
Thank you,
Asma also is
nice
there. Asma also is there. So when I visited Mohenjo-daro, I visited Asma's museum also, this State Bank of Pakistan museum. So I have good memories from Pakistan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Very nice to meet you, sir.
Nice knowing you all.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Hamid Saab. Thank you, Anita Korde, madam, and Hadika. Thank you. Next talk now, important talk. Our eminent speaker, Dr. Vasant Shinde, sir, former Vice Chancellor and Professor Ancient History Archaeology, Decan, PG College and Research, Deemed University, Pune. Welcome, sir. Chairperson, Professor Ganeshwar Chaube, sir, Professor Ancient History and Archaeology, Department, Archaeology Department, BHU Varanasi. Welcome, sir. Chaube, sir. Professor Ganeshwar Chaube, sir. गेस्ट सर अभी हमारी बात हुई है, वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। वेलकम सर, प्रोफेसर ज्ञानेश्वर चौबे सर, BHU वाराणसी। Welcome, sir. Professor Ganeshwar Chaube, sir. Yes, sir. Please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Vasant Shinde, sir. Dr. Vasant Shinde.
Namaste and good afternoon to all of you. It is a great pleasure to introduce Professor Vasant Shinde. who is a well-known archaeologist as well as archaeogeneticist. He is the one who actually doesn't need any introduction. He is like a mentor to me, and he taught me several basic things related to archaeology. But basically, if we look his profile, then his work on Harappan civilization is the major part where he started to tell people initially that the Harappan civilization, after the discovery of Harappan civilization, it has brought back the Indian prehistory, filled large gap in Indian prehistory, and then the history which he has changed, his research has changed, which he has done with the CCMB, BSIP, and the Harvard people. That was marvelous, because in that history he said that the Harappan ancestry is the largest source of Indian ancestry, which was not at all known. And even our agriculture, which many people, many scholars, they used to tell that our culture is actually our agriculture we imported from the Near East. But that was not true. With the Near East, with the Iran, our ancestry sharing is more than 12,500 years older, and our agriculture is indigenous. So these two work has changed the overall history of Indian subcontinent, and said that either a person who is living in the north, let's say Punjab, living in the south, let's say into the Tamil Nadu or in Kerala, one who is living in northeastern region, one who is living at the Pakistan, also in Nepal, they all have the largest ancestry which is associated with the Indus Valley civilization. And there was even many people, they wanted to suggest that the Indian people who are living in the south, they are more associated with the Indus Valley civilization. People are Indus Valley ancestry, but he said that the Indus Valley ancestry is equally present into northern and southern part of India. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Sinde, who was the Vice Chancellor of Deccan College. Then now he's working into the CCMB Hyderabad, one of the premier genetic institute, as a Bhatnagar Fellow, which is one of the most prestigious fellowship. And this fellowship, after Dr. Lalji Singh, only this was Professor Sinde who has received this fellowship. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us, and I will be very happy to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ganeshwar. I'm extremely happy that you are there to introduce me. And, we know each other's work very well. We are collaborating with each other, and I'm sure that we'll be able to produce some really good research and shed some new light on history of South Asia. I'm sure that I'm audible to all of you, hopefully.
Yes, sir, everything is clear.
So before I start, I would also like to thank Dr. Skand Mishra for his efforts. I'm really happy. Asmaji had written that it is a great effort from Professor Mishra, and certainly a person coming from Rewa has such a great vision about understanding Indian history of South Asia, and certainly we all are happy to join him. In future also we'll collaborate with him in this particular respect. So today's talk, I'll be speaking mostly about the research that we have done at the site of Rakhigarhi, which is now the biggest Harappan city in terms of size. And for the first time, as Professor Ganeshwar has mentioned, that for the first time, we have been able to extract DNA from the Harappan people. And scientifically now we can say, or we can understand about the people, in fact, the Harappan people. And Harappans are maybe our ancestors. Our culture starts with the Harappan, our tradition starts with the Harappan. So understanding the people, understanding Harappan culture is very, very important. This is a basic or the root of Indian civilization. When I say Indian, it is civilization of the greater part of South Asia. So I'm going to highlight on the research that we have done at the site of Rakhigarhi. I have presentation, so I will share the presentation with you all. So what is the significance of the discovery of the Harappan civilization? As you know that this Harappan culture was discovered in the middle of the 20th century, in 20th of the 20th century, and these two excavations, which were initiated simultaneously at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Now they were very, very important for 2 point of view. In fact, one is that as Professor Ganeshwar has mentioned, that there was most of the scholars that time, historians particularly, historians like Vincent Smith, suggested that there is a big gap in the history of South Asia. And particularly Vincent Smith in his book, which was written in the beginning of the 20th century. Now he said that there is a big or the Vedic height or hiatus in the history of South Asia. And according to him, India jumps from Stone Age to the Stupa period. And the most of the developments like early agriculture, domestication, maybe the formation of maybe settlements, villages, and cities, they all happen because of maybe people coming from outside. And the other significance of this discovery that Britishers started ruling India, and they had justified their rule here, saying that Indians have no great history, and Indians are barbaric, and we want to civilize these people, and therefore we have come here. That was the understanding or impression they had given to the entire world. And when this particular civilization was discovered, they uncovered, in fact, British archaeologist John Marshall, under his direction, most of the research was carried out at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. And he suggested that, when he discovered the civilization or the remains of the great civilization, he was really, very amazed. And because, this type of civilization was not there in Europe, anywhere in Europe. And this was the most advanced civilization of the contemporary world. So they were very happy. But then, some of the British rulers, in fact, became very uneasy about this particular discovery. But then, they came up with great idea, which was floated by Max Muller long back, that okay, you have certainly the remains of great civilization. We agree, we accept that. But the people who made the civilization, who built the civilization, they were not Indians. They came from outside. And in a way, in fact, they wanted to suggest that these type of developments were not possible indigenously. So naturally, people came from outside, particularly from the West, and they were responsible for understanding or developing these particular, early developments. And unfortunately, some of the Indian scholars, some of the South Asian scholars, in fact, followed, the Britishers, their ideology, and without, maybe creating scientific evidence, they started, this particular hypothesis that the Aryans came from outside, and these are the people who are responsible for most of the early developments like settled way of life, agriculture, etc. So that is how this particular Aryan debate. In fact, I consider that this as a most monstrous issue in Indian history, which was created intentionally by British historians, and it was continued by some of the South Asian historians. So this is how this Aryan issue debate started. But as I say that that most of the inferences, most of the hypotheses about the Aryan invasion or Aryan migration, they were not based on any scientific data. And therefore, and nobody tried to generate or understand the scientific data related to this particular issue, whether there is evidence to support this or there is no evidence in fact to support this hypothesis. So nobody tried to generate that. And therefore, in fact, now I started particularly working in the Saraswati region. Today, that region is called Golvalkar Basin. So I started working in 2006, and one of our aims was to understand about the people. So if you want to understand about the people, only the skeleton data that we have, that will not able to shed light on who are the early peoples, or who are the people who develop Harappan civilization. We wanted to get DNA from the ancient skeletal remains. I think I would like to mention that number of scholars before us, they tried very hard to get DNA from the skeletal remains. Even at Harappa also the same efforts were made, but unfortunately nobody succeeded before. And this particular exercise or research that I began at the site of Farmana, which is a small town close to the site of Rakhigadi, around 30 kilometers away. But miserably, we failed there because we were not ready for the genetic research, ancient genetic research, or what we call as the archaeogenetic research. So we are not ready for that. So naturally, we had no idea about what is the maybe precautions one need to take while excavating the data, while collecting the samples. So we had no idea about that. But still our aim was very clear. In fact, we wanted to understand about the people. So we tried very hard, but unfortunately we failed. I'll come to that point later, why we failed. But let me tell you that the entire research that was planned was by the Indian scholars only. So the excursions were carried out by Indian scholars at the site of Rakhigadi. They are this archaeologists from Deccan College, from the Haryana State Department of Archaeology, and also from other universities, including the Archaeological Survey of India. They participate in the excavation, and number of students from different parts of South Asia also participated, and also from abroad, also other regions also. Then the genetic research was undertaken at CCMB. My collaborator Neeraj Rai, he was based in CCMB that time. So we started this collaboration for the first time in India, and this particular research was termed as the archaeogenetic research by us. So what is the importance of this research? Because this civilization was discovered nearly 100 years ago, and exactly after for 100 years we could understand about various facets of the Harappan culture, Harappan history. So that history was very known to us, but we had no idea. For even though we discovered 100 years ago, we had no clue or no evidence about who are the Harappan people. So that research was initiated maybe in 2000, maybe 2006, and we succeeded finally in producing the results in 2019. It took almost more than 13, 14 years. So what we did, in fact, we analyzed the data. Was done by Indian scholars. The extraction was done by Indian scholars. The sequencing was done. Even interpretation was ready. But before the publication, we were thinking of publishing this particular data on our own. But then we realized that suppose this data is published, perhaps maybe some scholars from Europe or America, they will start criticizing because they may not digest this this type of research. So I realized that we should maybe involve these people also somewhere. So what we did, we had prepared 3 libraries of the samples. So one, of course, was analyzed by us. One we are sent to our collaborator in Seoul National University in Korea, and one sample was given to David Rick, and we requested them to give us to do cross-checking and give us the results. So after we got the results from both of them, which were very complementary to what we had obtained, and then only this particular research was published in collaboration. There are a number of scholars, and particularly in Harvard, which has the biggest ancient DNA lab in the world. there were nearly scientists from 16 different countries worked on these archaeological samples. So it has got a tremendous, what I'll say, multidisciplinary approach, multi-institutional approach. So this is for the first time, we carried out this research. And, there are two criticisms, on this particular research. One is that, this research was published in 2019. And some scholars say that perhaps this is a maybe politically oriented research. We wanted to please the present government. And the other comment or the criticism, which I accept also, is that the sample is very small. We have found DNA only in one skeletal remain, and that is not good enough, in fact, to make to understand the generic maybe history of the Harappan population. As far as the first issue is concerned, let me tell you, as I mentioned, that this particular research was started in 2006 itself. And suppose we had succeeded that time, I'm sure that this result would have been published in 2009 or 10, and the results would have been the same. Nobody can maybe tamper with the evidence at all. That is one thing. Secondly, as far as the samples are concerned, even though we have samples from one skeletal remain, that is good enough, because it is like understanding whether rice is cooked or not. We pick up 1 grain of rice to understand the whether the entire rice is cooked or not. So it is like that. Even though we have one sample, it is good enough, in fact, to understand the history of genetic history of the people here. So that is what we have found. And this research, which has just begun in India, this research has tremendous implication. Now, this is the data which was used by Sir Mortimer Wheeler, because Sir Mortimer Wheeler, who also carried out some research on the Harappans, particularly he carried out at some excavations at Harappa. So he used this data. This is the data from the site of Mohenjo-daro. These type of skeletal remains were found lying in the street in the upper part of of the city, in the upper levels rather. And he said that these are the people who were massacred by the incoming Aryans. And Wheeler had used the term for the local people. He said that the local people, particularly the Harappans, were Dravidian, and the Aryans came from outside, and they invaded and they killed this Harappans, and they finished the Harappan civilization. That is how he used this particular data. But this data was subsequently scientifically studied by one very, very prominent, very eminent physical anthropologist, Kenneth Kennedy from US. And he came up with the conclusion that he did not find any injury marks on the body of the human beings here. So he said that they did not die in any kind of maybe fight at all. And these skeletal remains, he had two hypotheses. Either they died in some kind of maybe epidemic, which may have happened that time, or because these skeletal remains were found in the flood deposit. And the river Indus, in fact, has the history of from settled life onward. In fact, from 7000 BC onward, we have clear-cut idea about who are the people and who are the people responsible for various developments in South Asia. As Professor Ganeshwar has mentioned, that we now have the evidence indicating that maybe settled life agriculture began maybe indigenously in different parts of maybe of South Asia and also West Asia. So we have the evidence of the maybe indigenous development, which is reflected well in the archaeological data, which starts around 7000 BCE. In Mesopotamian region, maybe it starts a little earlier, but again from 7000 BC onward, there's a proper evidence of maybe full-fledged settled life happening that time. So here also the evidence indicates that this was a local development in Mesopotamia. Same is the case with Egypt and China also. But at the same time, the early farmers, they had contact with each other right from the beginning, and that is very well reflected in the archaeological data that we have collected. So this is the Harappan region, which came into existence in the northwest part of the Indian subcontinent. Part of that, major part of that is in India, some part in Pakistan. It touches up to Iran border and here the Makran coast. So they had occupied much larger, or maybe more than that. In 1746, of course, first effort was made. This is a map, which was created during the Mughal period by a Dutch cartographer. And here, he clearly used the term, Saraswati region for this river and the Indus River. So, and then of course, a lot of scientific research were carried out in India, particularly. Uh, uh, Geologists, archaeologists, hydrologists, they were involved in understanding the course of River Saraswati. And even the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, they also analyzed the satellite photography imagery, and they have been able to reconstruct now the dry course of River Saraswati. The river, it is believed that River Saraswati has disappeared at some stage, and we can use the archaeological. We do not have any other source to understand when this particular event has happened, when the river has disappeared or gone dry. That is not clear at all because there is no evidence. But we can use some archaeological data to date this particular event, because in this along the river banks we find the settlements of the early phase, what we call as the early Harappan phase. Now the early Harappan phase is going back. In fact, we have excavated nearly half a dozen sites where the dates are ranging from 6000 to 5500 BCE. So from 6500 or from 6000 or 5500 BCE till maybe the middle phase, maybe around 2600 BCE. This culture was gradually, maybe, growing, transforming. So that phase is called the early Harappan phase. So we do find the settlements along the river banks of this particular phase. Then the next phase is called the mature Harappan or the Harappan civilization phase, which is from 2600 BCE to 1900 BCE. So we do find settlements of that phase also along the river banks. But the late Harappan phases, late Harappan cultures or the settlements, which starts from 1900 BC to maybe 1300 BCE. So those settlements are going away from the river banks, from this, the course of river. So they are more, in fact, in the tributary zone rather than along the main river. So that means perhaps the river was going dry around the same time, maybe around 1900 BCE. It lost its significance. Therefore, people are moving away from this river bank. So that is what was happening. And when we analyze the settlement pattern data, then we notice that maybe 2/3 of the Harappan settlements are located in the Saraswati Basin. There are a large number of sites in the Gaggar and also in the Hakra Basin, which have been discovered by Dr. Rafiq Mughal and other scholars, Pakistan scholars. So, the concentration was in this. That means the Saraswati Basin, both in fact Gaggar and Hakra, both are considered to be the part of the Saraswati Basin. So Saraswati Basin was the most important, place for the Harappans. Therefore, we find nearly 2/3 of the settlements located in this part. So this is a picture from the site of Mehrgarh. This of Mehrgarh is the first site which has produced the evidence about the early settled life in South Asia, going back to 7000 BCE. And what you are seeing here, in fact, is the part of the settlement, part of the ancient site. Is a mound, whitish mound, and these type of mounds are formed, maybe layer after layer, because of maybe human activities that have taken places in different generations. So we do find different levels, and these levels contain a material culture of that particular period. So we excavate them systematically and use them for understanding different phases. And at this particular site, the excavator also could identify the transformation from the modest beginning that happened around 7000 BCE. And then, of course, the same people were, carrying out a lot of developments, lot of transformation. So it is becoming clear from this particular site, from the evidence from the site, that most of the developments, like the beginning of settled life, then the development of the first urbanization, they all were carried out by the indigenous people, and these people had contact with outside world also. That is quite clear. So they practice mixed subsistence. They continued hunting the wild animals, but at the same time, some animals like cattle, sheep, and goat, dogs, they were also domesticated by them. So we have the evidence of that. Also, we find the evidence of barley and wheat, the domestic variety in the excavations. So they also started this, domestication of plant and animal. We also find the earliest evidence of ceremonious burial, human burial within the settlement at the site of Mergar. And right from the beginning, they perhaps believed in life after death, because these burials contained some goods. Like in the earliest level, when the pottery was not there, they used some containers. So one such container is found in the burial here. So this may have contained some food for the dead person, and also a lot of maybe jewelry, personal jewelry, in the form of beads and bangles also found. So these are the maybe crafts which were manufactured by the local people by using the primitive technology, and that technology was properly refined or matured in the middle of the third millennium BC. So this concept, occurs from this particular phase, and it continues from here to the Harappan times. And you can see the different kinds of crafts that were manufactured by this, particularly the jewelry of semi-precious stone, and even terracotta, and even some metal also. As I mentioned that these people had contact with far off places. There are some a particular variety of shale found at Mehergarh, which is the nearest source of that is Karachi coast, which is quite far, maybe around 800 to 900 kilometers away from that. So that indicates contact with the coastal part by the early farmers or the early settlements at Mehergarh. And also, we do find evidence of mother of pearl, and this mother of pearl has come from Oman. Scientifically, it is proved. So that means, the Harappans, the early farmers or the settlers, they started developing contact right from the beginning of settled life with far off places, not only within subcontinent but beyond subcontinent also. And then, of course, this is a map created by the Archaeological Survey of India of the site of Rakhigarhi. There are different localities called, mounds. The Archaeological Survey of India had identified 7 mounds. When we started the work at the site, we have added 2 more sites, 2 more mounds. So now total there are 9 mounds. Also, we created by using the latest geophysical instruments, the 3D maps of the site. So this whole, in fact, whole part of the site of, this whole area was a part of the site, but now only few maybe blocks of the site are surviving. This is the part which is intact. This is mound number 2, and this is mound number 1. So these are the 2 mounds, which are protected. This is mound number 1, which was also excavated extensively by the Archaeological Survey of India before our research. But this part also is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. Mound number 4 and 5 are here. They are below the modern occupation. In fact, you can see here, in fact, almost 10,000 people are living just above the ancient site. And this was all part of the ancient site. Some part is flattened by the people and converted into agricultural land. Some part is buried under the modern settlements. Some part is buried under the modern geological deposits, etc. Only this part is visible and protected by the Archaeological Survey of India as a national monument today. And this is mound number 1, which is also protected. So we had a couple of aims, in fact, research aims at the site. One was to understand the complete history of the Harappan site at Rakhigarhi. So for which we selected one index trench. We did not carry out extensive research, extensive excavation at the site of Rakhigarhi, because we have quite good understanding about maybe their structural elements, about the town planning, about various features within the town. So we have clear-cut idea because of the data from other sites. So we did not feel it necessary, in fact, to excavate the same data again here. So we went with our some research issues, and one issue was, of course, to understand the transformation from the beginning till maybe the Harappan civilization phase. And this is a index range which provided us beautiful evidence in this respect. What we found, in fact, in terms of the structural evidence is concerned, now we do find that in the lowermost levels we have, this is from the site of Birana, which is next to Rakiri. So in the lowermost level, and same evidence is found at Farmana, Rakigadi, Girawad, etc. In the lower levels, we have some pits which have been identified as pit dwellings in a cluster. Then, of course, there are underground pits. In the second stage, of course, there are overground structures, and complete architectural history can be reconstructed at such sites. So, fortunately, we have this type of evidence at number of sites. So, these are the type of pits, the cluster of pits, maybe 3 or 4 pits form one cluster, and the function of each cluster, each pit was different. In fact, maybe this type of bigger ones were used for living purpose. Smaller ones, maybe some of them contain fireplace, maybe they use as a kitchen. Some were used as maybe storage, etc. So this is the kind of evidence we find, and they're underground, maybe 50 to 60 centimeter maximum underground pits. So this is how the Harappans began, in fact, their modest lifestyle. In the you can see some of the in situ evidence of maybe fireplace and maybe other material in these pits. In the second stage, of course, they continued with the circular structures, but now the circular structures are on the ground. So one maybe part of this circular hut excavated is visible here. In the third, they they started building typical rectangular structures. They started producing typical Harappan bricks, 1:2:3, and 1:2:4 ratio. So the walls here are made of thick walls of mud brick, and also the burnt bricks were also created by these people for constructing bathrooms and even toilets. So this is a kind of maybe evidence we find in this third phase, and even we have the tandoor found in this particular phase also. This is perhaps the earliest evidence of tandoor in the Harappan levels. In the fourth stage, you can see now a beautiful modicum of planning. The concept of street or the main street, small street has emerged now. The structures on both sides, we find clusters, big, small clusters, small clusters, etc. So this is almost the town planning is very well laid out in the fourth page. And finally, this is the photograph from the site of Mohenjo-daro, and finally the full-fledged city. So gradually the city has grown. That means this is this development was done by the indigenous people, local people. So they were responsible for this particular development. So we have a very strong evidence in this respect. Now similar evidence also is noticed in some of their maybe material culture also. For example, the type of pottery that is found in the lowermost levels, in the Harappan levels, Harappan culture levels, is like that. The pottery is very modest, crude, handmade, not well fired. The surface is not smooth. This is how they began. In the second stage, we find pottery is becoming much refined now, and they have used different technology, maybe slow turntable in the second stage, and finally now the full-fledged pottery development. So there is a gradual growth in this also. Also in other material culture also, same pattern is found. So there is a growth in fact in the material culture also, and that is quite visible. So this negates the hypothesis that people came from outside and they develop these Harappan culture. What we find, in fact, what is evident here is that there is a gradual growth of the Harappan cities, Harappan settlements, and that growth is very well reflected in the archaeological data. The next important aim of our research was to understand the Harappan people, and therefore fortunately we discovered the Harappan city cemetery roughly 1 kilometer away from the main settlement at the site of Rakigadi. And we did carry out a lot of excavations. We collected a lot of data from this, But this picture, what you're seeing here, is from the site of Farmana. As I mentioned, that Farmana is a Harappan site. It has got also one of the biggest Harappan cemeteries. And one of our aims of excavating the cemetery at Farmana was to understand the Harappan people. But here, as I mentioned, that we miserably failed here because we did not take the necessary precaution that needs to be taken for DNA research. We have to take, we have to make sure that the modern DNA does not, enters into ancient DNA at any cost. That was not taken care of. Then we excavated almost 70 burials at one and the same time. We kept them open for almost 2 to 3 months because our intention was that people should come and they should, maybe get idea or understanding about the ancient population. And so therefore, we keep them open. But whatever DNA was survived, that completely disappeared because of maybe rain and these, strong sunshine. So when we tried at the end, after 3 months, extracting DNA, we miserably failed because whatever was there, in fact, that had already slipped away, completely, vanished from this. So this was the mistake that which we did. So when we started the work, in fact, this is a part of the cemetery at Rakhigarhi. When we started the work at Rakhigarhi, then we were cautioned, in fact, by some of our colleagues from Korea that you have to take proper precaution. So we started, maybe clearing the burial area first. Fortunately, it was in the surrounded by standing crops. And then, first, what we did, in fact, as was told to us that, we to prevent the modern DNA from entering into the ancient DNA, we use, this type of PPE kit. We use head cap, goggle, mask, the disposal gown, disposal gloves, hand gloves, one digging instrument, for one burial. The same was not repeated for other burials. So this is the kind of precaution that we took. But let me also tell you that, in spite of all this precaution, when we started analyzing the data, we found some elements of East Asian population in the Harappan population. And there was no way because the Harappans never had contact with East Asian area. So how that DNA has come? Then later we realized that one of our students was from Korea. So he was, maybe part of the excavation team. And in spite of taking this type of precautions, some DNA slipped into, ancient DNA. And that is how we could detect the modern East Asian DNA in the Harappan population. So this how, this entire exercise was done by us, the teachers, students, they carry out the excavation by taking this type of precaution. This is for the first time, we have introduced these type of, new methods of excavation of burials and also of collection of samples from the burials. So what we did here, in fact, we did not excavate 70 burials at one and the same time as we did, in fact, at the site of Farmana. We targeted one burial at a time, and the excavation was conducted. Immediately after the excavation, the burial was documented, thoroughly. Immediately after that, the samples were collected and taken to the laboratory. And then only, we tried maybe cleaning there and we tried the sampling there. Because of these efforts, in fact, we could succeed ultimately. See, the condition is very adverse in India for the preservation of DNA. We have maybe more humid climate, more maybe damp climate in some parts, which is not good. The soil is more acidic, not good for preservation of the organic matter, including the DNA data. So all of us, we took this precaution. This was the first stage of our maybe systematic excavation. Then a lot of data was excavated like this. We have some complete skeleton remains. There are some double burials also, and there are burials of different maybe categories. Maybe some burials of people of higher ranking, people of rich people, poor people, etc. So on the basis of the number of pots, quality and the quantity of the pot, we could identify the social status of the person. We also did a lot of the sampling. because Koreans had succeeded in getting parasite eggs from the ancient remains, particularly from the stomach portion of the ancient dead bodies. And from this parasite egg, they could identify DNA of the person. So here also we wanted to see whether the parasite eggs are surviving or no. So we did a lot of very detailed sampling. Of course, we did not find any parasite eggs in our body. Of course, in all of us, in our body, there is parasitic eggs are existing because of maybe contaminated food and water. And when the body, when we die, the body gets disintegrated, but the parasite eggs can survive. And if you are fortunate to get those parasite eggs, we can identify DNA of the person also. So this is what was done in fact by the Korean scientists. We tried that, we did not succeed because of non-presence. Then of course now when we, after the documentation, the burials were packed carefully, the bones were lifted, they were packed carefully at the site. When they were brought to the laboratory, again we used the same precaution in the labs also, and they were unwrapped, they were clean, samples were clean, and then of course now they were sent to CCMB for the extraction of DNA in the clean room. So this is the methodology that we adopted. And also we did very scientific research in fact on the human skeletal remains. So the anthropological examination was done, the samples were transported to technical lab first. We carried out a detailed anthropological examination which was published in PLOS One. Then we also carried out CT scanning. This CT scan is required for craniofacial reconstruction. I'll come to that part later. Then also we tried what we call as the paleoparasitology. I talked about the parasite eggs. So now in fact in Europe or in maybe East Asia, there's a separate branch called paleoparasitology. It's part of the forensic science, ancient forensic science, part of that only. Then sampling was done very thoroughly for ancient DNA research and also for carrying out various scientific analyses. We carried out stable isotope, starch grain analysis, residue analysis, lipid profile analysis, strontium analysis. All this help us in understanding the health and diet of the Harappan people. And from the ancient analysis, DNA analysis, we could identify the genes of the people. So as I mentioned that, getting DNA is very, very difficult. We had excavated nearly 60 burials at Rakhigarhi. We examined each and every one in great detail. We did not succeed in getting DNA in most of the skeletal remains, but this was the last one which was examined. This is the skeleton of a woman, maybe around 35 years old, Harappan woman. She is from a slightly affluent family because of, on the basis of the number of pots, we can try to determine her status in the society. And she was a beautiful woman because she has very sharp features like a modern day Haryana, a lady. So this skeletal remains ultimately gave us a very strong and authentic DNA, which was analyzed by us, and then we published, the results of that. The title itself suggests an ancient Harappan genome lacks ancestry from steppe pastoralists or Iranian farmers. Those who propose the hypothesis of Aryan invasion or migration, they believe that maybe the Aryans came maybe through Central Asia to Iran, and from Iran to India. That was how it was proposed. So if that was the case, we could have found the genome of the maybe steppe people and Iranian people in the Harappan population, or even later population also, dominant one. But that is not the case in fact. So here we do not find the steppe pastoralists or Iranian farmers' ancestry present in the Harappan population. And we have very interesting story about this particular early research of the early people. So this research, which was published in Shale, one of the most prestigious science journal. Now this research was identified by the International Conference on Genomics, the biggest. Just a minute. So they had identified 9 breakthrough research in the world, and this Rakhigarhi research was identified as one of the breakthrough researches. So this research is identified by the scientific community all over the world. So what is in brief, in fact, what is this research? What it indicates? Now we have done analysis of maybe samples from different parts of South Asia. Some samples were already maybe analyzed. We did some new analysis, and now the picture that is emerging is that around 10,000 BCE, maybe 12,000 years ago, the hunter-gatherers, somewhere in fact on the border of Afghanistan, Iran, they broke into 2 groups. One went to Iran, and one came to South Asia. So the one which went to Iran, they got mixed up with the Anatolian farmers. A lot of mixing was happening there. But the one which came to South Asia, there a very distinct genetic history was being developed. We call this as a South Asian genes or the genetic history. So here in fact this distinct history was being developed, and today the very maybe the authentic history of this maybe South Asians is preserved in fact in the Andaman hunter. Andaman is hunter gatherers. So there is very little maybe mixing from other parts of here. Maybe even though they had contact with different parts, we do very we see very small sprinkling of that present in the early population. But the dominant one, of course, is the distinct South Asian history, genetic history that was emerging here. And then what is interesting that the history that genetic history that was developed maybe 10,000 BCE, the same genes continued in the Harappan population, and from Harappan till modern population. I think we can there is a clear-cut indication that most of the South Asian population from Andaman to Ladakh, Kashmir, and from Afghanistan to Bengal, most of us probably represent the dominant Harappan genes. So it appears that most of us, no matter what religion, caste, or creed we follow, most of us in South Asia, we appear to be descendants of the Harappans, because perhaps Harappans were the the first people who provided the genetic history to the South Asian people, and that has continued till today. So this is the most important finds from our research. This the South Asian history, in fact, the genetic history or the genes started spreading, in major, larger part of maybe West Asia, and even beyond that, even Central Asia also. So we do find the continuation of that, and we have analyzed the data from maybe from Central Asia also, from Iran also, and we find that the South Asian genes have started percolating in this area. Also, we did the genetic history or genes of the modern population also. So we selected different groups. You can see the area of the selection from Afghanistan to Bengal and from Andaman to Kashmir. Now we have selected population of different classes, different groups. Nearly 140 different groups were included in the study, and they included maybe so-called Indo-European maybe group, Dravidian, so-called Dravidian group, Austroasiatic, etc. And most of them have have shown a strong Harappan continuity. Also, we did the analysis of the samples from a site called Shari Sokta in Iran, and also Gonur in Turkmenistan. These are the 2 sites which were continued with Harappans, because excavations here have revealed the Harappan elements, Harappan material. So it indicates that Harappans and these people were contemporary, and they had contact with each other. That is quite clear. And when we analyzed the data, we found some Harappan genes present in this population here. So this means the population, the Harappans began to move to this area, and they got mixed up with the population here. And then, of course, the reciprocal movement began to happen after that. Therefore, in our paper, we have mentioned that around after 2000 BC, there are more spike, in fact, of the population coming from Iran and, Gonur. So that does not indicate the arrival of the Europeans or the arrival of the, so-called Aryans, but the interaction was increasing because then they could realize the importance of South Asia, and they started establishing contact with South Asian people. Then how this began to move to other parts. We have got very good archaeological data, as I mentioned, that northwest part of Indian subcontinent, where this the ancestry has emerged. Then the second oldest evidence comes from Mid Ganga Basin, 6500 BC, and Harappans or these people and these regions also, they had contact. So they started, this Harappan people started moving. Harappan influence started moving to Mid Ganga Basin first. From there to the Mewat region of Rajasthan, at Bagor, Gilun, etc., we have found the early evidence of agriculture around 4500 BC. There also we find the presence of Harappan ancestry here. And then in rest of the Indian subcontinent, from eastern, maybe from Bengal, Bihar, South India, Deccan, etc. In all that part, in fact, maybe around 3000 BC, the Harappan people or the Harappan influence began to disperse. That is how the larger area was brought under the Harappan, ancestry. And that is very well reflected. In fact, now we have the earliest sites in this part, the second oldest, sites in this part, the third oldest in this part, and then of course, so archaeological also it is very well documented and very well, indicator. So Harappans were not the only people living that time, but there were, number of different populations, different communities spread, both sides of the Indian, Harappan civilization, on the eastern periphery as well as on the western periphery also, and they all had interaction. So they interacted with each other very well. So except this Tibeto-Burman, we do not know much about this part, but most of the other population, like Andamanis, the Austroasiatic, Indo-Europeans, and Dravidians, they all of them have the common ancestry, and that ancestry has probably continued from the Harappan till the modern times. So then you will wonder, how come that there are different, if we have the common ancestry, then how come that we have such a varied complexion in South Asia? Now the complexion has nothing to do with the genetic history. In fact, the complexion has to do with maybe climate, geography, food habits, and the mixing with different population. The southern Indian population has more maybe mixing with maybe Southeast Asian population, and also the African population, whereas North Indians are more maybe mixed with the Iranians and Central Asians. Because of that, the complexion looks different. But otherwise, all these people have the common ancestry. That is the indication that we are getting. And the last part of our research is the craniofacial or the 3D reconstruction of the Harappan people. And this is a very, very important research. For the first time, we began this particular research in South Asia. And for this reconstruction, of course, we need complete skeletal data. So we have extracted some complete skeletal data from the Harappan cemeteries at Rakhigadi. This is a boy, maybe 18 to 19 years old Harappan boy. He's like exactly like the height, build is exactly like the modern Haryana people. And also we have a complete skeletal remain of a Harappan woman, maybe around 35 to 40 years old woman. And her skeletal remains also is complete. So we have done initially reconstruction of these two individuals. Now we have done more than 6 individuals, but these two were subjected to reconstruction for the first time in South Asia. So what we did in fact, we collected what we need. We need 2 kinds of data for the reconstruction. One is that we need matrix data, the measurements of the bones. So that was done when we were actually extracting the data. That time we could get that, and this data was created and then that was fed in the computer. And also we did the CT scanning, as I mentioned earlier, that this data was also created by us. And from the CT scanning, we could get the idea about the inner anatomy of the people. which is also important and required for this type of research. So both these in fact were fed in the computer, and then we had developed the program. So slowly the computer maybe complete the maybe skull portion, and then starts putting flesh and blood on that, and finally the skin portion on that. So finally, this is how the Harappan boy looked like. This is the first stage of reconstruction. In the second, which is very expensive, this type of research is very expensive. And the second stage now, which we are planning, which is also which needs a huge funding, is that we can, in the second phase now, we can identify the color of the eyes, color of the hair, and color of the skin also. That will be done in fact in the second stage. But from this you can see in fact that this Harappan boy and the modern Haryana boy, they exactly look same. Similarly, Harappan woman and the modern Haryana woman, they look same. So there is a lot of continuity as far as the complexion is concerned from Harappans till modern times. So here we have examined three different kinds of evidences. One is archaeological evidence, which indicates the local development and gradual growth, which is reflected very well in the archaeological data. In the genetic history also, we have the same continuity for last maybe 12,000 years, and also we have continued in the craniofacial research also. So all this indicate that the development was local. Neither early Iranian farmers nor steppies have contributed to the making of the South Asian population. We do find some sprinkling, but they are not responsible for the development of South Asian ancestry. That is quite clear. So there is no change or breakage in the ancestry of major South Asian population for last 12,000 years, implying neither large-scale migration nor invasion of the so-called Aryans from outside South Asia. So if the Aryans had come from outside, then two things would have happened. One is that they would have brought the different cultural elements with them. That is the human psychology. That is not happen at any stage. Secondly, there could have been a breakage in the, the genetic history of South Asia, which has not happened, at any stage. So there is a continuity. So a lot of people have come from outside. Even during the maybe protohistoric phase, maybe during the early historic phase, medieval phase, and modern times also a lot of people have come from outside. But they were absorbed in the population of South Asians. They were not responsible for any kind of breakage in the population of South Asia, in the genetic history of South Asia. So that shows the continuity for such a long period. So as I mentioned that different human complexion develop in South Asia due to factors like geography, climate, food habits, etc. Then from this, we can come to the conclusion that most of the developments such as domestication, settled way of life, village life, city life, knowledge system, etc., were authored by the indigenous population. So this is what was was happening, and so new evidence. In fact, the research that we carried out, they have helped us in understanding the new dimension of South Asian archaeology, and in a real sense, that now we are reconstructing the real history of South Asians, and this reconstruction is based pure on scientific data. We have created the data, we have analyzed the scientific data, and then we are coming to the conclusion. So this is how the research needs to be carried out in South Asia. So this is briefly the kind of research that we are doing at the site of Rakhigarhi. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for your great insight, sir. That's such a wonderful presentation. And the great thing is, like, I have heard several times to you, and every time I get something new. So this is the learning experience we usually learn from you. And
it's a pleasure, yes.
Many of you already know that the ancient DNA this year was this area, the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology was given to the ancient DNA to Professor Svante Pabo. He has discovered the Neanderthals in Europe and the gene flow, like each and every people from non-African region, they have the ancestry which is associated with the 2 to 4% of the ancestry, which is associated with the Neanderthal. So similar kind of work, we are very happy that that has been led by our Professor Vasant Sinde sir. We are very much happy that he started this work in India, and then his precursors, his collaborators in CCMB as well as in BSIP, they all are moving further and looking for the new samples, looking for the ancestry which associates with this new sample. So if there are some questions, please feel free to ask.
In fact, I would like to mention that, Swante Pablo also had approached us, in fact, for carrying out research, on DNA samples from Rakhigarhi. But somehow, that time we did not collaborate with him. We went with the Harvard University, but he had approached to us, in fact, for carrying out research.
Very nice, sir. So please ask question.
May I please?
Yeah, please.
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते
जी, ये हमारे राखीगढ़ी एक्सकैवेशन में जो भी अवशेष जो अभी प्राप्त हुए हैं, क्या इसका कोई संग्रहालय वहीं राखीगढ़ी में बनाया जाएगा या फिर कहीं किसी इसमें अलग कोई किया जाएगा?
हाँ, वो राखीगढ़ी में पूरा ये भी म्यूजियम डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, वहाँ पे म्यूजियम भी डेवलप हो रहा है और ये साइट भी डेवलपमेंट फ्रॉम टूरिज्म पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से डेवलप हो रहा है अभी। तो ऑलरेडी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हरियाणा ने एक बड़ा म्यूजियम की बिल्डिंग बनाई है और जो डेटा हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया पूरा डेटा हमने हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट को दिया है, तो वो डेटा उसमें म्यूजियम में रखा जाएगा। और अभी आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया ने भी यहाँ भी काम शुरू किया है कि जो टूरिज्म पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से साइट को डेवलप करना है। तो इन नियर फ्यूचर मे बी यू पीपल विल बी एबल टू गो देयर, जो डेटा हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया उसको देख सकते हैं, उसको हैंडल कर सकते हैं और एक अच्छा एक रिसर्च सेंटर भी बनने की कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे। तो ये अच्छा हो जाएगा हमारे राखीगढ़ी में।
More question, please. So looks like everybody understood the meaning of the presentation. That's so nice, and the language was so easy that it was very easy for everyone to follow. So thank you very much, sir, for your great insight and great presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mishra ji, for your initiative.
Yes, sir.
I congratulate you for your research, initiatives, and keep it up.
Yes, sir. We also congratulate him. Thank you so much.
आज सिंधे साहब का जो यहाँ व्याख्यान हुआ निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। आर्कियोलॉजी के दृष्टिकोण से तो है ही, बायोलॉजिकल दृष्टि से भी, क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी जो लोग हैं वो बायोलॉजी, बॉटनी और जूलॉजी, वाइल्ड लाइफ से भी जुड़े हैं। तो ये चीज़ जो है एक इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी जो है ये रिसर्च है और निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और इसको भारत की संस्कृति और से भी बहुत ये संबंध रखती है, जैसा कि अभी हमने सुना पूरा। तो ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और सिंधे साहब ने अपने व्यस्त समय में हमें इस वेबिनार में के माध्यम से समय दिया है उन्होंने, और निश्चित रूप से हम बीच बीच में उनसे चर्चा भी करते रहते हैं इसके लिए। और एक बहुत ही अच्छा मौका था कि जिसमें सब लोगों ने ये सुना, और बहुत बहुत हम धन्यवाद देते हैं सर को कि उन्होंने इसके लिए समय निकाला। साथ ही हमारे जो चेयरपर्सन हैं प्रोफेसर ज्ञानेश्वर चौबे साहब, उन्होंने भी समय दिया। और निश्चित रूप से ये अच्छी बात है कि ये एकेडमिक इंटरेस्ट की बात में लोग जो बड़े लोग हैं वो समय निकालते हैं और निश्चित रूप से उसको देते हैं जो कि स्टूडेंट के लिए लाभदायी होता है। और सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दोनों लोगों को, और हमारी ओर से और हमारी संस्था की ओर से भी धन्यवाद है। और मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ दोनों लोगों को कि दोनों विद्वज्जनों को कि हमारे महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में आपने अपना बहुमूल्य समय दिया। धन्यवाद सर। नेक्स्ट टॉक के लिए महत्वपूर्ण टॉक है ये भी, और इसके लिए मैं इमिनेंट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर मिन ली, सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज एंड एनवायरमेंटल स्टडीज, फैकल्टी ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंसेज, वियतनाम नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी हनोई, चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर लाला अश्वनी कुमार सिंह, retired senior research officer wildlife forest department of Odisha, and co-chairperson Dr. Anuruddh Majumdar, scientist MPSFRI Jabalpur, India. Welcome all of you, sir. Mainly sir, hello.
Oh, hello. Hi.
Hello. Welcome,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm here. Okay. Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
requesting
I'm here.
Dr. Sunny Kumar Singh ji, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Minli. Dr. Lala Ashwani Kumar Singh ji. Hello.
Sir, kindly unmute
Sir?
your button. Sir, kindly unmute. Chair, sir.
Sorry so much. Okay. Thank you, Professor Misra ji. Just a minute. Let me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Misra ji. And I welcome Professor Lee. We missed him 2 days back because he's a very prominent person and busy person from Vietnam with global footprints. He's an experienced academician with a variety of interests in a number of academic faculties, research, teaching activities, and consultancies. He holds a wide spectrum of appointments at Vietnam National University and also the American Museum of Natural History. He has a wide-ranging list of publications that runs through 15 pages and published in international journals from around the globe. Professor Min Lee has a large number of presentations also in international platforms and the media, and through memberships and synergistic activities. He is linked with IUCN SSC specialist groups concerning deer specialist group, crocodile turtle specialist groups, with which I was also associated all this year for some time in 80s. And he is also associated with the International Primatological Society, the Society for Conservation Biology, and phylogenetics, phylogenomics, and systematics, the Turtle Conservancy Scientific Advisory Board. With that also he is associated. And today's lead lecture is about application of molecular approaches to conserving biodiversity in Vietnam. Is very interesting and very timely. And as a wildlife researcher, personally, I feel for the last 47 years, I had been feeling that although most of the things we were doing from traditional knowledge or biological knowledge, these molecular approaches definitely have a very large, meaningful impact to come to conclusions. And during the last few years, it has come to a very good shape, and it is our fortune to listen to Professor Min Lee. Welcome, Professor Lee, and we eagerly wait to listen to about your lecture on application of molecular approaches to conserving biodiversity in Vietnam. On this pretext, I also welcome Professor Majumdar, who is with the SFRI Jabalpur. He is the co-chairperson. So, Professor Lee, please carry on.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Sai. thank you, the organizer for inviting me to this very diverse and also interdisciplinary conference. I'm very honored to be a part of this one. And, the previous, lectures by Professor Said, I think it's also very enlightening and so interesting. And now I would like to turn over from human to wildlife, also in terms of genetics diversity. Okay, so let me. So can you see my presentations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so my talk will divide it in 4 different sections: the overview of Vietnam biodiversity, and then molecular approaches in biodiversity research, but also very much relevant to conservations, and then some case studies in conservation genetics, and finally some concluding thoughts. So Vietnam is, also in South Asia, the part of South Asia, but also the easternmost part of the continent. We have quite a high level of biodiversity, and most of the researchers rank us among probably top 15 or 16 country in the world in terms of biodiversity, even though Vietnam is a small country. We have about more than 300 species of mammals, more than 100 species of bats, and some of the most diverse primate diversity in the world. So you can see some of the species here on the left-hand side. Belong to the civets family. The binturong, the Austin civet, one of the endangered species, and the spotted linsang. And then we have almost 1,000 species of birds. We have many kind of pheasants and also other bubblers and woodpeckers. Also, Vietnam is a hotspot for herpetology called diversity, including many species of amphibians and reptiles. We have almost 300 species of reptiles and amphibians, and more than 500 species of reptiles. And those number, I think it will increase significantly over the next decade or so, because this is most active research areas in Vietnam, because we still have a lot of poorly known areas that have not been surveyed, and we should focus on that in the next decades or two. So Vietnam has been, or was a little bit neglected because the war and also embargo, set by other countries until 1990s, and the search of biological diversity research only started after that. And since then, between 1992 is probably the first time when we resumed the research, biodiversity research in Vietnam. We found 8 mammal species, and 3 species of birds, 22 species of reptiles, 31 species of amphibians, but also many others like freshwater fishes and vascular plants. We didn't put in here the numbers of invertebrates, but that's also very, very significant over the last decade or so. There's so many new species has been described in Vietnam over that period, but also from 2004 until now, even more species have been identified or described. So this is one of the most exciting discovery, the Saula, the Pseudo-oryx ngatingensis. It was discovered in 1992 and published in the journal Nature in 1993, because at that time, is so significant because at that time everyone think that the large mammal in the world has been all described or identified. And it's very surprising that in the remote part of Vietnam we still can find a large mammal. And this one is it doesn't look like anything else that we saw at that time. And look at the horn, it looked like the oryx from Middle East, and that's why it has name of pseudo oryx, because everyone thought it is belonged to deer family. But finally scientists has was able to place it in the Bovidae family, which is relatives of cow and buffalo. But it looks so different, and it's a new genus of mammals. And between 2010 and 2016 or something like that, we describe about 80 species of reptiles and amphibians. And at that time, molecular techniques has become common, and 60 species of those newly described actually been discovered by using molecular evidence. So this is one of the species that also very special, because it is the first record of the genus Aureolarax. At that time when we describe this species, no other members of the genus Aureolarax found anywhere outside China. And this is the first record in Vietnam. And at first, like everyone in Vietnam, because we never seen this species before, thought that it belonged to different genus. And finally, using molecular approach, we can assign that to the genus Aureolarax and describe it as a new species. And it's only occur in very high mountain in Vietnam. It's from 2,000 meters and beyond. Also, other groups of reptiles. This is the bento gecko. It's one of the most diverse, and I think probably the third most diverse, vertebrate genus in the world. Right now, I think the number of species is about 310 species, and it's very diverse. And since 1997, the number of species has increased about tenfold. In 1997, we have only 3 species, but now I think we have the most, up-to-date number is about, I think, 52 species, and we still have some pending new species that under descriptions. And it seemed like this species also very diverse in terms of the habitats, and there's information or data showing that it's the speciation level has increased in the limestone habitats. I will talk about that a little bit later on about how important limestone is for this species and for some other species as well. So we're using molecular approaches to assist our research, but also I think has a lot of implications for conservation activities in Vietnam. So the first one that I would like to talk about is the genus Montiacus or Munchaks. I think probably many of you familiar with this species or the members of the genus, because the common muntjac also occur widely in the Indian continent. This species, as you can see on the map, is widely distributed in South and Southeast Asia. But it also introduced to some other part of the world, like in Europe and also in North America, because this species is also very, it's kind of favorite for people to use that as a game species. It's easy to raise, and also it's good for hunting. So in Vietnam, we have 4 species, and 3 species has been described over the last 20 years or so. The Montiacus fuquangensis, also called the giant antler muntjac, is this one on the top left-hand side here. the biggest one in the genus, and also in in the Annamais mountain in Vietnam, the area that has so many endemic species. And then we have the Chungsunensis, another middle-sized muntjac, and also the common muntjac is the Mathiacus vaginalis, and one of the species that described recently, but it has so much mystery about that because the type specimen is only I think one pair of horn, and it's not clear where it's occur and what's look like in terms of the anatomy besides the horn that used as a type specimen. So we conducted our research in the whole country using samples that we collected from many different protected areas that you can see here. The green and the blue. Green is existing and the blue is a proposed protected area. And because those species are very rare and it's not possible to collect them from fresh tissue sample, so we have to use non-invasive techniques by using by collecting like hunter trophies, the bones, dry skins, and also samples from the museums across the countries. And here's some of the samples that we collected during our research. This is the part of the skull, some of the horn, or like small pieces of bone samples. This is the dry skin and come with the bone, and also some of the very small or very thin skin that come from the skull, scattering in the museum that we can collect. And using that samples, we has been able to identify a population of Roosevelt muntjac, the Muntiacus rooseveltorum. This species actually first discovered by the Roosevelt brothers. They traveled from Laos to Vietnam at that time in 1931 and found one specimen of that species, and then it was described in 1932. After the description, there's many expeditions in the Laos also try to find the viable population for this species, but it all failed. And the previous research only can identify some areas in Laos, like in Mueang Yo or Ban Phu Vang or Lac Sao. The three dots here that they found samples of those species, but no population at all. No like live animals. So I was able to identify two places, two protected areas in Vietnam that has sample that identical to the one from the red one here is from the type specimen. It is the tree or the phylogenetic trees that based on the mitochondrial DNA, the 16S gene. And we were able to identify two places, two nature reserves in Vietnam that still have, this species, the Montiacus rooseveltorum. And after our research published, there's some camera trap survey that capture some photos of the population of this species in Xuân Liên Nature Reserve in Vietnam. And we think that maybe it's the last of viable population of this species in Vietnam. And so we continue to monitoring these populations, but also trying to put in some conservation measure in the areas. And finally, we was able to get samples from the type locality of Puhuarensis, the one that it has a lot of mystery about the species, and we able to clarify that the Puhuarensis actually not a new species, but it's a part of the rooseveltorum. So Puhuat actually a synonym of rooseveltorum. So in Vietnam we still have 4 species, but it's not Puhuarensis, but it is actually rooseveltorum, the species that described many years ago. And so this is one based on both mitochondrial and nuclear gene. And then we also doing a phylogeography of the common muntjacs, the Muntiacus vacinalis, and we collected samples, from all, the whole range of this species. Previously, experts think that the one from mainland and the one from, the Sunderland is belong to, those islands, Malaysian and Indonesian, populations. So previous research, mostly based on morphological data, show that, the one from mainland here, separate from the one from, the Sunderland, but not much more than that. There's many different confusions about the species and many names for subspecies, but there's no clear answer for where the species or population split in terms, genetically. So based on our research, we are able to find that the species actually divided into three mitochondrial, clades. One is from the mainland with so much, genetic diversity that you can see here. The other one is from Sunderland, also here. But surprisingly, there's one from, Western Ghats and Sri Lanka, which is also very distinct from the existing, two clades. So the one from here, it's the Sri Lanka and also the Western Ghats actually belong to a distinct clade, and no one knows about that, and because it's distributed in very small areas. And but from based on our genetic data, we see that this is actually probably the ancient population of the common muntjac that have not been able to clarify or identify before. So this research will have a quite good implication for conservation activities in the future. Another species that I would like to talk about is the endemic species in Trường Sơn Range. Trường Sơn Range is the mountain range that run between Laos and Vietnam. You can follow my mouse here. You can see that this is the Trường Sơn Range, and the area has a lot of endemics and also high level of biodiversity. This is the what's called Laotian rock rat, because it's a rat and it live in rock, and it's first discovered in Laos from the market in 2005. Why from market? Because researchers have not been able to find them in any of the areas that they are doing their research. And but the local people in Laos, they consume them as a food for many years. So this is surprising discovery, because the local people know about this species for a long time, but scientists never heard about this species before. And if you look at this species, it's really interesting, because even though it's like the rock dwelling animals, but it has the tail look like a squirrel, because has very furry and long tail. And people in Laos call it Kanu. This is the local name for this species. And this one, at first when they identify or describe this one, is put in the new family of rodents, because it has nothing similar to this species has been identified before. But scientists, the paleontologists, actually found that this one belonged to one of the extinct family of rodents. And this species actually, or this family actually widely distributed in Asia. It's part of the India continent, Pakistan, and also some of the area in Malaysia and even in Japan. So this family actually widely distributed in the past, but because of the climate change, this species are actually a herbivore, and they colonize like areas of grassland. And because of the about 25 million years ago, there's a lot of climate change events happen in the continent, and the habitat of this species disappear, and so they also all the relatives also went extinct, and the only species that now existing or survive is the one in Laos and in the Cheongsan Range, or the Annamais. And this is so interesting because it's actually a living fossil for the family. And using our research, we identify another population in Vietnam, and based on the mitochondrial genomes, we found out the one from Laos and from the one from Vietnam actually very distinct from each other from genetic point of view. We also did some research on or analysis on the morphological characters, and they also distinct. And we are working on now on the description of probably a new subspecies or species of Laotian rock rat in Vietnam. But this one also has a lot of implication for conservation activities in both countries, because it's the only existing or only surviving members of otherwise extinct family of rodents. Another research that we also been doing and continue to develop other research activities is the bento geckos that I mentioned to you before. As you can see here, the species is the number of species increased significantly over the last decade or so. And from 1997, we have about 4 species in Indochina. But now we have, this is a number in 2018, but now I think we have about more than 70 species of the genus in Indochina. And as you can see here, in 2018, we have about 265 species all over the world, but also now it's more than 300 species. And also this species of the genus also occurring in India. And there's a lot of new description from India as well. And using our molecular approach, we try to identify the area that have what's called the phylogenetic diversity. So phylogenetic diversity also a measure of diversity. So it's a little bit different from species diversity, which is based on the sheer number of species. But this one is based on the what's called phylogenetic position in the tree. So the more phylogenetic diversity you have in one area, the more important it is for the genetic diversity, the morphological diversity, but also for conservation priority. So what it did is that we sample many different population in Indonesia, in Indochina, focusing on Vietnam and Laos, and using samples from different population, we build a phylogenetic trees, and based on that we try to identify the areas that have highest phylogenetic diversity for the group. And using the what's it called the area of endemisms, the one that have a distinct biogeographic patterns, we identify that the areas called here the NAN, it's the northern Annamites, is the one that has the highest phylogenetic diversity for the group. And as you can see here, it has also the most complex community structure for the bento geckos. And interestingly, the one next to it also has the lowest phylogenetic diversity, for the whole Indochina. So based on these results, we can see that this is one of the priority area for conservation activity in the future. And so this is the graph that we put in. So this is the area, the phylogenetic diversity that we can put in the graph, which has the highest value for the northern Annamites, and the one from here is the one from which I show you earlier is from the one that has lowest phylogenetic diversity. And also we using the data from phylogenetic tree, we are trying to identify the what's called the evolutionary ecology for this group. And we found that 30% or almost 40% of the species in this group belong to the what's called the generalists, which is that they can live in many different kind of habitat. But the second most diverse group actually are cast specialists, which mean they only live in limestone habitat. And using the optimization, we show that this group actually very diverse in terms of not just a number of species, but also in terms of ecology, the habitat diversity. And we found that at least this 39 times transition or transit between generalists and other kind of specialists, which is a different kind of habitat, whether it's terrestrial or whether as arboreal, intertidal, caves, swamp, trunk, granite, or karst. But karst, is the second most, diverse, habitat for this species. And there's 10 times the transition between the generalist and the karst specialist, and also 5 times transition between karst and general habitat. So this means like the species that live in karst quite important, and also showing that karst habitat is really important for conservation, because there's so many endemic diversity in living in karst habitat, but also many species that has kind of special conservation value. But unfortunately, we have a big problem of mining, quarrying karst habitat in Vietnam. I don't know about India, but in Vietnam we have a lot of cement factories that as you can see here, they are excavating the areas. And the government in Vietnam and also other management agency, they don't think that karst habitat is really high diversity, because usually karst habitat has don't have a lot of big trees and so on. Good, like a big tree in the forest, so they consider that it's not a high value. But in Vietnam, I think beside the forest, we have a lot of species that has like a global kind of conservation status, very high value. Like we have 2 species that listed as 25 most endangered primates in the world, like the Katba langur and also here's the Delacroix langurs. They all live in karst habitat. So if you look at the diversity in the karst habitat, beside primates, also have like the geckos and some many other species as well. So now we're moving to the third part of the presentations, some case study in conservation genetics. We have done some work on the first one here is on the Siamese crocodile. According to the IUCN Red List, this species belong to or listed as a critically endangered species. And in 2012, there's a survey through the whole range of this species, and only 1,000 adults of Siamese crocodile exist in the wild. And so, compared to the past number, I think it's so small populations or so small number is now surviving. And so it's important to save, the existing or the surviving population. And so in Vietnam, it's also extinct in the wild before 2000. And in 2000, there's the initiative that tried to release this species back to a national park in Vietnam. It's called Cat Tien National Park in southern Vietnam. It's pretty successful so far, but this is only population that survive now in Vietnam. We also done some work in Laos, and 2013 we survey other scientists done some survey in Laos, and they found that like 13 over the 15 survey areas have very low density, like from 1 to 11 individuals of Siamese crocodile in Laos. So it used to be a stronghold of this species, but now it's reduced to very scattered populations, but also very low or very small population of this species. In Southeast Asia, especially in Vietnam, we have large farms of crocodile, Siamese crocodile. But the problem is that we have hybridization problems, because people, like the owners, they want to mix them with the saltwater crocodile to increase the size so that they can sell the hide with higher price, or they had more profit from that hybrid individuals. And also we have a problem with the Cuban crocodiles. I think in the past, the Cuban government donated some crocodiles to Vietnam, and then they, owners got some of the individuals and tried to also hybridize with Siamese crocodile to get a higher profit for that. And so the big problem is the hybridizations, and we want to use some of the animals from the farm to release them back to the wild, but we need to identify which one is a purebred rather than using the hybrid individuals. So we actually sampled many individuals from from the facility in Laos. Some of them is from Ban Sok, which is the newly discovered populations in Laos. Only has 3 individuals, but we don't know whether they are purebred, because we don't know whether someone just do it like on purpose, releasing some of the animals back to the wild, or it's actually the native to the areas. And also we're using some of the samples from the pure Siamese, pure Cuban, and pure salt crocodiles in Europe, Zoo. And our screening showed that 80% of the captive individuals from the Laos facility and Vietnam facility or zoo actually are purebred. And also 3 individuals from Ban Sok areas, the one that newly described, newly identified population, actually also purebred. So we can continue to invest in that population, and also try to recover that population by release more individuals, purebred individuals in that populations. The next one I would like to talk about is the using another kind of more modern techniques called environmental DNA, or eDNA, for surveying animals or endangered species in Vietnam. The one here, you can see that this is the photos that the species, parasite species called leeches, they are trying to sucking the blood from a host, which is a frog here. But it's actually the leech not only sucking blood from the amphibians or reptiles, they also mostly parasite on animals, mammals, and which is pretty good for us, because we can collect, instead of collecting directly DNA from mammals, we can collecting leeches, because there's so many in the forest, and we can using that to trying to identify or try to better understand the diversity, genetic diversity of the population of the target species in Vietnam. So this is our research for what's called here is the Annamai striped rabbit. This is also a very beautiful species. Usually rabbit is pretty plain in color, but this one has orange, black, it's look like the tiger in terms of the colorations, but it's the species of rabbit. And this is also an endangered species, and it's disappearing from many places, areas in Vietnam. So using camera traps and also collecting leeches from different part of the range, as you can see here, from the north central Vietnam to the central Vietnam here in several different areas. We are collecting leaches and then also screening for DNA for the Annamai stripe rabbit. And we show that here, as you can see, there's not much of the genetic differentiations between different populations. So it's good that they are not has any distinct genetically distinct population. And in the future, when we trying to view a captive facility for this species, we don't have to really pay much attention to different populations, because if we have like a genetically distinct population, then we have to pay attention to which population we get animals from. So this also has a lot of implication for conservation. The leach study or environmental or eDNA study also can be used to survey the community or mammal community in Vietnam. So this is one of the first study in central area, and we can identify several different species like the muntjac, the Annamai stripe rabbit, and the serow here. Which are all like being identified in this area, even though the conventional survey couldn't find them. And also we are trying to build what's called DNA database for conservations, because DNA database is so important for identify species, but also the population, distinct population of different species. And so we're using what we call here DNA barcoding as a tool, and we can use single nucleotide or a set of nucleotide to identify species or provenance of collected sample. So this is another study using this species, also endangered species. This is called four-eye turtle, because they have the pseudo eye on the back of the head here. And our study is showing that in Vietnam we have at least two different clade of the distinct clade of the this species. But also within those clade we have many different population, genetically distinct population here. And so this is very important, because we get a lot of confiscated specimen from the from police, and we don't know what to do with it. If we want to release them back to the wild, we need to identify where they come from. And this is when genetic become handy, and we can use the genetic data to identify the areas where they come from, to release them back to the wild, to avoid kind of what's it called the genetic population, because you don't want to release something different or something exotic to the native habitat, because they can mix with the native population and causing many different problems. Also, we can using this to identify the pattern of the threat. So in the same study, we show that you can see here the different color actually belong to different populations, and the one from here is confiscated events that we find several different animals of this species in this area. But actually there's as you can see here with a different color, only one animals belong to the population in the area. Another one actually belong to the population in northern range of these areas. So there's certainly there's activities collecting in this area and then bring animals to this area for selling. So this research can be very informative to see where animals coming from, and also where the hotspot of illegal activities, so we can focus our conservation efforts in those areas. Another species called big-headed turtles, we also using genetic data to assist conservation efforts to really assist our or support our colleagues releasing animals, confiscated animals back to the wild, and using those genetic data, we can show them where they come from. And this is really, I think it's a very informative research, because we got like a so far we got like I think more than 500 animals confiscated. This is a very popular species for trading, illegal wildlife trading, and when they come, it's difficult to keep them in captivity, because they're fighting with each other all the time until they die. So it's important to release them back to the wild, but we need to know where they come from. So we are able to identify most of the confiscated specimen actually from northwestern and central Vietnam, some of them from north eastern Vietnam, but there's several animals we don't know where they come from. And right now we still keep them in captivity, because until we can find reference samples, identify the area that they come from before they can release them back to the wild. And so it's important to build or develop a DNA database for many species in Vietnam to support law enforcement by serving as a reliable tool for species identifications. Also characterizing the pattern of the threat by correctly assign the provenance of threatened animals or their products, clarifying pattern and scale and drivers of wildlife threat, and when combining with the morphological and anthropological and socio-economic data, we can really do a good job of conserving the species. And finally, identifying hotspot of trade activities, and also the taxa that under critical pressures, and to prioritize the conservation efforts in the regions. And also, as I mentioned earlier, supporting the reintroduction or releasing the confiscated animal back to the wild. And to do that, we has built what's called a called DNA tracker. This is still under development, and right now it's still under constructions. But the idea is that you can use this database to identify where, using sequence from different samples that has no origins, I can identify and find out where they come from. So this is actually in Vietnamese, but this is searching for DNA, searching for other information about the species, and then you can type in the for loris, you can show it 2 species of loris in Vietnam, and showing some some basic information about the species, but also under here you can see that there's some information about the DNA sequences that are available for this species, and also there's some reference database, like the public database like IUCN Red List and also GBIF, and so on. We also have the distribution data for those species, and also here is the one that the most important for for us also is that you can enter the sequence of DNA in this window right here, and then using either BLAST, different kind of algorithm to identify or at least assign the sequence to a species that you are interested in. And also this is the tree that you're viewing from the website. You can see that there's some can assign that the new sequence to a sequence in the existing sequence in the database. So it's I think in the future we're trying to popularize this database so that researcher but also manager can use that for many different purposes. And also we're trying to combine them, or at least collaborate with colleagues from WCS who are currently running a morphological database, trying to combine that with them, and also using the combination of different kind of data to monitor the threat in Vietnam. So just some concluding thoughts. Molecular approach has served as a very useful tool in terms of biological research, but also supporting conservation of threatened taxa. future research in Vietnam, I think should collaborate with colleagues from other countries and using sort of interdisciplinary approach. We combine data from molecular evidence, from field ecology, from morphological research, but also from social science in order to come up with the most cost-effective conservation measures. And also the applications, molecular applications, need to be expanded to for other taxa. Also try to design conservation measures to protect them, better protect those taxa in the countries. And then also I think we realize that it's really important to train the next generation of scientists, because they are the future for conservation in the countries, for research country. And also it's also very critical to share the findings with the managers, authorities, government officers, to formulate policies for those threatened taxa, because many of them are under really high pressures and can be can go extinct in our generations or so. And we would like also to work with some neighboring countries like Laos and Cambodia using similar approach, because some of the taxa that occur in Vietnam also found in Laos and Cambodia. So it's need to be comprehensive. So good with that, I would like to thank all the colleagues and different funding agency for generously supporting our research, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Lee. This wonderful, fascinating talk, fascinating work. Very simply explained with very simple language and lucid language. Any questions from the other participants? Then I will give my chairman's conclusion. Any questions from the audience, please? Well, a lot of congratulations and wishes for you. Thank you all, because it has been so nicely explained, and you really have shown the path to other wildlife scientists, other wildlife conservationists, the government officers, how to apply the molecular studies for taxonomy, for new species identification, for updating the biological maps, tracing out the phylogenetic relationships, evolutionary ecology, the endemism, all these things. And I very much like the way your database is building up and helping the CITES, because that was actually, I had been always thinking about the Traffic India, the CITES. They always want pakka, very sound, very robust mechanism to identify a species or a part of an animal which has been seized, to establish its origin. And in that way, in that direction, you are working a lot, and I must congratulate you. And the next thing which you lastly said, the training of the officers, training of the new generation of scientists is very important. That is very much true, because in future we will see very little number of the number of animals is reducing in the world. That is true. So molecular biology is definitely assuming greater importance day by day. I'll just give you one experience of mine from a tiger reserve. In 1993, for the first time, we located a melanistic tiger. And that time it was said, I said that, okay, this is not a good sign, because tiger is meant to be in yellow and black stripes, yellow body with black stripes. If something else is not a welcome step. After 28 years, in 2021, because of molecular studies, it has been proved that okay, these melanistic tigers are definitely increasing and the population is at danger. So, Indian so molecular biology is the future for wildlife conservation and wildlife biology, wildlife ecology, everything. Thank you again. And I invite Dr. Professor Majumdar to say something.
Thank you, Chair. And I must congratulate Professor Minle for this extensive talk. It is a nice talk and eye-opening for all, budding scientists, ecologists, because molecular techniques is going to be the next, way of science, next tools of science. It is really a wonderful presentation. He mentioned that approximately 80 new species of reptiles and amphibians were recorded since 2010 at Vietnam, which is really encouraging. And he has published a lot of papers and a lot of contribution to the science, especially for the countries where which has a diverse habitat, but somehow he also mentioned that it was ignored because of for the by the conservation communities. But Professor Min Lei, he upholded lot of important issues. He discovered prey species like barking deer, Roosevelt barking deer. It's a really a contribution to science. Lot of amphibians and reptile species. Mm, very interestingly, he mentioned that hybridization is a challenging, really a challenge, especially in case of crocodile that he had shown in his presentation, and for the crop group, they must note from his presentation, and he also, I have seen his CV. It's a with full of new contribution.
Yes.
And another important thing he has said, which our chair also mentioned, that there should be more capacity building of kind of things and conservation communities. All conservation communities, we should, sit together and definitely this is with huge data. This molecular data, it is a huge data.
Yes.
So this is important for different groups like CITES and also others, IUCNs and others. It is really encouraging that this data set can be used and utilized by all of us. Especially today's, we do have some platform, especially molecular platform. This database is shared, so in this case, I can say that his lot of studies from Vietnam is eye-opening for all of us, for young conservationists and professionals, and also managers. Management perspective, a lot of important insights he has given. So I would lastly I would like to also congratulate Skand Misra sir for bringing up this type of important aspects in this platform. It is really encouraging because otherwise it was difficult for us to know such an important studies. Professor
Yeah.
Minle, I really appreciate your encouraging work, and I think the participants also learned a lot of things from you. And
Thank you.
I invite you should come to India sometimes, and you can come to our institute also. And we would in India we always encourage this type of work also.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Just
Yeah,
one more
like,
question. Yeah.
yes.
I was asked when you were talking about the hybridization among the crocodiles. Did you find any problem with the wild population, or it was just noticed with the captive populations?
so this is only captive population, because
Okay.
the native one is never has any problem with hybridizations, because the for example the saltwater crocodile, they occur in different places. in more in the coast, and the the Cuban crocodiles actually is not a native species, so they are in general they are not naturally they are not a problem. It's just a problem that we creating. I mean, like in the farm. So we just want to do that because we
That's right.
want to put in like a some stock for future release. So we want to identify the purebred and then put them aside as a separate program for conservation.
Okay, okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Now that you are building up the database, so it is helpful for future. Thank you all.
Yeah, yeah.
So Professor
Yeah.
Mishra, should we close this session now?
I just want. Can I just say one sentence?
Please.
Yeah. So I think in general, like for as a scientist, I think a lot of the time the manager think that genetics is something for research and it's like very expensive, because or they always either the government or the funding agency, they always say that this is fascinating, but it's only for research. And actually there's a lot of good application and it can save a lot of resources if you can use the data for conservation activities. So
Yeah. Because that is the modern trend. See, because if you look at back at India, most of the things came up after 1972, and it has actually built up from the traditional knowledge, starting from census to capture of the offenders, all everything. But now that you have shown the path, and this is the modern trend, molecular biology is coming to application for every aspect of wildlife conservation. Thank you all. Thank you,
yeah,
Professor
thank you very
Lee,
much
again.
for inviting me. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would love to visit India at some point.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, over to Professor Mishra. Professor Mishra, your mic is closed. No, please switch off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Milli, sir. Central Institute of Natural Resources, given a nice talk in this webinar, a new research on wildlife, and very important, fruitful for our audience and researcher, especially both biotechnology and wildlife also. So thank you for nice talk. And our chairperson, Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh ji, thank you for giving time for this international webinar. As a chairperson and co-chairperson, Dr. Anirudh Majumdar, scientist, MP State SFRI, Jabalpur, wildlife scientist. Um, so all of you, sir, thank you. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next talk, Dr. Uzma Rizvi. Dr. Uzma Rizvi.
हेलो।
लिंक में है अभी मैंने मैसेज किया है सर। हैदर साहब, हमने मैसेज किया है मैडम को।
ठीक है।
हाँ, उन्हें कहा था कि मैं 420 पे आ जाऊंगी, लेकिन अभी जुड़ नहीं पाई हैं।
ठीक है, तो उनका वेट कर लें क्या?
हाँ, थोड़ा वेट कर लें अपन। तब तक हमारे साथ सीनियर प्रोफेसर और आपके डायरेक्टर साहब जुड़े हुए हैं, गनीरुर रहमान साहब। उनसे कुछ अपन जनरल चर्चा जो है वो हो जाए। रहमान साहब।
सर, गनीरुर रहमान सर। हेलो
मेरी
सर,
आवाज आ रही है
सुन पा
सर?
रहे
हेलो
हैं? हेलो।
गनरुर रहमान साहब, इनका ज्वाइन तो किए हुए हैं पर अभी आवाज लगता है नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं।
मैं तो शायद अवे हैं।
हाँ, वो कहीं
गणेश
जुड़े हुए हैं लेकिन थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हैं कहीं पे। थोड़ी सी तब तक आप भूमिका दें।
ठीक।
हाँ हैकल साहब,
ठीक हो गया। तो किस टॉपिक पर आप
जो
हमसे
टॉपिक
बात
होना
करना
है या
चाहते
जो आप चाहें वहाँ का, जो भी आप
मैं
उचित
जरा
समझें। और यदि
कुछ
मोहनजोदारो पर थोड़ा बहुत भूमिका देना हो तो वो भी ठीक है, विषय ही है तो टॉप।
मैं कोशिश कर लेता हूँ कि टेक्सेला इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में कुछ बता दूं, जो दानी साहब ने एस्टेब्लिश किया था 1976 में। और ये इंस्टीट्यूट जो है कि इसने बड़े काम किए हैं एशियन स्टडीज़ के हवाले से पाकिस्तान में। मखसूसन हम यहाँ से शाया करते हैं, हम यहाँ हमारे इस प्लेटफॉर्म से पब्लिश होता है एक बाई एनुअल जर्नल जिसे हम जर्नल ऑफ एशियन सिविलाइजेशंस के इसका टाइटल है। पहले इस जर्नल का नाम था जर्नल ऑफ सेंट्रल एशिया, जो बाद में इस इंस्टीट्यूट के रीनेम होने के साथ साथ ये भी जो है कि इसका नाम भी बदला गया, इस जर्नल का नाम भी बदला गया। पहले इस इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम था सेंटर फॉर सेंट्रल एशिया, लेकिन अभी जो है कि रिसेंटली मींस 1998 में ये नाम तब्दील कर दिया गया और साथ में इस रिसर्च जर्नल का भी नाम तब्दील कर दिया। ये इंस्टीट्यूट पहले एक एज अ इंडिपेंडेंट एफिलिएटेड इंस्टीट्यूट था विद कायद आज़म यूनिवर्सिटी, लेकिन अभी जो है कि ये कायद आज़म यूनिवर्सिटी का एक परमानेंट पार्ट है। हम यहाँ पर जो है कि डिफरेंट कोर्सेज BS इन आर्कियोलॉजी एंड BS इन टूरिज्म मैनेजमेंट करते हैं। उसके बाद MPhil और PhD जो है कि वो एशियन स्टडीज़ में।
मैडम आ गई हैं तो साहब।
वेलकम मैडम, हम आपका इंतजार कर रहे थे।
I'm so sorry मुझे 2-3 कंप्यूटर इस्तेमाल करने पड़े। I apologize so much. कल इतना मसला नहीं हुआ था। Good morning. I'm so sorry. I apologize. It's good to see everyone. Can you see me?
Yes, madam, we can see.
Oh. It's good to hear your voice, Moise.
Dr. Anthropology our Dr. Jeevan Kharwal, Department of History and Archaeology, JRN Rajasthan Vidyapith University, Udaipur, India.
तो मिश्रा साहब हम आपको सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं। हेलो,
थोड़ा सा नेट की प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी।
अगर आप अलाउ करते हैं तो शुरू
को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर मोइजुद्दीन हैकल, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर तक्षशिला इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एशियन सिविलाइजेशन, कायदे आजम यूनिवर्सिटी, इस्लामाबाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
रहमान साहब हैं, गनीरुर रहमान साहब।
गनी और रहमान साहब मेरे ख्याल में ज्वाइन कर चुके
लिंक
थे,
में तो
लेकिन
हैं, लगता है वो थोड़ा सा इधर उधर है कहीं पे।
जी जी,
वो
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। जी जी
हाँ हाँ, वेलकम सर, रहमान
मैं
साहब वेलकम।
जी 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 जी, मैं असल में रास्ते में था, मैं ऑफिस से घर की तरफ आ रहा था।
जी जी,
तो वो
हाँ
इसलिए थोड़ा सा जरा कहीं कहीं पे नेट थोड़ा सा टूट रहा था, तो अभी घर पहुंचा हूं तो ठीक हो गया।
हाँ, तो हमारा
जी जी
निवेदन यह है सर कि अभी खरकवाल साहब कोई मीटिंग में व्यस्त हैं, तो आप
अच्छा
इस सेशन का चेयरमैन का दायित्व संभालें। मैंने पहले भी आपको ऑफर किया था, तो आप बोले कि व्यस्तता है, लेकिन अब आज सही है।
अच्छा
तो समय दें।
ठीक है।
मैं फर्स्ट डॉक्टर so chairman please preside the session, and co-chairperson Dr. Hackle, please introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Uzma Rizvi, madam.
thank you so much, Mishra Saab, that before leading towards lecture of Madam Uzma Z. Rizvi, I want to introduce her as a short introduction from her CV. That Madam Uzma Z. Rizvi did her PhD in anthropology from University of Pennsylvania in 2007. And after her PhD, she remained on several important positions. And nowadays, she is working, or since 2015, she is working as Associate Professor of Anthropology and Urban Studies at Department of Social Science and Cultural Studies at Part Institute, New York. At the same institute, she also offered her services, or she had given, or she was working since 2009 as assistant professor, and now she is associate professor. She is going to deliver a lecture today. That let me invite her and welcome her here on this webinar. Please, madam. It is over.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Hakal. Just as we were chatting, I was just thinking about how wonderful it is to see everyone and to hear everyone's voices. It's been a little bit of time. It would have been nice if Jeevan was here too, because I worked with Jeevan Karakwal in 2000, 2001, 2002, when he had first started in Rajasthan. At the Vidyapith. So it's a shame that he was at the meeting, but it would have been nice. But thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak, Professor Mishra. I've been following the program. Because of the time difference, it's been difficult for me to attend all the talks, but it looks like a very robust program and quite wonderful. So I'm going to share my slides. It's good to see you, Gul. Let me know if you can see them. I'm having a lot of tech issues today for some reason, but we'll try. Let's see what happens. Inshallah, it'll all work out. Let me see. Hold on. Can everyone see this?
It is visible.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So what is not visible, because I'm using my daughter's computer, so it's smaller. I can't see if anybody raises their hand. So if there's any question that you have, or if there's something that you can't understand or you want me to slow down, just say it. You're gonna have to speak it, and I'm okay being interrupted. It's totally fine. So today I'm going to speak to all of you about community engagement in archaeology and heritage of Pakistan. And recently, maybe many of you know about the special issue that was published by the Journal of Archaeology and Heritage, Community Archaeology and Heritage. That was published in February 2022, and it has, in fact, some of the archaeologists who are in the audience today, it actually has a publication of Pakistani archaeology and community-based work that's happening there. So I recommend taking a look at that journal. What I'm going to present today is some of the work that I've done at Mohenjo-Daro. And of course, one never does work alone. One does work always in teams. We're archaeologists, we know this. But in this case, one of the things that we're really trying to also do is integrate students and faculty. We're trying to integrate local communities. And so I'm just going to take you through to give you an update on what's been happening recently there. Perhaps most recently, I think it's important, which many of my Pakistani colleagues know, is the flood, right? And so to just keep in mind that climate change is real and the impact it has in Pakistan, especially this particular flood has been quite devastating. I have just a few photos of Mohenjo-Daro, just because we're looking at Mohenjo-Daro, where the work that was done was quite remarkable. They managed to get the water kind of receded quite quickly. There is a lot of conservation work that still needs to be done, but the city is still standing, right? And they worked nonstop to make sure that the waters move through. But I say this just to keep in mind that archaeology never just happens in the past, right? It's not just about being in the past. So let me introduce the lab that I am a principal investigator for. This is the Laboratory for Integrative Archaeological Visualization and Heritage, or LIAV. And what we do at LIAV is we make connections between technology, archaeological data management, and heritage practice. So it's not about the excavation. It's actually really more about how can we use technology and data that has already been that we already have, and how can we actually think about different kinds of questions. How can we actually use technology to do analysis? And I think this is really important. And the reason I started with climate change is precisely because we have to be very careful as we're thinking about what is a sustainable archaeological data, right? And so this is something I want to kind of, I've been thinking a lot more about, like, how do we find sustainable practices or environmentally safe practices in spaces that otherwise are like where climate change is a major issue. And so Mohenjo-Daro became a really important case study for me because, of course, as all of you know, Mohenjo-Daro we haven't been able to excavate Mohenjo-Daro since I think the last excavations were 1964-65 by George Dales. And why was that? Because we were doing conservation, right? It was unsustainable to actually excavate. And so one of the things that MLab, which is the sort of lab that's based on the inaugural project of Mohenjo-Daro, is focusing on is how can we actually look at the data that we have, the data that has already been excavated, and come up with different analytical questions, learn about the city in a different way that we didn't know before, right? Now, let me give you another example. The city of Islamabad, the city of Pune, the city of New York, right? The city of Bangalore, like any of these cities, people are constantly studying them even today. So the city is never, like, there's always a question to ask. So just because we've already excavated it doesn't mean that the questions aren't still there. So I really want to encourage us to begin to look at data that we already have and to ask different kinds of questions. And so that's what we're doing at Mohenjo-Daro. Now, this project started in 2019. We first went to Mohenjo-Daro to do some survey and kind of reconnaissance work within the city itself. And this, many of you may know Professor Visser and Professor Taslim. And so she and Professor Visser and I and John Sukuaglu, who's in the center here, we went around the city to get some sense of where we might do the kind of work we were interested in doing at Mohenjo-Daro. And I'll talk a bit about the history of Mohenjo-Daro and where we're at. But one of the key things that we were really looking for is that when, let's say, and many of you may have seen this already, there are all these very large excavation books of excavations that have happened at Mohenjo-daro. So it's been 100 years since Mohenjo-daro was excavated. The excavations in the neighborhood that we're standing in right now on the screen is DKG South. This neighborhood was excavated in the 1930s by Ernest Mackay, and of course Kay and Dixit, like they were part. This is why it's called DKG South. But he actually kind of went in and did all the work. This neighborhood is important because it has a lot of those extant walls, right? They're up. So rather than thinking of survey as a horizontal approach, one of the things we were thinking about doing was doing a vertical survey. What does it mean when you look at the walls themselves? What do they tell you? And what they actually tell you often is not just building, like how things were built, but also stratigraphy, right? And for those of you who may not be familiar with Mohenjo-daro too much, because it was excavated, a bulk of it was excavated prior to like really, how would I say this? Really solid stratigraphic methods. The stratigraphy of Mohenjo-daro has always been it's been always questioned, right? And a lot of the work that Michael Janssen did from the 70s on was to kind of get some sense of like what's actually happening on the site. And so we decided that one of the things that we were really going to first tackle, just to see how this is going to work, is could we use technology to really understand stratigraphy? And could we, with the stratigraphy then, we could then understand the relationship between artifacts and the levels and have changed through time. Because this is something we had quite a number of issues with at Mohenjo-daro. So here's the site plan that many of you are familiar with. This is the Mount of the Great Bath right here. Again, just for those who don't know too much about Mohenjo-daro, we definitely have about 100 hectares. Some argue about 250 hectares of city. It's all, it's made out of burnt, like baked brick. So it's mud brick, it's baked brick. We have that Indus ratio, so all the bricks look the same. In fact, you probably saw that just looking at the image. What we're really, it's a city that was built on cardinal points. So you can actually even follow the line of the street, all the main avenue up and down. So you have north, south, east, west main spaces. This is generally called Mount of the Great Bath or the Acropolis. It's also called the Citadel. There are many different names. This is the area of the stupa, which is what we often see when we see that image of the classic image of Mohenjo-daro with the stupa in the background. That's what we're looking at. The area that we're going to be focusing in on today and what MLab has been focusing on is the southern section of DKG South. So within this southern, so this is all DKG, this entire neighborhood. And we're looking specifically in this area right here. And we selected this because of the sort of interesting architectural features that change through time. And it'll become very clear to you as to why that's significant for us to look at the time. Let me just move on. So what we began with, because of course, just doing, if you think through it, November 2019 is when we had our first visit. So of course we were going to go in March, April to June of 2020, but then we had COVID. And so we decided we'd rather than doing a lot of the field work ahead of time, we would do the data sets because we were all at home, right? So it's easier to do data sets and easier to do a lot of data analysis when you can't really travel anywhere. So we started with creating the data sets. So we digitized and georeferenced all the excavation plans. We digitized and georeferenced all the survey drawings. We converted all the tabular data of the pottery, beads, metals, household artifacts, etc. And we extracted data from the excavation reports using OCR, which is optical character recognition, because what we have is a lot of text, like these big books of text. And so when I used to write a paper about Mohenjo-daro, I had to have like 6 books open, and I was never sure if I got all the data. And so a lot of this was to make it easier for the next generation of scholars to be able to do analysis, because if everything is in a database, you just have to query it, right? It's just like a search function, and all the information comes up. So when we were trying to get the data from the excavation reports, we focused in on door sills, infrastructures, water features, and any element that we could find that would allow us to understand the stratigraphic level, right? We also then went through all the plates from Ernest Mackay's publication and put those aside alongside the data set. So what does this look like? This is an abbreviated version, so you can just see what it is. It's the plate number, for example, for this, the block that artifact is from, the house that it is from, the room that it is from, the level it is from, the sort of date that they've given it, right? The sort of source catalog, what they call it, what they categorize it as, right? And then all the additional description, as well as dimensions. So we did this for over 2,600 artifacts, because that's what was available in the text. And we used tabular data, and then we went through and did OCR with all of the text itself. So if there was any discrepancy between what was reported in the excavation reports and what was in the tables, those handwritten tables that he had at the end of his book, we were able to catch those, and we were able to, figure that out. So this is just what it looks like when I don't just show you a thing. So it's quite a bit on the back end. Now, this is not all of the artifacts, right? This is only the artifacts from DKG South and from just the Ernest Mackay excavations. After that, there weren't really any excavations in that area, but sometimes you'll have surface finds and stuff that we want to kind of add. So that's sort of just to give you some sense. This is what the floor features look like. So we went through, and you can see here, door sills, pavement, door socket. All of this gives us a level. Now this right now just looks like, a data sheet. But what this is going to do is it's actually going to help us create a 3D model and help us understand what's going on at Mohenjo-Daro. But I think it's just important for everyone to kind of know what the back end of this is, because sometimes we just see these sort of 3D photos, but we don't really understand what is required in order to get there. So some of the past work that we've done then up to today is the artifact tables from the excavation notes. We've done the plans and sections based on using the plans, the 2D plans like this, but also the section drawings. And then what I will talk to you about later on in a bit is what we did with the on-site observations. And this was the most recent trip that we made to Mohenjo-Daro, and I'll talk more about this 3D scan. So we're looking at many different lines of evidence that come together that allow us to understand the city in a different way. So what we've also done is we've made it into an interactive queryable tool, right? And so this will be open access. It'll be open for everyone. We're just working out some of the beta testing right now. And so if you can look at the Google Earth sort of map, you can see all of the dots. All of those dots are artifacts, right? So you already get a sense visually that where you can see artifact clusters happening. Then you can look at the bar graph, and if you hover over any of the sort of artifacts, what will be pulled up is information about the artifact itself. So this is one way in which it becomes a lot easier to wrap our heads around just the sheer amount of data that we have from Mohenjo-Daro. And again, remember, this is only one section of the lower town. Like, this is only one section of DKG South. There's so much data at the site that it is actually overwhelming. And that's one of the reasons I had spoken to Professor Nilofer Sheikh, and one of the things that she had said to me, the reason we kind of started this, she's just like, there's so much rich data here and people don't know about it. And what we really need to do is make Mohenjo-Daro accessible. That was one of the things that she said to me. And I said, so should I come in and do that? And she's just like, yes, you need to come and make Mohenjo-Daro accessible. And so that's kind of the impetus of this project as well. Like, I usually work through guidance of my seniors, but also through invitation. So this is where so much of this is happening. So just right here in this small example, what you can see is a way in which you can actually get to what the data is. So rather than even just seeing the dots and knowing that there is artifacts there, you can actually pull up the information related to those artifacts. So what we did then was, so we knew that, okay, so we have some handle on the artifacts, is that we went back to the map and we started doing many different ways in which we could approach the two-dimensional map of the city itself. And so we worked on it by hand. We would just look at it, we would color code it, we would try to figure out what's what, because sometimes when you're doing GIS, sometimes you miss things because it doesn't fall within the line, because GIS makes lines. And so we went through and did it by hand first. We then also looked at and compared the two-dimensional top-down sort of bird's eye view type map, where you get the plan, the architectural plan, and we linked it to the section drawings that were given. So you'll see these lines that are linked, because what we wanted to make sure is that we understood what that line on the top actually was in its depth, or in its in the way in which it would be seen on the wall, right? So we kind of mapped these two things together, which was, I think, very important in order to really get a phenomenological sense, right? So if we're trying to create a sense of each time period, so we did this not just for late 1 and late 2, we did this for intermediate 2, 3, and 1. So we did it for all of the layers that we have. And so what does this look like then? We were able to then take with that data, what you can do then is you can actually use a program called Rhino, and you can extrude the walls. So you go from seeing plans, right? And you can see the plan and you're like, oh, it looks like something different is happening through time. But when you see them as extruded walls, you understand the complexity of difference in a different way, because we are all visual as well, right? So we can see difference when it is in front of us. Sometimes it's more difficult when you have it as a 2D map. Just to typically go through so that you can see what the differences are. I've got a slide here now that allows you to understand like how we could then identify with each one of those Rhino drawings, with the 3D drawings, that if there was something that was unsure, we weren't really sure what was going on in that one area, we could identify it, or we could pull out places like, for example, this area here is where we have a pavement that was sloped west to connect to a pottery jar that is present in room 29. And so suddenly the 3D dimension is not just kind of floating in midair, it's being anchored in the archaeological data sets that we have around those blocks, right? Most importantly for us was to be able to put all of these together, right? And see that we can actually, through going through the data that was done from 100 years ago, we can actually find a relative chronology. We can find stratigraphy. We can figure it out based not just on how many feet below datum, but we can look at that distinction. And this was really significant because for us, this was the first time that I was able to conclusively say that yes, stratigraphy can definitely be reevaluated or redone. And you know, when you grow up studying about Mohenjo-daro, and one thing that you constantly hear is that there's no stratigraphy, you spend your life wondering, like, where did the stratigraphy go? Or what is it? How are we going to do this? Well, how is this going to happen? And to be able to actually use a three-dimensional sort of model to help understand how the architectural shifts were happening, I thought was really important. So we conducted this in 2020, 2021. And so there, of course, there is always some discrepancy. And so some of the things that I just want to draw everyone's attention to that has made some of this work a little challenging is that there's a little bit of, there's a lack of clarity in the numbering system, right? So things keep changing, but the walls might change, but he may not change the room number, right? And so you're in what you call room 49, for example, but room 49 is no longer a room when you're in a higher level and late 2. But he still marks it as 49. So you have these inconsistencies that you have to kind of account for. We also kind of think through how, because part of what we're also reconstructing then is Ernest Mackay's thought process, right? We're trying to figure out, like, what was he thinking when he put this number here or this as a house? And so much of what we're also doing is reevaluating his decision-making about, and his interpretation. Because I think it's, and one of the things, this is something we haven't been able to do in the past because the data itself was so enormous and so cumbersome that we couldn't even get to doing a sort of colonial critique. Like, why do you think this is an extended family home? Or why do you think that this is because the son fought with the father? I mean, these are the kinds of the things that he would write inside the text, that it looks like in house 3 that maybe between the different generations, the son must have fought with the father, and so they've separated the household. And you're just like, how did you come up with that? Like, where is this coming from, you know? And he would just say, like, you know, just looking at, you know, the local community today, you know. So there's a little bit of colonial baggage that it's holding. And so one of the things we're really trying to do now is correct for the colonial error, what we're calling colonial error. And this is not an error in measurement necessarily, it's an error in interpretation, right? Or it's an error in the ways in which a certain possibility of what this neighborhood could have been was closed off. And so part of the asking new questions is also letting go of the colonial baggage that it comes with so that we can look at the data afresh. So this is, we do really hyper-local stratigraphy, kind of look really close up. And then we kind of branch out. Now, one of the things that we're also trying to do is, and I'm sorry, I'm giving you like a very large, very quick overview of everything, just because there's quite a bit of work that's been done. We're trying to get a sense of how we might know floor levels at different time periods. So one of the things that we did was kind of isolate particular blocks and look at the different kinds of floor features that we would have, and then where they would be vis-a-vis each other. So rather than just saying blanket statements like all of GKG South, this is the level for late 3 or for inter 3, what we would say is that in this area, in these contiguous sort of blocks or in these contiguous spaces, we have about, 50% of floors are known, 10% of floors are known, only 50, that gives us a good estimate of how much we actually know, right? So there's still a lot of data for archaeologists, but if you look at other cities, of course, any city right now, we could map it out in a different way. But what this gives us is a clearer indication of how much we know in each one of these cities, because we're going to extrapolate. I mean, that's one of the things we're really good at, right, as archaeologists, is we say, okay, you've given us this one floor level here. We know that this is the same time, the same horizon. And so the floor level is roughly this length, right, this height. So again, we went back to our spreadsheets. We kind of try to do different kinds of bar graphs to get a sense of where are we getting the most amount of data. And what was really interesting is that the most amount of data that we get about stratigraphy is from door sills, right? And so this is important also for me to know, because then I know that when I do surveys of the vertical walls, what I'm really looking for are door sills. And so the walls become incredibly important spaces for us to go back and revisit, right? And this data like this just makes that more apparent. Other things that we've tried, so here's just another example of door sills, and you may recognize this. This is where in 2019, this image is from 2022, from this March, but this is a similar, this is where we were standing in 2019 when you saw those door sills behind Taslim and myself and John and Dr. Visser. And so it's important to kind of recognize that this is what's happening. And also this area is not, I mean, some of the areas of Mohenjo-Daro are more, like you can see the mud slurrying and you can see the thickness of the conservation work that's been done, it's almost like a whole nother row of bricks. But in this area here, because it was pretty decently conserved, it's not all covered. You can see conservation work here, right? So it's holding it in, but it's not adding necessarily an additional layer. So we're kind of working through this and trying to get a sense of how does one do a survey of walls and what do walls tell us. So from the evidence that we have, so this is just one more way of thinking through how we see stratigraphy. Now, if we are looking at this is through time. This is late 1A, and it goes all the way to inter 3. And inter 3 being one of the earliest time periods. So for any archaeologist who looks at this and looks at kind of the floor features, we can look at a graph like this and say, hey, I can actually see that things have been changing through time, right? It's pretty clear that the shift has happened. And because they're floor features, it makes sense because we start much lower and then we slowly move up. So once I see data sets that look like this, I know we're in the right direction, and we have multiple ways to look at the same evidence so that we know that what the decisions that we're making or the ways in which that we are trying to do an analysis is actually rooted in data. Right? And that's the most important thing, that the analysis that we're doing and the ways in which we're presenting the material is rooted in the data that has been excavated. And that becomes very important. Another method this is just more experimental at the moment, is kind of looking at geospatial analysis from what we know already. And now this is a particular thing that urban planners and architects tend to use, called inverse distance weighting interpolation. So IDW, basically, it's the same way that we as archaeologists talk about association within a matrix. So if we're looking at an archaeological context and we see that these 3 pots are on the same floor as this skeletal remain, we assume that those are associated, right? So in a very similar way, what we're doing is extrapolating on the level of the city. So we're extrapolating on the level of the blocks. So each of the blocks are in association with, based on their floor, their door sills and floor features, like whether or not they would be contiguous, whether they would be considered to be of the same time period. This is going to be one way in which we're going to try to figure out, this is still, it's still incomplete, we're still working on this, try to figure out neighborhoods and what do neighborhoods mean at this time. So again, we're also challenging the ways in which McKay has led us to believe, and Marshall and others have led us to believe what the neighborhood is at Mohenjo-Daro. And so we're using different ways of understanding what the neighborhood might be. So who are the people who are socially more likely to interact with one another as compared to other spaces? Now, that's not to say that they're not all socially connected, because they're all related, or they're all related and spatially related in that they're in the same space. But if your doorways are all opening into the same gully, into the same lane, chances of you interacting with each other is much higher than if your door opens up in a different lane. You'll interact with each other at some point, but really the everydayness of interaction happens with people who are on the same street often, right? Or in the same entrance and exit points. And so we're kind of playing with that to get some sense of how the groups through time might be, or how architecture and sociality might be mapped on together. The other sort of method that allows us to extrapolate is to link then, because now you've seen the artifacts, now you've seen the floors, and so then how can we bring those two together? So this is currently where we're at right now. And so what we've done is every place that you see a line or a dotted line, we have a floor level, and we've put the artifacts in relationship to the floor level so that we can start getting some sense of where the artifacts are. Now, this is, again, it's a very micro study. It's a very in-depth and very focused study. It's only for a few blocks. This is not the whole 250 hectares. It's not even the whole 100 hectares. And it's really, if we can figure it out here, we can then use similar techniques in other parts of the sites, if not at other sites in general, right? So the idea is to build open source tools for people to be able to use this sort of database infrastructure for any site anywhere in the world. And if it's a more recently excavated site, it'll be a little easier to do. It won't take as long as it's taking us, because it's been 100 years since the site was excavated. And so there's a different kind of relationship we have to have with the data. So here you can see the dots are all artifacts. The lines are all floors. If we have multiple lines in one place, we draw a line across, so it becomes more clear where things are in terms of their location, their geospatial location, the artifact. Now, this is important for anyone who has done a more detailed study of seals, for example. So if you've read any of Adam Green's work, it's his work. It really focuses in on Mohenjo-Daro and looks at the seals through time. And so if someone wanted to study something like that, this would have made it a lot easier, I think. And that's part of the draw here. We're also extrapolating floor levels in 3D, and this hasn't been, I think, as useful for me. So just extrapolating, so this is just of House 5, again in DKG South, and what we've done is we've just basically taken all the levels and put them on top of each other just to get some sense, and then we can rotate it and we can kind of look at it and see if there's any discrepancy. I haven't really found this to be as useful, but the reason I show it in my slideshows is because it's important to know that for every very useful and analytically robust image that comes across, there's always like 10 really not useful images that happen, so you have to keep trying. A lot of this is experimentation. A lot of this is trying to figure out what might work. Can we try a different kind of technique? Can we try a different kind of data analysis? Usually this isn't used for architecture. Can we try to use it anyways and see what happens, right? So there has to be the spirit of investigation and the spirit of experimentation whenever you're doing any 3D work with known archaeological data. So some of the challenges, again, we're encountering now as we're looking at this material, is to try to create a spatio-temporal model, because creating spatial representation between like the contiguity around spaces, that's kind of what the last 2-3 slides were about. That's what we're trying to really understand how to work in the sort of technological world. Like, how can we make something that in 2D we allow to happen, but in 3D, because it changes the configuration, we can't allow it to happen, right? Because in 2D, there are just 2 maps. And if they don't really align, it doesn't matter because they're two separate maps. But when you're trying to overlay something or trying to extrude a wall and the wall itself shifts or changes and is inconsistent, it makes it very difficult to create a contiguous model. We are also still working on trying to figure out how we assign location codes to the intermediary spaces. And what do we mean by intermediary spaces? Spaces that exist in plan, but don't have a number, like they haven't been given a number, because there is like a space between two rooms where we're finding artifacts. So how do we mark that artifact is found there? Anyhow, so that we're doing that, as well as creating standardized location that we can identify through time. Part of the standardization here is also an effort to make sure that, like, if we could, and this is why one of the things that we're doing at LIAV is also working very closely with other scholars who work at Mohenjo-Daro. So for those who are interested in working at Mohenjo-Daro, LIAV is open to have this conversation. We invite you to research cluster meetings, etc., where we all get together so we can standardize the information. Because rather than having 6 different ways of studying the city or having different codes or different kind of data sets, if we all can just agree on one way of thinking through this within reason, right, that we can all then do comparative work, right? And I think that's what's really important here. Okay, so when we think about another aspect of, as you know, with LIAV, what we're looking really at is like spatial analysis while we're also looking at time. So just oh, it's interesting that all of these turn into ones. These are at different numbers. Anyhow, so visualizing time as spatial analysis allows us to think through the qualitative different experiences in these neighborhoods, right? So that's social life that I was talking about. And so it's important for us to be able to do this because we want to talk about the everyday life of the people at Mohenjo-Daro. Visualizing the data also provides the opportunity to reevaluate legacy data and reconstruct interpretive frameworks which help us across the site. Visualizing the data also provides insights into urban planning and design from the 3rd millennium BC. And visualizing the data also provides us with the capacity for storytelling. And this is something we're going to kind of open up a bit more as we move through. So these are some of the key points. I also think it's really important to recognize that when we do these 3D models, at least when LIAV does them, there's one thing for 3D to be a reconstruction. There's another aspect of 3D that is to show people, right? Like, look, this is what it used to look like. This is the reconstruction. You can now understand what it might look like. What we're doing at LIAV, we're doing those for sure because it's going to happen, but we're really doing 3D work for analysis, right? And this is an important shift, like to kind of think through that the 3D work is being done to ask a specific kind of archaeological question, right? And so to think about 3D not just as representational, but to think about 3D work as something where you can actually ask questions is an important part of this. So now let me take you to, so we started off with, what was it, November 2019. This is now from March 2022, this recent March that went by. And this is where you can get a sense of kind of like some of the programs that we're going to be doing. We'll be going to, myself and like 2 of my graduate students will be coming, as well as others like I'll be working with people in Khairpur and from Shah Abdul Latif University. We'll be there in December. So I'll be coming to Pakistan very soon to kind of work on these things. But I just wanted to give you a sense of some of the work that we did when we were there in March. And you may see some familiar faces here. You've got Tasneem, you've got Gul. For those of you who know Amin Chandio, he's here, as well as Mogheri, who anyone who's been to the site, he's always there. So you know, he's one of those, Ismail Mogheri is one of those site attendants who every time I go to Mohenjo-Daro, he says to me, Baji, please bring me this citation. And so then I photocopy it and I bring it for him. And then he says, oh, but I need this also and this also. And then I'm like, okay, so now can you do PDFs? And so then I start sending him PDFs. And so even like as a site attendant who's been there for, I think 10, 15 something years, he's really been learning the site and reading and you know, kind of processing how archaeologists think about it. And he has a very different view of what's going on, right? And it's very, not different from all of us, but like different in that his point of view is more situated, right? Because he's there every day, right? And so there's a very different approach he has to understand the city. The other thing we were able to do is get to the accession registers, and just, these are very crude photos. You can see my hand with my phone, just to get a sense of what we need when we go back again, and as well as the card catalog. We then also decided with Shah Abdul Latif University, with Tasneem Abro and Amin Jandia, who are faculty from there, what kinds of things that we needed the students to be able to do, right? Now, remember, we were really focusing in on walls, but there's also going to be like scanning and 3D scanning. And so we want to make sure that we think about all the different kinds of programming we can do to capacity build, right? This is just to give you a sense of what the card catalog looks like. These are original from when the registrar first started. You can see on one side is the information, and then you can see a photo of the actual artifact, right? So these I think should be scanned, and I think the government of Sindh has plans or has already started scanning them. So this should all be available online pretty soon. Okay, so just to give you a sense, so what we decided then with the faculty, we sat down and we realized that what we really need our students to be able to do when we build capacity is to actually draw the wall, right? So you need to be able to learn how to see a wall and what does it mean to draw it, because when you draw something, you get certain kinds of information that comes in. We also wanted to make sure that they could use sort of 3D scanning modes of understanding how we used to map a wall. So finding alignment using a Brunton compass was really important. And then we did teach them kind of 3D scanning using Polycam. Polycam is an app that you can use. We focused in on mobile technology because whether the internet is, it doesn't have as wide a bandwidth in this area at Mohenjo-daro. And so trying to do things online through a computer is a bit more difficult, but doing things on your phone is actually much easier. So we found an app that you can actually do 3D scanning using your phone. This app is widely available. If you are interested in doing 3D scanning at your archaeological site, you should use Polycam too. It's really easy to understand. There are a lot of tutorials online as well. So what we did was we just kind of taught them to do this. And one of the important things about capacity building that you see happening, and anyone who's taught knows this, that if you teach one or two people something and then you have them teach others and then others teach each other, it makes it so that it's not a hierarchical thing where it's just so direct, right? Like only one person is the voice of authority. Rather, it's about all of us learning different kind of technical skills at different So we have folks from the government of Sindh who were there, who were working with us, and they were working with the students, and we were working with the students, and we were all kind of working together. So I'm going to kind of move into this right now. This is a LiDAR 3D scan. This is the Polycam scan of a specific room in House 4. It's room 79. Now, I would draw this to your attention, and I'm cognizant of the time, so I'm going to be closing up soon. This right here, just to pay attention to this, because one of the things that we're doing is looking at the Polycam scans and comparing them to archival images, right? So we have an image of the same house, same block. So we have a sense now what has happened in the last 100 years. This is that platform that we just saw here, right here, right? And if this was a live feed, I could have just pulled this up so you would have actually gone in and seen it. Because it's 3D, so I can move this around in the room. So this is another very important aspect of this 3D kind of reconstruction work. And then I would argue the most kind of, the most fun and most important, I think, in terms of inspiring the next generation, but also teaching them techniques that are for archaeology, but are also transferable skill sets. Now, this is important because not everyone is going to become an archaeologist in our classes, right? And to be fair, we don't have enough archaeology or positions in archaeology for everyone to be able to do. So what we really want to make sure that we equip our students with, and a lot of the local community who come and help us, which hopefully in December we'll have more folks, is to have skill sets that they can use elsewhere. So when you do Polycam work, you do 3D work, or you use a Brunton, these are all things that can be used in other fields as well. We have to think about kind of the ways in which archaeology trains you for many different kinds of positions, many different kinds of jobs. So with that, I'm going to just say my thank yous, and I'm happy to take questions. Let me see if I can get out of this. How do I stop sharing? Let's see. There we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam, I think if anybody wants to ask any question, you can.
Can I ask something?
Yes,
Uzma,
please, sir.
I think Mohenjo-daro was destroyed due to change of course in Indus River. But I have read somewhere that there was atomic explosion. Are there any evidences?
No.
No.
There's
Okay.
no evidence of atomic explosion. There's also the river changed its course, but it didn't destroy the city.
No, that I can see from satellite images. River has changed its course many times.
Yes.
And I think that the city was destroyed because of that only.
No. The city is quite vibrant and alive, actually. Quite the opposite. Thank you, though. Thank you for the question.
Hi, Usman. Will you please write on the chat box your email ID so we can communicate with each other. I am from American Alliance of Museums, Nandan Shastri.
Of course. I've just put it into the chat. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. It's nice to meet you, Nandan Shastri.
Thanks.
Yes, if anybody needs, especially if there are any students here, or if you have students who are interested in doing any work, have them contact me. But of course, any of you are welcome to contact me as well.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rizvi, for such an enlightening and comprehensive talk on Mohenjo-daro. To me, this technique will be very useful in documenting especially the cemetery sites or graves, because when we excavate big cities or settlements, we still have the structural remains that we can go and see. But as far as these graves are concerned, especially I'm in these days excavating cemetery sites in Chitral. So after excavation, we usually refill all the graves because we cannot leave them exposed, so due to various reasons. So it will be wonderful to apply this technique that you have introduced at Mohenjo-daro. So we hope to learn more from you as far as these techniques are concerned. So thank you so very much once again.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I think there are ways in which we could, because one of the things that Live is trying to do is also make it itself available to listen to what you're doing and see if there is a way in which we can assist, right? And so then we can give you, what we work with is all open source, free stuff online, because we don't believe that people should have to pay for technology. I mean, I feel like no one should have to pay for anything, but that's just me. So I think there are ways in which when I see you perhaps this December or perhaps later, we can have a conversation about the different kinds of technology that's available, not just for mapping. So it's beyond QGIS, right? There are other ways you can use the tech.
And also one of the major challenges, especially we archaeologists will face using this technique is, especially, we usually get the data from accession register, where we register, the best, antiquities that we think. But there are some other ordinary potsherds and other fragments. So how to locate those and from where we can get the data. So it is a bit, I think, challenging thing to face while using this, technique of documenting and plotting the antiquities with their proper, context.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Mohenjo-daro is that we have a lot of depth to the things. With graves and grave sites, you don't have that much depth. Yeah, so you don't have a lot of wiggle room to kind of figure out your stratigraphy. So I can see that being more challenging. But there, I think what's really useful are conversations like this, where we all sit together and we look at each other's data and we say, have you tried this? Have you tried this? Should we try this?
Sure. Thank you.
I look forward to a conversation with you further. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else wants to ask or have a chat or some suggestions or something you want to do? You want to say over here? Nobody? If you allow me, I will conclude the lecture. Mishra sir.
Let me say a few words for the presentation, and then
Yes, sir.
you will conclude
Yes,
it
sir.
because
Okay, sir. You are
yes.
available here. I was thinking that you were not.
No, there is some. I disconnected 3 times, but anyway, at the moment I am connected, so better to say a few words.
Okay.
Thank you.
Most
Thanks
welcome.
the organizers for giving me this responsibility to be here in this session. I was actually here and connected to learn something from Dr. Uzmarizvi because she is we learned from her in different workshops in teacher training, and me and Dr. Muiz both were her students. It doesn't mean that she is very older than us. We are at least almost the same age, but we learned from her because she knows about her field and these things. So actually, we were once her students. Thank you for this important presentation. I tried to be connected for the whole time so that we can learn from you. But anyway, um, um, uh, beside her, we know Dr. Markinair, who has been working in Pakistan. Vasant Shinde from India, I met him in America. So they are very much active, working on Harappan civilization, Indus civilization. Although I am from Gandhara, I don't know much about it. But being in Texala Institute of Asian Civilizations, I have to learn these different aspects of archaeology, different periods of archaeology, or at least ancient history. So we try to learn from such teachers like Dr. Uzma Rizvi. I'm thankful to you, and I appreciate your most important lecture, this presentation, from which we learned about the Harappan, Mohenjo-daro and Harappan civilization, and these cities and whatever they are we are facing for this its disturbance, climate change, and then the importance of digitization. That is important because when there is climate change and floods, and when it is disturbed, and you have again to do conservation, so it is important that digitization become very important. um, so that's all from my side. I just wanted to appreciate the presentation, and thank you. And over to Dr. Moizuddin Hakal, please. Thank you.
1 second, doctor. Dr. Gani, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Since you are working in Gandhara area, have you found any
Yes.
traces of Gajalakshmi? Because all I seen is only that emblem found about it. But if you in Pakistan or anywhere, if you have found any traces of Gajalakshmi images, I would rather, because I collect so many images and I work on it, so I would rather appreciate if you guys share to me. My number is in the chat.
As I have mostly focused on the Buddha life story and Gandharan style, I think those type of sculpture can be found mostly on the rock art. What I know, mostly in the Buddha life story, I haven't found any.
Because in India,
such,
like many Buddhist places, they have the same image. That's why I was like thinking about. It's like a standing statue of Lakshmi and 2 elephants annotating her, like the Sanchi mainland.
Yeah, there one sculpture that has been published in John Marshall's book, uh, but I don't know. I'm not very sure from where it was found, but I have seen that. I don't know if it's from Pakistan or from India, but there is one such Lakshmi sculpture which actually represents the bath of the Buddha, the newborn Buddha actually.
If you can
With
share
elephants
us
and
the image whenever you get a chance. Thank you.
okay, sure.
Thanks guys for listening. And if anybody has a Gajalakshmi images, please share to me. I'm in the group of international webinar.
Okay.
I'm Rakesh Javeri from Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, we have one of the seals reported from Bamala during our excavation back in 2012-13. It seems to me that it is depicted with a female standing figure and elephant. So it is more like a Gaja Lakshmi, but I'm not pretty sure. I can share the seal with you, so then you better decide whether it is Gaja Lakshmi image or not. So I'll be sharing that with you as well.
Thank you. Sorry, I just made you guys out of your line, but this is
Great. Thank you so much.
answers.
I think it is, if the administration allows me to conclude the session, then I will do. Or or somebody wants to discuss or some question or some topic or something relevant to the presentation, or not. I think better to conclude. Right.
डॉक्टर भुवन विक्रम कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? डॉक्टर भुवन विक्रम, डायरेक्टर
Vikram sir.
आर्कियोलॉजी भोपाल.
Vikram sir, please. विक्रम साहब, हम आपको सुनना चाहते हैं.
No, thanks. I joined very late due to certain reasons. So I don't have anything to, because I haven't seen this presentation. So I'm very sorry I cannot share my views with this. Thank you.
Okay. The presentation of Dr. Uzma Rizvi was fantastic, presenting a new method, a new approach of exploring old data to understand or to resolve the academic problems. That it is very much helpful for adopting in new excavations, as Dr. Abdul Hamid mentioned, that the section drawings, photograph, the support of Google Earth, plan and 2D drawings, and all these are, with the help of all these drawings, the 100 years of data of this type has been utilized in one small area, and the results are successful. Means that it can be replicated anywhere on the site of any period which has been recorded since how much time. Even though the records are available, you can use the records to have a similar study. This is a wonderful presentation and very useful for all of us, and I will pay thanks to her to enlighten us with the examples from the site of Mohenjo-daro. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the technical issues at the beginning that you all had to wait. I really am sorry for that. I know that it's the end of the day for you, and so you've had a long day of conversation already. So I appreciate everyone being here. And thank you, Professor Mishra, for putting this together and for bringing us all together to have this conversation.
Thank you, madam. रहमान साहब चेयरपर्सन और हैकल साहब को चेयरपर्सन. और आज का दिन बहुत ही अच्छा है क्योंकि मोहनजोदारो और साथ ही हरप्पा पर शिंदे साहब का और रिजवी मैडम का मोहनजोदारो जो दो इम्पॉर्टेंट प्लेस जो माने जाते हैं इसमें आर्कियोलॉजिकल दृष्टिकोण से, दोनों पर इमिनेंट टॉक हुई यहाँ पर. और जो गनीरुर रहमान साहब जो वहाँ का तक्षशिला इंस्टीट्यूट एक महत्वपूर्ण इंस्टीट्यूट है, और उसके डायरेक्टर साहब और हैकर साहब ने ये समय दिया सब लोगों ने. और निश्चित रूप से ये जो मैंने शुरुआत की थी तो पहले तो मैं ढूंढ रहा था लोगों को, लेकिन एक समय पे आया कि आज हमारे पास आर्कियोलॉजी के अच्छे सभी विद्वान जन हैं और ये उनका कोऑपरेशन है और विषय के साथ उनका लगाव है, क्योंकि जहाँ पर वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं उसके अपेक्षा रीवा का इंस्टीट्यूट बहुत छोटा है, बहुत छोटा प्लेस है उसके, हालांकि डिविजनल प्लेस है, सभी यहाँ पर लगभग हर फील्ड के कॉलेज हैं, लेकिन उसकी तुलना में काफ़ी कम है। लेकिन बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि सब लोग जुड़े और निश्चित रूप से हमारे संस्थान का नाम आप लोगों के साथ जुड़ा और इसके लिए हमारे ऑडियंस को भी काफ़ी लाभ हुआ। और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप लोगों ने अपना बहुत सा समय और बहुत बहुमूल्य समय हमारे संस्थान को दिया है। और हम अपने ऑडियंस की ओर से, अपने महाविद्यालय की ओर से, अपने कंट्री की ओर से आप लोगों को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत मेहरबानी, बहुत मेहरबानी।
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.